badly because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running and told me he was her friend's son, Andrew, from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like one cheeseburger, extra large fries, and Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I gonna stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then, I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean, how do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. Ooh. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that, Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal. You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda. And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.
I bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything, and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets in my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. "You can date who we tell you to date," she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know. Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter, though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car, that was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
Hi, I'm Isla from Turkey. The night I was born, Dad held me close and said tearfully,
"God, she's so beautiful. I will name her Isla, my moonlight."
Just then, the doctor came in with a grim face and told my parents that they couldn't have any more children. Dad immediately dumped me in Mom's arms.
"You mean this is all I get? I won't have any sons? Ever? This is the darkest moment of my life."
Growing up, Mom adored me, but I knew Dad thought I was a burden. The nicest thing he ever said to me was,
"You're just a stupid girl, but thank God you're pretty."
Dad owned a small tea shop in the city. Once when I was 10, he came down with the flu, and he was being such a big baby.
"No one knows my suffering. If only I had a son to run my tea shop. But no, I got a dumb daughter."
He buried his head in his blanket and started to cry. Mom and I just rolled our eyes and went to the shop that day, and I thought we were doing great. Sometime later, a foreign-looking woman sat down at a table. When I asked her what she'd like, she said with a tired smile, "Why don't you surprise me?" I skipped off and brewed my favorite mixture of lemon and saffron.
I make it for Mom when she's tired. It'll make you feel better too. And you don't have to pay for this.
The woman's eyes flew open as she tasted it.
My God, this is really special, and so are you. Thank you for this tea of kindness.
She tried to pay me, but I refused, and she left. But a few days later, Dad came home from the shop and threw a newspaper at me.
"What is this stupid tea of kindness that everyone's been asking me about?"
It turns out the woman was some big journalist, and she'd written an article about the amazing tea at our shop. And now suddenly, tourists and locals were coming over asking for it.
I'll teach you how to make it, Dad, if you say please.
All I got was a flying shoe, but I did teach him, and he even let me help out more often. Once in the 8th grade, I was serving customers on a really sunny day when suddenly my back and arms started to itch horribly. I dropped my tray and started scratching like crazy as people stared at me, and I just ran home.
Mom, what's happening to me?
My skin was all red and peeling off. Mom quickly took me to the doctor, and he said I had a condition called desquamation. My skin started flaking when it was too irritated by something. There wasn't a cure, but he gave us some expensive cream to soothe my skin.
Don't tell your dad about this, okay? I'll get the money for the cream somehow.
A week later, Mom came home with some great news. She'd gotten a janitor's job in a fancy high school, and even better, I could go there for free. But it was so much fancier than I'd imagined. The minute I entered the classroom, I knew I was being scanned from head to toe, and everyone was judging my clothes and shoes. And turns out, no one even wanted to sit with me at lunch because I didn't look a certain way. But I didn't care. I had a chance to study at a great school, and I wasn't wasting it. One day, I went into the bathroom, and I found some girls from my class there. And the meanest one, Zara, was screaming at Mom. "You moron! You spilled all that dirty water on my shoes. I get that you're a janitor because you're stupid, but are you blind too?" I pushed her up against the wall. No one talks to my mom like that. Do you hear me? Mom? Finally, it makes sense why someone like you is in this school. She pushed me back and pounced on me. As Mom ran forward to pull us apart, she slipped on the wet floor and fell really hard. Oh my God, Mom! The school staff rushed her to the hospital, and after hours of waiting, we found out that Mom had injured her back and she couldn't walk. I was devastated. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been fighting with Zara, none of this would have happened. The principal said I could still attend school at half the fee, but I couldn't afford that either. One evening, as I was working at the shop, I came across the journalist I'd met years ago.
Wow, look how lovely you've grown up to be. But sweetheart, why do you look so sad?
I broke down and told her everything. After I was done, she said,
I have an offer that might solve some of your problems. You could become a model. I could connect you to all the right people, and it pays really well.
Me? A model? The woman told me to think about it, and I did. It could mean I'd still be able to go to school and even save money to get Mom better treatment. I decided to bring it up at dinner that night. Dad, I'm taking up a modeling job, and he suddenly spat out his food.
Modeling? Where did you even get such a stupid idea?
What's wrong with it?
It's for morons who don't have any brains, and it's disgraceful.
Well, I do have brains, so I'm not gonna be stupid enough to waste this chance. I can make our lives better, especially Mom's.
I said no!
I already said yes! And with that, I angrily smashed my plate on the floor. Dad looked shocked, and I stormed off. I called up the woman and said I was taking the job. I put my cream all over my skin before going to the shoot. I couldn't let anyone know about my condition, or I'd never get the job. Everyone on set welcomed me warmly, and I was surprised that I was kind of a natural at this. 2 weeks later, I was on the front cover of a teen magazine, and Mom was delighted when I showed it to her. But of course, Dad still wasn't talking to me, and I found the magazine torn up in the trash later. But I'd been paid good money. I was able to buy some new clothes for Mom and myself, and I was back in school. And suddenly, it was a different place. People who acted like I hadn't existed before were smiling at me like we were best friends. And at lunch, I had a lot of company. A boy even asked me for my autograph. Of course, none of this was sitting too well with one person, Zara. I could see smoke coming out of her ears from a mile away. Soon after, we had a fundraiser modeling contest in school, and I was excited to participate. But as I was getting ready, I suddenly saw Zara come and sit in the chair next to me. What are you looking at? One magazine cover and you think you're the princess of this school? How hard can modeling be anyway, if you can do it? Turns out, pretty hard for her. Zara was so bad at it. She walked like a monkey and kept waving her arms like a freaking robot. And then suddenly she tripped on her dress and landed flat on her face. I ran forward to help her, but she just pushed me away. Get away, you witch! You'll pay for this! How was it even my fault? She was crazy. But a few days later, I was shocked to find her at a shoot, and I was told we'd be working together. Why are you even here, Zara? You're really bad at this. Oh, I know. But when you're really rich, you don't have to be good at anything. You just throw money at stuff and get what you want. And let me tell you, it's amazing. This girl. Also, she was so awkward, the shoot took us 6 hours. Later, as the makeup artist was removing foundation from my arms, I suddenly felt my skin sting terribly. OMG, your skin's coming off. What did I do? Oh, it's just allergies. It'll be okay. I quickly took the cream out of my bag and put it on, and then left as fast as I could. Thank God no one else was around. A few days later in the library, I was reading when someone pushed a note towards me. I looked up to see a cute, nerdy guy everyone knew as a math genius. care to be my date at the spring dance. I didn't even know him, but just then I spotted Zara frowning at me like a creep. So I wrote yes and gave it back with a smile. I'd go out with a monkey if it annoyed her. But luckily, it turned out Omar was a sweet guy, and I was having a good time with him. Once he was over to help me with a math assignment, and suddenly he lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, my door flew open, and it was Dad. He leaped at Omar, who shrieked, and jumped out of the window faster than lightning. Dad, we were just studying.
Do you think I'm a fool? I knew you'd be out of control once you became a model. You're grounded for a month. No school, no modeling.
I slammed the door behind him. I had a really important show the next day, and he knew it. I had no choice but to sneak out with Omar's help. Backstage, he kissed me on the cheek and wished me luck. As I peeked out at the runway, I saw that the lights looked really intense. I quickly put some cream on my arms and legs before walking out. Suddenly, I felt crazy itching all over, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I tried to ignore it and go on, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. And then, I couldn't bear it any longer. I went wild, scratching myself and screaming as I looked at my skin, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. Then, I passed out. I woke up hours later in the hospital to Dad's worried face.
Oh God, Isla, are you okay?
The doctor came in holding my cream and asking me if I'd applied it before the show.
We tested it, and it had some unusual chemicals which made your condition 10 times worse.
What? But I'd been using this cream for ages. That's the first time Dad heard about my condition, and he was shocked I'd kept it a secret from him. I guess I didn't want to make you even more disappointed, Dad. He was just silent and took me home. The next day, I woke up to find that my video of going bonkers on the ramp had gone viral. I could just see my modeling career going down the drain. I didn't even go to school. I decided to go to the tea shop that evening, and I got the shock of my life. I spotted Zara on a table with Omar.
Oh, hi, Isla. Back to being a waitress? Well, my brother and I will have some of your special tea, please.
Brother?
Yeah, brother. And I may have found out about your condition, and I may have asked him to mix something in with your cream.
What? Are you guys absolutely insane? Why would you do that?
Because someone needs to show you your place. Let me tell you something I discovered. Our dads are brothers. Yeah, we're cousins. Ugh, yuck. Cousins? You're making that up. I wish. But there's a big difference between us. I'm the daughter of a millionaire businessman, and you need to remember that you're the daughter of a loser tea seller and a crippled janitor. I was about to leap forward and attack her, but suddenly some of our customers jumped in.
Hey, we love this place and the owners. You can't treat them like trash.
They all started shouting and booing, and Zara and Omar fled from there. Dad had witnessed the whole scene, and I asked him about these secret cousins.
I've never seen them before myself. My brother and I haven't spoken in 20 years. He cheated me out of all my wealth and left me penniless. I had to start from scratch with this tea shop. That's family for you.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for him. I took his hand. But that's not your family anymore. Mom is, and I am. And for the first time, Dad actually smiled at me. I thought my modeling days were numbered, but none of my agents cared about what had happened at the show. They said I was one of the best models they'd worked with, and I'd never let my condition hold me back before. So why should it matter now?
Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant, and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves. Mom, why do you put makeup on people?
Because they want to look pretty, honey.
Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty?
When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it.
My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down.
I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those, I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people. Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak! I am so sorry. I didn't see you. Oh, save it. You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it? But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca? Don't you dare act smart with me. You messed with the wrong girl. Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me. Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly. I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing. Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city, I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself. But as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat, and in doing so, I dropped the entire bucket of popcorn on someone. A boy. Oh, I am so sorry.
Hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? Someone bothering you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. I got you. Don't worry.
Then I felt him put his cap on my head. I watched the movie peacefully thanks to the stranger who introduced himself as Damien. We exchanged numbers and I found out that we go to the same school. He told me he would wait for me at the school gates on the first day, and I agreed. We were the last ones to leave the cinema hall. I had to be sure Becca was gone. A couple of days later, I started school, and at the gate, I saw Damien waiting for me. He showed me around the school, and as we walked through the halls, I felt all eyes on me, and it made me feel very conscious. Remember, Emma, keep your head down and stay out of trouble.
You know, someone was assigned to show you around the school, actually. My friend Natalie. But I'm so glad she got caught up with some other work and asked me to help her out.
Well, it was nice to have Damien show me around, 'cause the guy sure was handsome. Just as we reached our class, a girl entered and looked so excited. Guys, I have amazing news. Wait for it. The principal has agreed to let students write and direct a play all by themselves. Yay! Oh, who do we have here? Wait, you must be Emma. Sorry I didn't meet you earlier. That's fine. So, drama club. Sounds cool. Yeah, thanks to me. If it were for this nerd, we would have nothing except for the math club.
Oh my God, Natalie. You're the greatest, aren't you? Drama clubs. Well, they are boring.
Oh no, they're not. Even though they seemed like rivals, it turned out that they were buddies. In fact, they had known each other since they were babies because of their families. Natalie and I started becoming good friends. We would talk about everything under the sun. And one day I noticed that she kept scratching her palms and the skin was peeling off. So I immediately took her hand and applied my hand cream on her palms. And then I went on a rant about how she should take care of herself or it would start to hurt. One afternoon when I went to the cafeteria, I saw her looking at my Instagram page. You're extremely talented, you know. Can you? All of a sudden I looked up and saw Natalie's face going pale. Natalie, are you okay? She just pointed at her throat and I figured she was choking. I ran to her side and helped her immediately. Emma, oh my God, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Oh no, I did what I had to. Are you feeling better? I owe you one. My lifesaver. When Damien returned from his cousin's place a week later, he was pretty surprised to hear about the choking incident.
Wow, protecting my friend when I'm not around? Thanks a lot, Emma.
She's my friend too. Now, gotta go. I have to go to this comic book store, Nook, and then home.
No way. You go to Nook? We love that place. No, we adore that place. Don't we, Natalie?
It's just fine, Damien. Damien and I continued to visit Nook every day after school. Natalie would join us sometimes. It was fun. One evening, when it was just Damien and I could feel him looking at me. Is your comic book that boring that you're looking everywhere but the book?
No, it's just, I wanted to tell you something.
Tell me what?
I like you, Emma.
What?
I like you. Actually, I kinda liked you that time when you were hiding next to me at the movies. It was the first for me.
Really? You know what? I think I have liked you too. Since that day, he smiled wide and pulled me in for a kiss. The next day, I told Natalie everything and she was so happy for me. That evening, while we were hanging out at Nook, Natalie announced she was selected to write and direct the play at school and that it was about something that meant a lot to her. OMG, I am so happy for you, Nat. I'm excited too, but also a little nervous. You'll promise to be there, right?
Of course. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I was pretty excited for the play, and I even posted about it on my Insta to get as many people to show up for her directorial debut. On the day of the play, the school auditorium was packed. Natalie came on stage and thanked everyone for showing up and said that the play was based on true events and means a lot to her. The play showed the main character getting amazing grades, but it wasn't enough for her parents. The stress she went through, and how that caused her to have a problem where she scratched her palms to the point it would hurt her. As the play continued, I saw a scene all too familiar. The main character snaps one day and starts screaming and pulling on her hair in a fit of rage. As she cries, I froze and felt goosebumps all over my body. That was me, the fight with Becca. I started shaking like a leaf in my seat and felt my cheeks get wet. Great, I was crying too. I tried to calm my nerves, but nothing was helping.
Emma, are you all right?
I couldn't talk. I just shook out of fear. I was having a full-blown panic attack. I stood up abruptly, and all of a sudden, everything went into slow motion as I tripped and fell while trying to get out of the hall. I felt so embarrassed and knew everyone was looking at me. I couldn't help it and ended up vomiting. OMG, what is happening? I needed to get away from the place and ran out of the auditorium while Damien followed. He made sure I reached home safely and then kept visiting me every day since I just couldn't show the world my face after that auditorium incident. but Damien kept insisting I go to school again. Damien, it's easier said than done. You have no idea what happened to me at my previous school.
Then tell me. I want to know what's bothering you.
And I did. I poured my heart to Damien as he hugged me and told me that everything was going to be all right. Still, I had just one question on my mind. What if Natalie knew about that incident? She couldn't. Could she? So I gathered all my courage and went to school. I needed to know who the play was about. But just as Natalie saw me, she came running to me and hugged me. I am so sorry. I didn't know you had anxiety. How are you feeling now? I think I should be the one apologizing. I ruined your play. I myself didn't think what happened in the play would trigger my anxiety. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner? I was embarrassed about it. It makes me look weak, and I don't want to be seen that way. Do you know that the play was actually about me and my life?
What?
Yeah. And you want to know how it ends? It ends with me getting better and finally stopping the violent scratching on my arms. And you know how that was possible? Because of you. What do you mean, because of me? You remember when you applied the hand cream and took care of my bruised palm? From that day on, I noticed how being around you and Damien helped me out so much. You always encouraged everything I did and were rays of sunshine, literally. You have no idea how much your kindness and care towards me helped me, and I will always be grateful to you for it. I was shocked and had tears in my eyes. That night, I played Natalie's words on loop in my head, and I knew what I had to do. I sat down and started a live video on Instagram. Hi everyone, how are you doing? This video is gonna be a little different. This time, I will be removing my makeup instead of putting it on. And I'm doing this to thank someone who hurt me. Not physically though, but in doing so, you made me all the more stronger. I talked about my insecurities and my panic attacks. I told the world how I was not embarrassed about it and how I wanted to learn to better myself. In the end, I just want to say, remember, you are amazing no matter what. Bye. Little did I know that my video would go viral. People began sharing their stories as well and tagged me in their videos. I was proud of myself that I didn't let my weakness convince me that I didn't have strength. I walked into school the next day, hand in hand with Damien and Natalie next to me, with my head held high. I hadn't realized it until then that I had amazing friends and parents, and I didn't need to be embarrassed about my attacks or anxiety. They were parts of me, and I am who I am because of them.
I stared out the airplane window, gulping back tears as I watched my whole life disappear. And yeah, I'm gonna continue ignoring the woman tapping my shoulder nonstop. She's not a stranger, unfortunately. She's my mom. And I already knew she was just gonna say that I was being dramatic, that I should be grateful for her new job, and that moving from New York to London was some grand opportunity. Little did I know, our new house had a secret buried deep within its walls, one that would change everything. But I just left my house, my school, my friends, and the love of my life, John, behind. Okay, maybe love of my life was a bit much, but John was one of the most popular guys in school, and I'd bent over backwards to get his attention. Now, when we were finally together and going to the prom as the it couple, my mom had decided to uproot my life. We were staying in my mom's ancestral house, which was massive and creepy. The walls were lined with ancient paintings, tall ceilings, and a grand staircase that probably led to hell.
This place could use a renovation, but it's not so bad.
It looks like the kind of house where people hear whispers in the middle of the night and wake up possessed. But you know what? I'll just go live in the attic. If I have to suffer in this house, in this city, in this life, then let me suffer properly. Who even cares about me anyway?
Suit yourself, Cinderella. Don't come crying to me when the rats start fighting for bed space.
The attic was dusty and dark, and I felt proud of my dramatic choice. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to a skittering noise, and then something brushed against my arm. I sprang out of bed, landing straight onto a loose floorboard. It snapped under me, and I looked down to see a hidden compartment. Inside were stacks of old diaries, and on the first page was a name, Evelyn. I sat down and started reading, and just like that, everything changed again.
Oh, for heaven's sake. If I must lay eyes on that insufferable buffoon Tristan one more time, I do believe my brain shall simply explode. My apologies. I'm not always in such a mood. There are days when I feel quite good about myself. When my skin glows, when my curls behave, and when my corset isn't trying to squeeze the life out of me. But lately, things haven't been so good. All because of Lord Tristan. My father wants me to marry him because he's rich and apparently lord of some overly important kingdom that will somehow benefit the crown. And while everyone thinks that I'm the luckiest girl in the world, I feel nauseous. Not because I hate Tristan. He's handsome, well-mannered, kind, etc., etc. But for some reason, he gives me the ick. Like sometimes when he's talking, I get this overwhelming urge to throw myself into the nearest lake. And it doesn't help that his best friend, the captain of Tristan's palace guard, Leopold, is a narcissistic pig and always around him. Tristan, can we please move inside? It's approximately the temperature of hell out here.
Oh, Evelyn, you mustn't let a little heat ruin this beautiful morning. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and look at this exquisite spread before us.
You know, I've seen noble women walk around in this weather wrapped in 50 pounds of lace. Perhaps you should try training in full armor at noon. It builds character.
Perhaps you should try swimming with rocks tied to your feet.
Oh, you two always have such wonderful banter. It warms my heart. Oh my God!
What happened?
What a gorgeous red apple! The finest I've ever seen! Oh, Evelyn, I am overjoyed to think that I shall get to enjoy such pleasures for the rest of my life.
Ugh, I wanted to pull my hair out. It wasn't Tristan's fault, honestly. He genuinely liked me, and I wanted to like him too. That's why I arranged a grand ball to properly introduce him to the members of the court. But the more everyone told us how perfect we looked together, the more suffocated I felt. By dinner, I decided to escape and retire to my chambers. I just slipped out of my gown when my maid Rosie entered.
You should not have left the ball like that, Princess. Your father is very angry.
Well, so am I. But what does that matter to him? I am nothing more than a precious jewel to be set in the crown of his perfect alliance.
What did Lord Tristan do now?
That's the problem, Rosie. He doesn't do anything. I once said the moon was made of cheese, and he said, well, if the princess believes it, perhaps there is more to the moon than we know.
That is quite sweet, actually.
No, it's maddening. I want someone who challenges me when I say something ridiculous. I want to feel some kind of emotion, anger, pain, love, happiness, anything. Because right now, all I feel is looming dread. Honestly, I wish there was something that could make me fall in love with Tristan. Maybe if the heavens themselves descended and blessed me with eternal devotion. Or if I could just gulp down a love potion. But since I can't, I just have to accept that this is my destiny, to marry that cringe-worthy man. I think I need to rest. Rosie nodded and left, but the next morning, I saw her standing by my bedside, holding a tiny glass vial. What's that?
A love potion. You said you'd do anything to fall in love with Tristan for the sake of your family, right?
Yes, but I was just being dramatic.
Well, I took you seriously and found a very strange gypsy in a shady part of town who sold me this. One sip, and the first person you lay eyes on will be the love of your life.
Really? This was probably just flavored water or some other cheap trick. I wasn't really sure how I felt about taking it. So I put the vial in my bag and got dressed for the stables. Something about being around the horses always calmed me down. But then I met Tristan there, and I was back to square one. If there was even the slightest chance the love potion could make me feel differently about him, it was worth a try. I went back to my chambers and looked for it in my bag, but I couldn't find it. Rosie and I looked everywhere in my room. And I went back to the stables, but it wasn't there either. I was just leaving when I saw Leopold passed out on a log near the water trough. If you didn't make it your life's mission to annoy me every chance you get, you're not actually that bad looking. Just then, this fly landed on his nose, and I waved my hand to shoo it away, but it wouldn't budge. So I waved a little harder and accidentally slapped Leopold straight across the face.
Good God! Oh, what are you doing?
I was making sure you weren't dead.
Obviously not. Oh, I just have a splitting headache. And wait, did you do something to your face?
Define something.
I don't know. Did you eat a light bulb or something? You look exceptionally radiant.
What? Is this one of your stupid jokes that I just don't get?
Maybe it's the hair then. Did you polish it? It's shining like the sun or the moon on a clear night. This is unsettling. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Maybe the heat has fried your brain. You need a physician.
No, I'm fine. It's just that you're, fine. I mean, I'm fine. We're fine.
And then he simply got up and left. That was weird. But I had more pressing concerns, since the vial was still missing. I had looked everywhere I could, and by the end of the day, I accepted defeat and prayed to the Lord that no one drank it. I was so frustrated with myself for losing it, though, that the next morning, when Father suggested we take Tristan through the royal treasury, I could barely focus on what he was saying.
This is truly remarkable. The craftsmanship, the history. It's no wonder your kingdom has stood strong for generations. And this must be the celestial crest. I've heard tales of it before, but seeing it in person, it's extraordinary. Tell me, is the legend true? Does it really hold the power to make its bearer invisible in war?
I've heard so.
Magnificent! Imagine having power so absolute, no army could ever stand against you.
You sound remarkably impressed, Tristan. Perhaps you'd like to marry the crest instead.
Oh, Evelyn, your humor truly makes my day. You know the only treasure I truly desire is you.
I wanted to hurl, but instead, I continued walking. Suddenly, I tripped over the hem of my dress and went flying forward, but Leopold caught me just in time.
Oh, watch where you're going, for heaven's sake. You'd get hurt.
I'm fine. Relax. And since when did you start fussing over me?
I'm not fussing, but you're marrying my best friend, and I'd rather he didn't have to take wedding photos with a wife missing teeth. Anyway, I think it's best you two continue. I have duties that need immediate attention.
I didn't see Leopold the whole day, but then in the evening, I was in the wine cellar searching for my father's favorite bottle when he walked in. The moment he saw me, he turned to leave, but the door got stuck.
What is wrong with this door?
Nothing, except it opens from the outside. You shouldn't have closed it when you walked in.
How was I supposed to know that? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm stuck here!
Good God, Leopold, would you calm down? Rosie knows I'm here, and it's only a matter of time till she comes looking for me.
Well, obviously we don't know how long that would be, and I can't spend another second here with you.
Excuse me? I didn't know my company was that terrible.
I don't mean to be rude, it's just that I can't be around your smell.
That is rude. You're basically saying I have a bad smell?
No, it's like lavender or roses. I'm not sure. I just mean that your scent is just intoxicating.
It is lavender, and it's not toxic.
Intoxicating and toxic are not the same thing. Have you ever tried this thing called reading?
Wow, you really know how to talk to a lady. No wonder you have so many suitors lined up for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel sick. My heart's racing, my stomach's in knots. You know, I felt the same way whenever I sat next to Princess Amara at banquets. I really hated her. I think that feeling is called loathing.
Sounds more like infatuation. Just then, Rosie opened the door, and Leopold pushed past her and ran off. Leopold's behavior just got stranger over the next couple of days. If I entered the room, he'd make some stupid excuse and run away. If we crossed paths, he'd scrunch his face like I'd rolled in garbage. And if I tried talking to him, his lips would snap shut tighter than a clam. So one evening, when I spotted him in the training grounds, I decided to confront him. We need to talk. Silence. Leopold, I'm talking to you. Nothing. I said I'm talking to you. Look at me.
Oh, Princess. Sorry, didn't see you there.
Stop lying.
I'm not. I'm just minding my own business.
No, you're not. For months, you've been everywhere, hovering like a fly, making sarcastic comments, always finding a way to irritate me. And now suddenly, you can't even look at me? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He started to leave, but I blocked his way.
Could you move aside, please?
Not until you tell me what's wrong.
I can't.
Why not?
Because it's too weird, okay? Every time I look at you, I have these thoughts that make no sense, and God knows I want to talk to you, but I can't without saying something that isn't unimaginably inappropriate. I've never felt this way, and I don't even know why this is happening. I just haven't been feeling well since I drank that thing.
Wait, what thing?
It was this liquid in a small vial that I found in the stables. It had this really strong smell, and I was curious, so I opened it and took a whiff, and then, I don't know, I just drank it.
I froze. Leopold had taken the vial, and not just that, he'd gulped it down like a fool. And since I was the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, he was in love with me? Oh my God! How stupid are you to drink a random liquid without a second thought? You idiot! It was a love potion for me so I could fall in love with Tristan and save my stupid engagement!
Hold on, you don't love Tristan? I'm shocked.
No, you're not. You probably saw this coming from a mile away. Oh, God, this is all my fault. I should have been more careful with that vial. If you hadn't found it, you wouldn't have drunk it. And now, since I'm the first person you saw when you woke up, you think you're in love with me, and Suddenly, Leopold stepped forward and grabbed my face between his hands.
Evelyn, slow down. You need to tell me where you found this potion.
Rosie bought it off some wandering gypsy.
So she might also have an antidote, right?
She could, except we don't know where to find her because she's wandered off.
So how do we fix this?
Maybe we can wait and see if the effects wear off on their own.
And if they don't, what? I'm just gonna be in love with you forever?
I have no idea. As Leopold and I were still grappling with all this, a dozen royal guards suddenly walked in and seized him. What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, but the king's ordered us to arrest him.
Arrest me? On what grounds?
Leopold kept arguing, and I demanded to know more, but the guards just took him to the king, and I followed them shortly after.
This morning, our celestial crest was taken from our chambers, and we have all reasons to believe that the thief is Lord Tristan.
What? That's absurd. Tristan would never do such a thing.
Yes, Father, there must be some mistake.
We have a wounded guard who claims that Tristan demanded entry to the treasury. When the guard refused, he struck him unconscious and took the crest. We even found this royal crest bearing Tristan's insignia near the vault.
There can be 1,000 pieces of evidence, and I still wouldn't believe that Tristan is a thief. That man is as honest as the gods above, and I will prove it. I will find him, recover the crest, and bring it back at any cost.
And if you fail?
Then you can have my head for it.
No, let's find another deal.
Fine, you have a week.
The court fell silent as Leopold turned around and left. I really had no clue where the crest was, but I knew that Tristan wasn't the one who stole it. Leopold was a fierce warrior, but he was emotional and impulsive, and one wrong step could cost us the crest and Leopold's head, so I decided to go with him.
Absolutely not. I don't have time to babysit you while I track down Tristan.
Then don't. I can handle myself. I'm trained in sword fights, I know how to navigate dangerous situations, and I am also very good at dealing with people. Oh my God, is that a spider? Ew, 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 kill it! And Leopold calmly flicked the spider off.
You were saying?
Ugh. Please, let me come with you. If I help bring Tristan and the crest back, maybe my father will finally see me as someone who is more than just his young, naive daughter. And maybe he'll listen when I tell him I don't want this engagement. Tristan and I are not meant for each other, Leopold. It's not fair to both of us to go through with this marriage. So if you won't do it for me, do it for him. Please.
Don't look at me like that. It does something to my heart and I can't think straight.
So that means I'm coming.
Yes. Okay, fine. But if you slow me down, I will leave you behind.
Funny, I was going to say the exact same thing to you. The moment Leopold agreed, I rushed off to pack my things. Before leaving, I instructed Rosie to tell everyone I was unwell from the stress and that no one was allowed in my chambers. Leopold and I got on our horses and left for the woods. By mid-afternoon, we finally stopped by a river stream to catch a break. What?
Nothing. Just, I've never seen anyone look this elegant while drinking water.
That's probably just the love potion speaking.
Why can't you just take a compliment and say thank you?
Well, in my defense, you've never really complimented me before.
That's not true. I complimented you when you wore that green dress to the ball.
You said I reminded you of freshly cut spinach.
And everyone knows spinach is good for health. So it was a compliment.
No, it wasn't. A compliment is when you tell a lady how her hair reminds you of silk, or how her eyes shine like the stars.
And how when she smiles, she makes my world spin. I mean, the world in general, not necessarily mine. You get the point.
I get that you're blushing.
Bandits!
Leopold grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the horses, but it was too late. We were already surrounded. He reached for his sword, but I stopped him. We don't fight them. We're outnumbered.
You think I don't see that?
Just trust me and follow my lead. Oh, saints be good. You fine gentlemen found us just in time.
Fine, gentlemen. We're bandits. Hand over whatever you've got or we'll take it by force.
Aye, we's just two poor, desperate lovers running from a cruel fate. Worked for a slave master, we did. Scrubbing his floors, polishing his boots, breaking our backs for nothing. So we ran, took his horses, a bit of gold and all. I elbowed Leopold. Thankfully, he caught the hint.
'Tis true! I just love me Moonflick so much. She made a thief out of me, you know how it is? A man'll do anything when he's in love, especially when she looks like a princess that fell straight from heaven. I mean, lass. Like a clumsy lass fell from heaven.
But y'all don't look like no slaves to me. Fine outfits, curls in your hair. That's what ladies wear.
I stole the clothes from the missus too. And what, just 'cause I'm poor? You think I don't deserve to look pretty? Ah, cruel world. I'm poor and you mock me. It feels like someone put a dagger through me heart.
Oh, my darling, don't say that. If anything happens to you, I'll throw myself in the river.
Fine, stop crying. Just give us the gold and horses and walk away.
The horses too, but my two tiny feet can't walk no more. I already walked all my life. I carried water so heavy, it made my back all crooked. My cruel master always said, walk, girl, walk. Now you say it too? Will I never be free? Will my feet ever know rest?
For heaven's sake, take the stupid horses too. Just get out of my sight, you pathetic fools.
I hurriedly tossed the coin pouch at his feet, and Leopold and I scrambled onto our horses before the bandits changed their minds. It was getting dark, and we needed a place to camp. So we rode through the woods and found this dingy little cave to spend the night. I was just settling in when Leopold sat down next to me.
That was quite the performance you put on back there. Where did you learn to talk like that?
I spend a lot of time in the palace with not much to do other than watch and listen to the servants. You'd be surprised at the kind of things they say when they think no one's paying attention.
So you spent your time following, eavesdropping on servants? Don't you have friends or ladies in waiting to keep you company?
You'd think so, but it's not that simple. Everyone wants to be around a princess, sure, but not actually to befriend her. They mostly want the attention that comes with royalty or some personal advantage. Believe me, it makes finding genuine friendships rather difficult.
I know how that feels, being surrounded by people, yet having no one you can truly talk to. When my older brother left, I shut myself off from everyone. I figured if I never let anyone in, I'd never be hurt again. But Tristan wouldn't leave me alone, no matter how distant or cold I acted.
Wait, you have a brother?
Had. He's no longer with us.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Leopold.
Yeah, it was tough on the family, but eventually we moved on, and it's all good now.
I am so sorry. I had no idea.
God, are you crying? He's not dead, he's just not with us anymore. Like, he did something terrible and got kicked out of town.
You're a mean little pig, Leopold. And I got up to leave, but Leopold stopped me.
Don't go, please. I'm sorry.
I couldn't help giving in, and we spent the rest of the night talking about life, family, and all the things I never imagined Leopold would open up about. For the first time, I realized there was so much more to Leopold than that hard, sarcastic exterior he wore. I couldn't stop thinking about him all night, so much that the next morning, I was still half asleep and dreaming of Leopold's lopsided smile when he woke me up.
Evelyn, wake up.
Ugh, what in the world is so important that you have to sound like a broken trumpet in my ear?
It's Tristan's. I went off to gather fruit and saw this at the riverbank. He had to come through here. Maybe he's still close.
Or maybe he's been eaten by wild animals, and that was the only thing they couldn't chew. There must be thousands of wild animals in here. There's no way Tristan would have survived alone.
Must you always assume the worst? Also, you look oddly adorable with a bedhead. Not that I'm noticing. Can you just trust me on this one, please? Until we find definitive proof of Tristan's fate, let's not bury him just yet.
If you say so. But I got ready, and together we marched into the jungle. But minutes into the ride, I could tell this was a bad idea. This is ridiculous. We should head back and find another way. Let me take a crack at that map of yours.
This is the only way.
How do you know that?
Because I've spent my life fighting battles, crossing enemy territory, and exploring uncharted lands. I know how to read routes better because...
Because you're a man, right? Say it.
Shh!
Don't you shush me. And then I heard it too. A low, guttural growl. Before we could even process what was happening, a bear walked out from behind a bush.
Stay still. If you don't move, it won't see us as a threat.
Is that some genius survival trick? Stay still and die? Because that might just work.
Could you just please keep...
Before he could finish, the bear let out a deafening roar, and my horse panicked and bolted through the jungle. Leopold raced after me, struggling to control his own horse. We made it out of the forest and reached a half-broken rope bridge hanging over a deep gorge.
Get down. We have to cross that on foot.
And abandon our horses? No way.
We don't have a choice.
But that bridge is barely hanging on for dear life.
And so will we if we don't move fast.
As we heard the bears roar behind us again, we jumped off our horses and let them run off for their safety, then ran onto the bridge. But just as I reached the center, my boot got stuck between two planks. I was sure I was going to die right there when Leopold pulled out a knife, sliced my boot open, and yanked me free. Then he picked me up and sprinted. Just as we reached the other side, the bear lurched onto the bridge. Leopold immediately cut the rope. The bridge snapped, and the bear fell into the gorge below. That was exhilarating.
What?
Is this what you call an adrenaline rush? You must feel like this when you're in battle, right? I love this feeling.
Are you serious right now? That bear could have eaten us up. We could have died.
But we didn't. I mean, I might have sprained an ankle and maybe a little bit of a concussion, but apart from that, I feel fantastic.
That's great. You know what I'm thinking? How could anyone be this attractive and stupid at the same time?
Excuse me, but how am I the stupid one? Wasn't it your brilliant idea to venture into this deadly forest? I was the one who told you that it's dangerous.
This was the only way out.
I don't know that, because you didn't let me read the map, you manly man.
Oh my god, I think I'm going mad. I knew getting you with me on this quest would be challenging, but you have surpassed all my expectations. And on top of all this, I'm in love with you because of this stupid potion, and it's exhausting. I'm constantly worried about you, and it's slowing me down.
Oh, so I should just go back, right? Oh wait, I can't, because you cut off the bridge.
I had to, or that bear would have eaten us.
Leopold and I were in each other's faces by now, and the tension in the air was undeniable. His eyes shifted to my lips, and for a split second, I thought he was going to kiss me. And worse, I didn't know if I would stop him. This was the kind of spark I was looking for with Tristan, only it was with Leopold, and it was terrifying. So I tore myself away and forced my focus back on the journey. The rest of the walk wore me down. Leopold gave me his shoes, but with no horses and a steep climb, I was beginning to give up. But then suddenly, I saw smoke curling into the sky. Leopold saw it too, and we both started walking in that direction. As we got closer, we saw a camp. Men sat around sharpening weapons and laughing. We hid behind the tents and slowly made our way in. We shouldn't be here.
We just need some food, so stay close and don't do anything stupid.
Just then, I accidentally stepped on a dog's tail, and it started barking like a maniac. All heads snapped in our direction, and within seconds, men surrounded us with their swords drawn. We kept telling them we were travelers looking for a shelter, but they didn't believe us. And minutes later, this tall man stepped out of one of the tents.
What's all that noise? Leopold, is that you?
Leopold froze, like he'd seen a ghost.
It is you! And look, you've brought a guest! How lovely!
What are you doing here, Jeffrey? You swore to never step foot in the kingdom or any of its territories.
No, that's no way to meet your brother. Come give me a hug.
Hello, brother?
Yes, this fine knight is my beloved brother. The same brother who once called me a petty thief. I taught you how to walk and talk, and it took you a second to disown me.
You stole from the crown, Jeffrey. It was treason.
So I took a few jewels from the royal treasury. Big deal. It's not like the king would have noticed a few missing rubies. And after our years of service to the royals, we don't deserve a share? But no, my brother just had to report my crime like a loyal little dog. And what did that get you, Leopold? Another generation of our family serving the crown. Disgusting.
I wish we had time for small talk, but we have to go.
We turned to leave, but Jeffrey blocked our way.
Oh, you can leave, brother, but she stays. You're the princess, aren't you? I can tell by the way you curl your hair and that little crest you wear.
I swear, Jeff, if you lay a finger on her, I will rip your head off.
Oh, my brother's in love. How sweet. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just need her for a little ransom.
Ransom for what?
The celestial crest, of course. The most powerful artifact in the world. I'll sell it to the highest bidder, and I'll be rich enough to buy any land I want. No more wandering around like a nomad.
Hate to disappoint you, but the crest is lost.
Nice try, but I don't believe you.
Jeffrey grabbed my arm, but I bit him hard. Jeffrey lost his grip, and Leopold leapt on him. More men joined the fight, and Leopold fought fiercely, but he was outnumbered. I was beginning to lose hope when I saw Tristan walk in, with an army behind him.
About time, my friend.
Tristan smiled as he pulled out a sword and joined in. With him and his army by our side, it was only a matter of time before Jeffrey realized that he was losing and decided to retreat. But on his way out, he accidentally knocked Leopold over, who fell to the ground and hit his head. Leopold! Tristan and his army rushed after Jeffrey, but it was useless. He had already escaped. With no time to waste, we lifted Leopold onto a horse and left for the kingdom of Illyria, only a few miles away. And on our way, Tristan finally told me everything.
The morning I left, I received word from my secret advisors that a dangerous group was after the crest and were about to attack the kingdom. I didn't know who ordered the attack or why this group wanted the crest. All I knew was that I had to keep you and the kingdom safe. So I took it upon myself to move the crest to the High Temple of Illyria, where it would be safest. After I was sure the crest was safe, I decided to track that group and put an end to their games. I just didn't know I'd find you two or Leopold's brother there.
You should have told Leopold or my father. They could have helped you.
I needed Leopold to be around you in case I failed in my mission. And as for the king, there wasn't much time to explain, and I didn't want to take the risk of anyone finding out that the crest was being moved. So I did what I had to do.
And ended up looking like a traitor. You didn't have to injure that guard, you know.
The guard wouldn't let me leave, and I only struck him hard enough to knock him unconscious. Thank you for coming for me, and for not thinking that I was a traitor.
Of course. I knew you would never betray our trust.
I just hope your father sees it that way too. I sent word to him when I reached Illyria, but explanations only go so far. When we return, I'll tell him everything, and I pray he still lets me marry you.
Tristan's words hit me like a punch to my stomach. I had been so caught up in everything, I'd completely forgotten about the wedding. And even now, I didn't want to think about it. All I could focus on was how badly I wanted Leopold to be okay. When we reached the palace in Illyria, Leopold was taken to the soldiers' barracks for further treatment, while Tristan and I moved into the palace, where my father was already waiting with his guards, and Rosie. I thought he was going to yell at me, but instead, he pulled me into a hug.
Oh, thank God! You gave me quite the scare, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm completely fine, but I wasn't fine. I wanted to run to Leopold and stay by his side until he woke up, but instead, I forced myself to walk back to my chambers while my father and Tristan spoke, and I saw Rosie waiting for me there.
Princess! Thank goodness you're back safe and sound. I know it's late, but I couldn't wait to give you the news.
Rosie told me that while I was gone, she'd found the gypsy who'd sold her that love potion. And fortunately, he had an antidote. Oh, that's great. Where is it?
Right here. I was about to deliver it to Captain Leopold's room.
No, I'll deliver it personally.
Are you sure? You've been through so much.
I'm fine. Leopold's in this situation because of me. If only I'd been honest about my feelings for Tristan from the start, and strong enough to stand up to my father, I never would have needed that love potion. Tristan wouldn't have risked his life for the crest, and Leopold wouldn't have nearly lost his life trying to save me. Delivering the antidote is the least I can do to make things right. And with that, I left for Leopold's chambers. I knocked and entered the room, and found him resting on the bed.
Princess? What are you doing here so late?
I came to check on you, and to give you the antidote. Rosie found it. It's supposed to, counteract whatever strange effects the first potion had on you.
Well, that's certainly good news. Maybe now I can stop feeling like I've got butterflies the size of hawks in my stomach every time I look at you.
Right. That must have been awful. So, you're going to take it? Right now?
I was planning on it, unless you'd rather I wait.
No, I mean, yes. if you want to, it's your choice. I just wanted to see if you were okay first.
I'm fine. Now let's give this another shot.
And he gulped down the antidote in one go. That was fast.
What? Did you expect me to savor every drop? This stuff tastes horrible.
And are you okay? Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I'm fine, just exhausted. Now, please, it's late. I need to sleep, and you should get some rest.
I want me here, but there's something, and before I could finish, there was a knock on the door, and Leopold sprang from his bed.
That must be a servant. Hurry, hide under the bed.
What? Why?
Because you're in my room, and someone could assume there's something going on between us.
That's absurd.
Just do what I'm saying.
I crawled under the bed as Leopold answered the door. It was his friend Garrick from the King's Guard.
Oi, Leopold. How you doing, mate?
Hey, as good as new.
You sure? The royal wedding's less than a week away.
Yeah, so?
So, I just want to make sure you're not weeping like a wet poodle over the princess anymore.
That was just a phase. Let's go for a walk. I could use some air.
A phase? You've been in love with the princess ever since you first laid eyes on her a year ago.
Wait, what?
Shut up, Garrick. Christ, you can really blow things out of proportion.
That's rich coming from you. You threatened the stable boy and his entire family once because he didn't fix her harness properly and she could have fallen. You can't even walk past a lavender without getting emotional because her hair smells like lavender. I swear, mate, you'd marry a handkerchief if it smelled like lavender and had her initials on it.
Just get out, Garrick!
Leopold shoved him out of the room and slammed the door shut. As the room fell silent, I crawled out, my heart pounding. You've been in love with me since you met me?
Of course not. Okay, fine. I had a small crush on you, like minuscule. No big deal.
Are you sure that's all it is? A small crush?
Are you disappointed? Would it feel good for your ego if I said I'm madly in love with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just confused because if you were always in love with me, why did you react to the potion the way you did?
I'd kept my feelings under control, locked away, but the potion just cracked everything open. It magnified what was already there. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. The antidote is in my system, so you can forget everything Garrick said.
I can't, because lately I have...
Do not finish that sentence. I beg of you. Tristan is my best friend, you are a princess, and I'm just the lowly guard captain. We both know how this story ends. Now, I'm going back home tomorrow. I need to recover and manage the kingdom in Tristan's absence.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out, so I turned around and left. The next morning, as we were preparing to leave, I just felt empty. I couldn't leave without seeing Leopold one last time, so I decided to go find him. But before I could leave, Tristan walked into my room. He asked my maids to leave and then sat me down.
You don't look too happy about going back to the palace.
No, I'm just tired. The adventure wore me down, I think.
Are you sure it's the adventure? Maybe something else is weighing you down, like being in love with Leopold and not admitting it?
What? Tristan?
Evelyn, I saw the way you reacted when he got injured and how worried you have been since. Actually, I don't know how I could have been so blind all along. The two of you always had sparks flying. I think I also deserve someone who feels that strongly about me, right?
You do, more than anyone I know. You're a wonderful man, Tristan, and I know the girl you marry will be the luckiest girl in the world because you'll love her with all your heart.
Well, I hope she loves me just as much. Now wipe those tears and stop him before he leaves.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. You couldn't have picked a better guy, and I'm happy for you.
And what about my father?
Leave that to me.
Tristan smiled at me warmly, and together we told my father the truth. As expected, he was furious. But Tristan reassured him that the alliance between our kingdoms would remain strong, and that he and I would always be friends, bound by something greater than duty, genuine trust, respect, and understanding. It took some time, but eventually, my father saw reason. Once the dust had settled, I knew there was one last thing to do. I found Leopold near the stables, preparing to leave. Excuse me, but where do you think you're going? Last I checked, we were traveling together.
Wait, what are you doing here?
Trying to make you understand that you're not getting rid of me in this lifetime, Tristan called off the wedding.
What? Why?
Because he's smarter than you, nobler than you, and unlike you, he actually understands that my heart belongs to someone else.
Please, be more specific.
Oh, come on now. What does a lady have to do to get a kiss around here? Do I need to get another love potion?
Don't even think about it.
Leopold pulled me into a kiss, and everything started to make sense. The arguments, the banter, the way my heart reacted to him. And in that moment, I knew it was always him.
As I closed the diary, I couldn't help feeling warm and fuzzy thinking about Leopold and Evelyn. They risked everything for love, and here I was thinking prom and popularity were the most important things in the world. I wanted the kind of love they had, and maybe London wasn't the end of my story, but the beginning of a happy new adventure. Just then, Mom called for me. I ran downstairs and found her in the kitchen with breakfast ready.
Are you still sulking? Because I made your favorite pancakes and got you this cool new bottle for your first day of school.
What's so cool about it?
It has a built-in harmonica, you know, in case you want to convert your dramatic sighs into actual music.
Thanks, Mom. I like that. Also, I'm sorry I've been sulking so much. I was so stuck on my idea of the perfect life I had that I didn't stop to think that maybe change isn't the worst thing.
Wow, did an actual teenager just admit she was wrong? Should I write this down?
Don't push it.
I'm sorry too, sweetheart. I should have been easier on you with the move. Maybe you'll find your John here.
I hope so, although I pray he's better than him. To be honest, that guy always gave me the ick.
The what now?
The ick. And trust me, it's not something I made up just now. Turns out this phrase has been around for quite a while.
Hi, my name is Marvel, and my parents named me that because from the day I was born, they thought I was special and they worshipped me. But this is the story of how everything changed in the blink of an eye. Before I continue, please click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Mom never got tired of telling everyone how Santa Claus brought her the world's best present one Christmas, me. The doctors had told her that after my sister Clara, she couldn't have more children. So when I turned up 5 years later, everyone thought it was a miracle. My favorite granddaughter. Don't raise her like that other devil child of yours. Where is that brat? Just then, Grandma screamed loudly as Clara bit her on the leg and ran away. Clara hated that she wasn't the center of my parents' universe anymore. But it wasn't my fault she was a brat, and everyone thought I was an angel. Mom and Dad adored me, and I had more toys and books than I could count. And every night, they'd act out my favorite bedtime stories together. But Clara was always ruining it. Red Riding Hood is as stupid as Marvel. She thought a wolf was her grandma. Why are you here again? You're too old for these stories. The next day, I woke up to find my storybooks torn to pieces. When I tucked my first tooth under the pillow for the tooth fairy, I was so happy to see a pink box the next morning. I opened it and stared in horror. Clara had cut my face out of all the family pictures and gifted my heads to me. On my 8th birthday, I woke up super excited for the grand party my parents had arranged. But seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection. My parents came running and stared at my terrible haircut in horror, while Clara was laughing her head off. Clara, are you completely crazy? What did I ever do to you, witch? You were born. That's what you did. Clara was grounded and I was rushed off to a salon to fix the damage. She wasn't allowed to attend my party, and it was perfect. And my new haircut was even more perfect, which drove Clara crazy. Eventually, I stopped caring that Clara hated me. In fact, I started taking revenge. Once when I was in 7th grade, I knew she'd flunk every subject and was hiding her report card from my parents. So I went through her bag and stole it. The next morning, I smiled in bed while I heard Mom's screams. Why can't you be more like Marvel? You've turned out to be such a disappointment, Clara. I knew I was going to pay for it, but it was totally worth it. Things only got worse, of course. One day, when my parents weren't home, I walked into my room to find it completely trashed. The minute Mom saw it, she announced that she would be sending Clara to boarding school. It's not safe for Marvel to be around you, Clara. You're getting completely out of hand. What? You're going to send me away because of her? I hate you, Mom. I hate you, Marvel. I hate everyone. Next day, when we got back from school, Mom wasn't home. To our shock, it turned out that Mom had fallen and hit her head, and now she was in a coma. A week later, I was sleeping on a chair in her room when I heard her say, Clara? Where's Clara? Clara instantly flew to her side and hugged her. Mom, I'm right here. I'm so sorry. Is that really you? How long have I been sleeping? How many years? I took her other hand and smiled. Thank God you're awake, Mom. She turned to look at me blankly. Then suddenly, she drew her hand away. Who is this child, Frank? It's Marvel, honey. Is she lost? And why is she calling me Mom? A slow grin spread over Clara's face as Dad quickly called the doctor. After a series of questions and tests, the doctor concluded that Mom didn't remember anything from the past 13 years. So she basically didn't remember having me. Even when Dad reminded her, she just looked confused. But it's not possible. The doctors told me I couldn't have children after Clara. My precious baby, who made me a mama. I was devastated. How had I just gone from being Mommy's little miracle to someone she didn't even remember? Back at home, I ran to her room one day with photo albums to jog her memory. But as soon as I opened them, I remembered Clara had cut me out of all the pictures years ago. You don't remember this, Mom, but Marvel cut out her face from all the photos because she said she hated being a part of this family. Marvel, what a strange child you are. This witch was constantly manipulating Mom. I'd catch her by Mom's side all the time, and it made me very uneasy. A few days later, Mom had made spaghetti and meatballs, which were my favorite. But before I could say anything, Clara jumped in. Oh, Mom, you remembered my favorite food. Didn't you become a vegetarian 2 years ago? What are you talking about, Dad? Would I do this if I was a vegetarian? And with that, she started gulping down meatballs. Marvel's always hated your cooking, Mom. She always said even the dog didn't deserve to eat such bad food. Clara, that's enough. Stop making up lies. Marvel's such a sweet child. She'd never say that. Then, to my shock, Mom turned to Dad angrily. Don't talk to our baby like that. And why are you defending her so much? Do you want to tell me the truth about this girl? What are you talking about? I know your little secret. And with that, Mom flung her napkin on the table and walked off. What was she talking about? Did she think I wasn't her own kid? A few weeks later, while Dad was away on business, Clara and Mom made plans for a girls' day out. Oh, can I come too, please? Mom looked at me like I was some gross insect. And who's going to clean the mess you made last night in the kitchen? What? I never went to the kitchen last night. Stop lying, Marvel. It wasn't me or Clara. And I don't think ghosts bake chocolate chip cookies. Did you eat them all? I never made any, Mom. Greedy and a liar. You're just like your mother. You're my mother, Mom. There's no way I would give birth to someone like you. But since you're living here, I want to make you useful. I want the kitchen spotless by the time we get back. It broke my heart to see them drive away. When they finally came back in the evening, they spent hours trying on the outfits they'd bought. Not a single one for me. I cried myself to sleep that night. A few hours later, I woke up startled because I'd heard a squeaky sound. But when I didn't hear it again, I turned around to go back to sleep. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ah! Sitting on a stool in a corner was Mom, holding Mr. Teddy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you? Mom, why are you sitting there in the dark? I was just watching you sleep. But why? I was trying to see if you look like Amelia. Who's Amelia? Her strange, twisted smile sent chills down my spine. Here, I fixed your teddy bear. Clara said I made it for you when you were little, but you ripped out an arm one day in a fit of rage. What? Mom, that's not true! But before I could finish, she was gone. Did she think I was the daughter of someone called Amelia? And who was Amelia? A few nights later, I heard some clattering noise downstairs. I quietly crept out of bed and walked towards the light in the kitchen. To my surprise, it was Mom baking enough chocolate chip cookies to feed an army. Mom, what are you doing? She turned to me sharply and stared at me with blank eyes for a moment. She looked possessed, and then without a word, she turned back to mixing chocolate dough again. She's sleepwalking. I turned around to see Clara standing behind me, eating a cookie. It's so much fun when she sleepwalks. I can get her to do whatever I want. You're a monster, Clara. You better go get your beauty sleep, Marvel. There will be plenty of dishes for you in the morning. I couldn't wait for Dad to come back and tell him how horribly Mom and Clara had been treating me. As soon as he entered the door and hugged me, I turned to see Mom standing behind with her arms crossed. We need to talk. Minutes later, I could hear shouting from their bedroom. I crept closer to their door to hear what they were arguing about. It's not what you think. Just let me explain. How could you do this to me, Frank? Even after everything you know about my history with Amelia, I want you to get out. Right now. You've got it all wrong. Get out now! Dad burst out of the bedroom, and when he spotted me, he kissed me on the head. I'll come back in a day or two when she's calmer. And with that, he was gone again. What was going on? The next morning when I went downstairs, Mom was making pancakes, and she smiled at me. I'm making your favorite breakfast. You remember that I love pancakes? I think some things are coming back to me. I felt so happy. Mom sat down next to me. I don't really remember you, Marvel, but I'm sure I loved you very much. I'd like to get to know you again. How about you and I take a little trip? I jumped up and hugged her, then quickly skipped off to get ready. Just as I was walking out of the house, Clara called out, Marvel, wait, take him with you. And with that, she ran to me to give me my raggedy teddy bear. Why? I'm not going away forever. Oh, you never know. Can't hurt to keep him. Goodbye, Marvel. This girl was so weird. I took it and ran off to the car. We sang along to songs on the radio, and it felt just like old times. We'd been driving for 3 hours and had entered a town when I asked Mom where we were going. Oh, you'll see. A few minutes later, she drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Yep, this is the address. As I hopped out of the car, Mom took out a bag from the back and Mr. Teddy. Are we staying here overnight? Not we, just you. To my horror, she dumped the stuff on the ground and jumped back in the car. What are you doing, Mom? She threw the crumpled letter at me. For the last time, I'm not your mom. I've brought you to your real mom's place. So go live with her and stay away from me and my family. And with that, Mom drove away. I stood frozen in shock. Finally, I managed to open up the letter. Dear Frank, we have to keep this a secret for now. We'll tell her everything when I'm there. Can't wait to see you. Love, Amelia. Nothing was making sense to me. And whoever this Amelia was didn't live here anymore because the house looked abandoned. I didn't even have a cell phone. I decided to walk to the town center to call Dad. But just then, dark clouds rolled in and it started raining like crazy. I sat huddled on the porch, feeling really scared. But just then, I saw a car drive up to the house, and it was Dad. He ran to me and hugged me tight. How did you know I was here? I went back home to try talking to your mom again, and I saw the two of you leaving, so I followed. Dad, who is Amelia? Dad explained on the drive back home that Mom and her sister, Amelia, had never gotten along growing up, and the last straw was when she stole Mom's college boyfriend. Mom had cut off all ties with her, but around the time I was born, Amelia had gotten in touch with Dad because she wanted to make amends. So that's what the letter was about? Yeah, and the two did patch things up, but your mother just doesn't remember. Why have I never met my aunt? She lives in another country now, and sadly, those two are like you and Clara. They still don't like each other very much. Dad decided that he and I would stay in a motel for a while. We stayed there for about 3 months. I loved my dad, but I really missed my mom. Dad told me that Mom had started going to therapy. Sometimes I used to go to her sessions and pretend to be a visitor. Once she saw me there and looked really confused. You look like someone I know. And she approached. I was afraid she would hurt me, and Dad stood between us to protect me. Just then, Clara dragged her away. Come on, Mom. We have a party to attend. Another 5 months had passed, and nothing changed. Until one morning, Dad barged into the room and shook me awake. Marvel, wake up. She's asking about you. I couldn't believe my ears. She remembered me? When we reached home, Mom came running outside and she burst into tears as she hugged me. Mom, do you remember me? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just remember that I had a second lovely child, and I can just feel in my heart that you're mine. I remember having emotions for you and touching you, but my eyes and my brain, they don't remember you. I don't remember much about what you're like, Marvel. It's like my memories with you have faded. So, Mom really didn't remember me. I felt like I was about to cry, but then I said, Mom, that really breaks my heart, but I guess it's okay for now. At least you remember being my mom. You can get to know me all over again. As Mom and I hugged and cried, and Dad joined us too, we heard a voice behind us. So, what now? You'll be sending me to boarding school? It was nice to have a mom who cared about me for a while. We all turned around to see Clara, and she looked so disappointed that I felt almost sorry for her. Mom pulled her into a hug. I love you both very much. I'm so sorry I made you feel like I didn't. Long story short, Mom is back to normal, mostly, and she loves me just as much as she ever did. Also, things are finally better between me and Clara. We still fight a lot, but she's going to therapy too, and is finally learning to accept me as her little sister.
True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back. At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now. That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help! Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose. Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough. I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way. Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her. Oh no, don't tell me you're gonna eat that. And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself. How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic. Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around. So she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all. A hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin. Hey, jerk, watch where you're going. Oh, it's you, of course. Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late. And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual. Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her.
Hey, what happened to you?
Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess.
Well, you still look amazing. Never mind.
Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue. Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and I'll see you guys later.
Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded and she glared at Robin. You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin. Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand.
Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no, Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calix, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Wanna go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy. Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts. What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost. You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me? No, I didn't. It was a... And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad. No, I won't open the door. Never. Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her. Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy. What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth. Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom. Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned. You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have, but, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calix had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calix. Even Calix's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms. Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind, but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here. I saw my boyfriend Walker holding his guitar and I nearly burst with pride. We'd come so far to get here, especially me. Finally out in the real world again. I felt like my old self again, confident, happy, and free. Walker pointed at me and spoke into the microphone.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning, but first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you. Double jointed, I guess.
We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up.
Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job and that stress will just go away.
But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal and glass and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you? I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison. Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do. I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks. Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here. Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out. Is something the matter? You look a little glum. I'm just bored, I guess. Yeah, me too. Come on in. That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life, and about what happened at the party. Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you. Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it. Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great. My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too. All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself. Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did, though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to. I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow. He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun. Whoa, you're perfect. But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend. So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it? His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words, so I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too. Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house. I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole. No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order. Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us. Stop fighting. You're friends. We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you. Bex, does that mean? It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker, Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding. Yes. 100% yes. You helped me believe in myself. You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now, like I can do anything. Anything? Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his. Would you come to my first real gig. It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready. I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time. But when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream.
Hi, I'm Milo. Please, like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was 4 years old, all I wanted was a huge family. Dad, why don't I have a mom? All my friends have moms, brothers, sisters. How dare you say that to me? Am I not enough for you? Just go away. My dad was always like this, angry and irritated. He never got along with anyone. And he got fired from every single job he took. We were so poor that he pushed me to school in a stolen shopping cart. No way we could afford a car. When I was in the 10th grade, Dad came home with a crazy surprise. A baby sister from one of his girlfriends. I was over the moon. He didn't even bother naming her. So I did it. I'll call you Annie. Isn't it a cute name, Dad? He didn't care. He was too worried about how we were gonna have enough money to raise a baby. Since he couldn't hold a job, he had to borrow money from a local billionaire. Only problem? My dad took the money and ran. He just left me and Annie alone. The billionaire was furious when I told him we couldn't pay him back. I gave him thousands of dollars. I'll have to call the police, and you two will be sent to foster homes. No way! They'll separate me from my sister. Please don't call the police. I can pay you back. I can work for you. You're only a stupid boy. What will you do? I'll clean the pool, do the dishes, mow the lawn. You can slowly take your money out of my paychecks. Please, just give me a chance. It actually worked. The billionaire let me work for him in exchange for a small salary and a place to live in his pool house. This pool house was way bigger than any apartment I'd ever lived in, so I was thrilled. I went to school every morning with Annie strapped to my chest and worked at the mansion all evening. Everything was going well until one night, when I was just about to sleep, someone started screaming outside. Papa, I'm scared. Stay here, sweetheart. I've got this. I ran out to see a strange, beautiful girl jumping into the pool.
Woohoo! Cannonball!
Intruder! Intruder! Someone's breaking in!
Wow, you're cute. Wanna jump in?
I pulled the pool cover over her head to trap her.
Ah! What are you doing?
I'm keeping you here while I call the cops.
Stop it! I'm Zoe. This is my house.
Liar! I've never seen you here.
That's because I just moved back in with my dad, you idiot! I lived with my mom before. Now get me out of here before I get you fired!
She crawled out of the pool angrily and showed me pictures of her phone with the billionaire.
Believe me now, pool boy?
My name's Milo.
I don't need to know your name if you don't work here anymore.
I'm sorry, I just never seen you before. Please don't tell your dad about this. I need this job. I'll do anything. She got so close that I thought she was gonna kiss me, but she said,
anything?
Sure. What do you want? Apparently a lot. Zoe was wild. She partied a lot and stayed out late every day. I had to help her sneak back in each time. One time, she had a huge fight with her dad and ran away to spend the night with her mom. I had to lie in her bed and pretend to be her. So embarrassing. I did all of it for my sister, but as she got older, her needs started changing. Baba, when can I go to school like you? I want to play with the other kids. That made my heart sink. I didn't have enough money to pay for school, but I wanted to give my sister the whole world. I decided to ask the billionaire for a loan, and he said he'd think about it. But little did I know that Zoe was gonna wreck everything. It was a night like any other. She was sneaking back into the mansion at 3 a.m., and I was pushing her through the window when suddenly she fell right on top of their super expensive television. The screen shattered to pieces. Thankfully, Zoe wasn't hurt, but her dad was really mad. Who did this? Who?
Milo was cleaning and he slipped.
I could barely protest before the billionaire lost it. You? Do you have any idea how much this costs? There's no way I'm giving you a loan now.
What? Wait, what loan?
Please, sir. That money is for my sister. She can't go to school without it. No way. Figure it out yourself. I was so mad. I just stormed out of there and locked myself in the pool house. Minutes later, there was a knock on the door. It was Zoe. What are you doing here? Won't you be satisfied till you ruined my whole life?
I didn't know about your sister or all these problems.
Why should I tell you? You're just some rich girl who decided to make my life miserable. Please, just Leave me alone. I slammed the door shut and stormed back in. If she wanted to have me fired, so be it. I avoided her completely. I just went to school and did my work like I used to. I applied for a few extra jobs to do over the weekend. I had to send Annie to school, somehow. It all changed when Zoe showed up at the pool house one night.
Please, don't shut the door. I'm sorry I acted like such a jerk. I brought you something.
She handed me a whole stack of money.
It's my pocket money. Dad tries to buy my love with cash. That should be enough for your sister's school.
I was numb with shock. I can't keep this.
You better, pool boy. I saved up all month for you.
No, take it back.
You can't make me.
She just turned and ran.
Use the money. Thank me later.
This girl was crazy. With her help, I was able to afford a decent preschool for Annie. I didn't have to get a second job, so I had free time to study. I even tried out for the school swim team, and I was so shocked to see I was the fastest kid there. I got in right away. Things at home were the easiest they've ever been. Zoe didn't ask me to help her when she was sneaking in anymore. She even babysat Annie while I was busy. One time, I came home to see Annie and Zoe wearing matching dresses. Zoe had shopped for her. I don't get it. Why are you being so nice to us?
I'm making up for being a jerk.
You don't need to spend so much money. You're already forgiven.
Hey, I like Annie. She's super cute and funny. I'm not just doing it for you.
Still, I have to give you something in return.
Okay then, go out on a date with me.
What?
You're sweet, caring, and kind of adorable. I like you. What do you think of me?
I was shocked. How could an heiress want to date someone like me? Before I could say a word, I heard a shout behind us. What did you just say, Zoe? It was her dad. Did you just tell the pool boy you like him?
His name is Milo.
Who cares? You're not dating some poor beggar. Wait, is this why you've been asking me for extra pocket money? Have you been spending it on these too?
He turned purple with rage and marched into the pool house. He started throwing all my things around.
Where's all the cash? Where did you hide it? Give it back to me.
Stop it! I grabbed him and tried to pull him back, and he shoved me away.
Your sister is wearing a new dress. Did you get Zoe to buy that for you? You pathetic thief!
He stormed towards my sister, and I lost it. I tackled him and threw him into the pool.
How dare you charge at my sister? I'm gonna kick your butt!
Just then, Annie started crying loudly, and in an instant, all my anger suddenly melted away. I grabbed her and marched into my house to pack all my things. I couldn't live with this monster anymore. I'm quitting.
Don't you dare quit! You still owe me money!
Then call the police. I don't care. I'm leaving.
Yeah, clean your own pool.
I took Annie and got the heck out of there. I called up my swimming coach and explained my situation to him. Thankfully, he and his wife let us live with them for a while. I tried to focus on getting a new job, but I couldn't stop thinking about Zoe. I called her many times since that day, but she never picked up. I had no idea how much trouble she was in. Annie missed her all the time, too. I thought I'd never see her again, until the day of a very important swimming match. All the schools were competing, and our biggest donors were coming to watch. I was so focused on the match that I didn't see all the missed calls on my phone from Annie's school. I swam my heart out and won first place. After the award ceremony, I checked my phone and nearly had a stroke. Annie was sick. Her school had gone crazy calling me to take her home. I literally flew out of there and dashed off to her school, ready for the worst. But I found her playing games on the grass.
Bubba, look who I called.
Zoe was behind her, giving me the cheekiest grin. I couldn't believe it.
Don't worry, Annie's fine. She just ate some bad food.
I threw up on my teacher.
I gave Annie a tight hug, and she gasped.
Bubba, you won gold.
That doesn't matter. How do you feel now?
I feel perfect because Bubba wins. Yay! I knew you're the best.
I turned around to thank Zoe, but saw her leaving. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. No way you're leaving just like that. We haven't spoken in months. What's going on with you? Zoe revealed how her dad had become super strict since the incident. He never let her go out anymore, and she could only sneak away when he was busy at work. And he was setting her up with some rich boy to marry him. That's crazy. We're just kids.
He thinks I need to be kept under control. I wish I could leave, but he has full custody.
Then you should take him to court again. You need to stand up to him. If you want to be with your mom, fight for it. She knew I was right. She convinced her mom to call their lawyer, but she was scared of moving her stuff out of the house. I decided to help her, and went to her mansion together. Her father had a total fit when he saw us. He tried to stop Zoe from packing, but I stood in between them like a wall. Move, or I will punch you! Why don't you try, old man? I'll knock you out right now. I'm calling the police. I have full custody, and Zoe cannot leave without my permission.
Fine, do it. Mom's already talking to her lawyer, and she's gonna fight for me. And she will win after I tell the court everything you put me through. Just back off!
She pushed him away, and we all stormed out. Her father kept screaming behind us, but we didn't care. When I finally got her to her mom's house, Zoe was literally jumping with joy. We could finally live our lives the way we wanted, and Zoe's dad tried to wreck that many times. He kept calling us for days till we had to block him. Then, he filed a police complaint against me, saying I robbed him and kidnapped Zoe. I was in jail for 2 whole days while the police investigated the matter. This was so crazy. They just believed his lies. Until Zoe showed up, she told the cops the whole truth. She wasn't kidnapped, I didn't steal, and her father was a lying jerk. They had no choice but to let me go. I wanted to make a graceful exit, but Annie turned to the billionaire and said,
"Ha! Chew on that!"
I was screaming from happiness outside. Thank you so much. You saved my butt.
She was so cool, wasn't she, Bubba?
Coolest. Suddenly, Zoe threw her arms around me, and to my shock, she kissed me right on the lips. I was so shocked.
Aw, that was so cute. Kiss again.
Shut up, Annie.
Kiss, kiss, kiss. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I was so worried about you. And I'm sorry about this whole mess, and
I leaned in and kissed her. It was a quick peck on the lips, but she turned red.
You kissed me.
I'll do it again. I pulled her to me and gave her another kiss. It was perfect.
Hi, I'm Elena, and I got stuck in a parking lot with my crush. Sounds juicy, right? It definitely was. It was the summer after 10th grade, and my very best friend Rachel and I were learning to drive. But she said that she had a great idea. As much as I loved Rach, the very idea of her great ideas horrified me. But before I could try to talk her out of whatever it was, she pulled into the dump. The dump is haunted, was all I managed to choke out. But Rachel just laughed and said, I've got a great idea for TikTok. We'll be in and out before you know it. I sighed. I just started recording Rachel when I heard a loud rustle. Felt like someone was watching us. I looked around nervously, but Rachel kept demanding my attention. Suddenly, there was a loud crash through the entire building, and I screamed. Then I heard footsteps, loud, echoing footsteps, coming closer. Stephen? Standing just behind me was the man of my dreams. As I stumbled away from him, he put his arm around my waist to stop me from falling. Whoa, easy there, he said softly. My heart went wild. Did Stephen just touch me? Stephen had been my crush for forever. He told us he'd seen her car parked outside and wanted to check if she was okay. What an absolute sweetheart. She laughed and said our car had broken down. What? She winked at me. What was she doing? Then, Stephen turned his glorious eyes to me. Who's your friend? He asked. My heart broke at his words. He didn't even recognize me. She's Elena, you idiot. She goes to our school. She's in our grade. Don't tell me you've never seen her. Rachel laughed, and I just wanted the ground to swallow me whole. Stephen looked a bit embarrassed and smiled at me. He asked if we were done with the TikTok. I'll drop you guys at home and have someone come for the car, he offered, like the gentleman he was. Rachel was thrilled. Clearly, she'd hoped he'd ask. We started towards his car when suddenly, Rachel remembered she'd forgotten her wallet in the car. I'll catch up with you, she said, and sprinted away before I could say anything. With butterflies in my stomach, I walked beside him toward the parking lot, which was below the mall. I shivered as we went below. It truly felt like a scene out of a horror movie, but I felt safe with Stephen. There was a buzzing throughout the entire parking lot, and then there was a loud crash. We dropped to the ground, afraid that it was an earthquake, but I quickly realized what it was. I ran upstairs to try and leave, but the door was closed and locked. We were trapped. I banged on the door as loud as I could, but I knew that it was no use. There was nobody to hear our screams for help. I checked my phone. Of course, there was no signal either. Stephen checked his phone too. I can't call anyone. What are we going to do now? I asked. Now that the door was closed, it was even darker. If If I didn't know any better, I would think the shadows in the corners were alive and coming for us. It's gonna be okay, Stephen said soothingly. Then he did something unexpected. He took my hand and led me away from the door. Let's look for an escape. We started exploring. My heart hammered wildly, and electricity seemed to run up my arm from the hand he was holding. Yes, I was stuck in an awful place, but I was holding Stephen's hand. We looked for a way out, our hands clasped together the whole time. I wanted this moment to last forever, but then I saw a narrow ledge next to a window a few feet above us. If we climb to that, we can yell for help, I said. Stephen wasn't sure, but we managed to pull ourselves up. There was an alley running just behind the mall, but it was too risky to jump. That's when I noticed a man sleeping next to the dumpster. He looked homeless. He had a thick beard and his clothes were torn. "Hey, you!" I yelled as loudly as I could. The man woke up, but he seemed very angry and started cursing. "We're stuck up here. Can you please call somebody for help?" I said when he saw us. The homeless man said, "Give me some money and I'll let you out." What a selfish jerk. I didn't have any money, so I turned to Stephen. He shook his head. "No money, no help," the homeless guy said and walked off. I wanted to cry in frustration. Suddenly, the stool I was standing on shook and my left foot slipped, making me fall off. I screamed. I fell into Stephen's arms and he didn't let me go. When I looked up, his eyes stared into mine. He looked so strong and handsome. We stayed like that for a moment, and I almost thought he would kiss me. I wanted him to kiss me so bad, but the moment was interrupted by a loud horn. I looked at him in horror, but he looked like he hadn't even heard it. Was my imagination playing tricks on me? I looked around, shivering slightly in the cold. The place was getting really scary, and I couldn't wait to get out. I had the feeling of being watched again. To distract me, Stephen offered to play some songs on his phone. I recognized the first one right away. It was one of my favorite singers. Just then, the music turned to static, and scary voices came out. "That's weird," Stephen said, frowning at his phone. I clutched his arm tighter, terrified. Stephen told me to stay where I was, while he went to look for his car. We would be safer inside it, he assured me. I wanted to go with him, but my ankle hurt from falling. After he left, I sat on the floor when I noticed a shadow move. I froze. Then, all of a sudden, a huge black figure raced towards me. I turned around to run, but fell flat on my face. Panic welled up, and I started to scream and cry. "No, please," I begged out. What I heard next was the sound that terrified me worse than any ghost ever could. I heard loud laughter. I opened my eyes and saw that it was Rachel. She was clutching her stomach and had tears rolling down her cheeks. She was laughing so hard. Stephen stood next to her. He wasn't smiling, but of course, he'd been in on the joke the whole time. Worst of all, I saw one of Rachel's hands was in Stephen's pocket, and she was holding a video recorder in the other hand. "Rachel, why would you do something like this?" I cried. I couldn't believe it. "You're such a loser for even falling for this," she said. I started to cry harder. I couldn't help myself. My best friend had betrayed me, and she seemed to be enjoying my misery. "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Don't take it personally," she said, rolling her eyes. "You were just easy bait because you're such a scaredy cat." I ran out of the parking lot in tears and called my older sister to come pick me up. There was no way I was going anywhere with those two. Before the day was out, the video was already on TikTok. By the next day, it had gone viral, and I was the school's laughing stock. While this was happening to me, Stephen avoided me like the plague. At least he looked guilty, but it was Rachel who truly hurt me. She pretended as if I didn't exist. So much for childhood best friends. When the sadness and shock faded, I was angry. So angry. I wanted revenge. I had done nothing to them, and they treated me like dirt. To top it all off, Rachel and Stephen were getting closer. They'd even started dating. This was something she'd done before. Whenever I had a crush on a guy, she would also start liking him, date him, and then dump him after a few weeks. This time, I decided enough was enough. I was going to take Stephen away from her, and I knew how to do it. I made an Instagram account and hired a professional to take some pictures of me where my face wasn't visible. I wanted to make myself seem mysterious, and my plan began to work. Once my account took off, I followed Stephen. After a week of suspense, he followed me back. I slid into his DMs. I flirted with him, and at first, he didn't flirt back. But over the next few days, we texted each other all the time, and I began to think he liked me. Back in school, I was still a big joke, and Rachel encouraged the meanness. I couldn't understand why she hated me so much all of a sudden. I tried to find comfort in the fact that I was going to have my revenge soon. Stephen texted me without fail every day, and soon enough, I realized he had feelings for me. He had told me literally everything about himself. The only problem was that I was afraid I would fall for him again. He was such a sweetheart. My heart fluttered every time he messaged. But this was revenge. No mercy. Then I decided it was time to test my power. When he was sitting with the other jocks and Rachel, I texted him asking him to meet me outside. He immediately left the table without telling Rachel or the others anything. I laughed for the first time in days. Revenge was mine. 2 days before the homecoming dance, the time I had set for completing my revenge, I was cleaning my locker when I saw Steven. The hall was empty. I ignored him, but to my surprise, he walked up to me to talk. "Hi, Elena," he said shyly. I had no intention of talking to him and walked away. That night, Mom peeked into my room and said, "There's someone here to meet you." But when I went to the door, there was nobody there, just a small note on the doormat next to a big, beautiful sunflower. It said, "I'm sorry, Elena, for everything that happened. I know it's no excuse, but I had no idea that things would go this far. I wish I had known you before. I know you will never forgive me now." Even though it wasn't signed, I knew immediately that Steven was the one who'd sent it. But why was he apologizing to me after all these months? My heart melted. I was pretty sure Rachel was the one who had convinced him to prank me. I could forgive him. The day before homecoming, I texted him from the anonymous account and confessed to liking him. He said he liked me too. I told him that if it was true, he would have to break up with his girlfriend and take me to the dance instead. He agreed immediately. It'd be so great when he saw I was behind the account and that I'd forgiven him, I thought to myself. I was finally going to date him and Rachel would get what she deserved. It was the day before the homecoming dance. Today, all of my plans would come into play. First, I rushed to school and waited for the cheerleading practice to start. While Rachel was practicing, I emptied the shampoo bottle she carried and filled it with instant blue hair dye. If anyone was super proud of their blonde hair, it was Rachel, and that was only the first thing she'd lose today. I waited outside the locker rooms. Soon enough, I heard a scream and lots of muffled laughter. I walked away to work on phase 2. I went to the biology lab and released all the frogs and cockroaches. Then I rushed out. I went to Mrs. Hawkins, the lab instructor, cried, and told her Rachel had been waiting for me in the lab. But when I got there, all the frogs and cockroaches were all over the place. She jumped up and rushed to the lab. I heard her cursing. Then she went straight to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, they called Rachel. I hung around the office till I saw her. Her hair looked a horrible shade of blue, and it was so patchy I almost felt sorry for her. Some of the dye had stained her face, too. People were laughing at her. When she saw me, she glared at me and went inside the office. Then I heard yelling and crying. 10 minutes later, Rachel rushed out crying. "You did this!" she yelled. She had been banned from the dance. Finally, it was lunchtime, time for the icing on the cake. As Rachel sat complaining and crying, Steven got up and tried to leave. Obviously, Rachel tried to throw a huge tantrum, but he just shook her off and loudly said, "We're over." Everyone heard. The next day was the homecoming dance, and Steven messaged that he had a huge game before it. He said scouts from huge colleges would be there. I told Steven that even though I wouldn't be able to come to see his game, I was definitely cheering for him. My plan was, he wouldn't see who I really was until the dance. On my way to the game, I saw 2 of the football players who were really close friends with Steven. They were talking about Rachel and Steven. I got closer to hear. "Damn shame that he broke up with Rachel like that," one of them said. "I'm not really surprised. Remember what he did to that freak Elena? His idea for that prank video was genius. He's planning to try out another epic idea on her." He what? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was Steven's idea all along, and he was planning to prank me again? I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. He had almost tricked me again. Just then, my phone buzzed with Steven's text. "Can't wait to see you." I texted him a location and asked him to meet me there. I deleted my Instagram account as I walked out of the locker room. I knew exactly how I would come clean to Steven. I rushed home and grabbed a few cameras and my Wi-Fi device. On the way, I made a quick stop to the toy store. Then I rushed over to where it had all started, the dump. It was evening and the place looked as haunted as ever. But today, I wasn't scared at all. Before he got there, I fitted the cameras in the garage and connected them to my phone. Finally, he walked in, calling me to come out. As soon as he walked in the door, it crashed and locked behind him. On my phone, I heard him laughing. "You naughty girl," he said, looking around for me. I hit play and a recording began playing in the garage. I told Steven who I was. and suddenly I noticed his expression change. He got angry and started yelling for me to let him out. My recording kept playing. Guess who you shouldn't have told about your fear of spiders? It went on. Suddenly, Steven stopped yelling. By now, Steven was begging, but it was too late. I released the toy spiders. I'd gotten the biggest, hairiest ones I could find. I heard him screaming, begging, and apologizing to me. The spiders crawled towards him. I waited for him to realize before I pressed the button that would live stream everything to the big screen that had been set up for the big game tonight. That should make it easier for them to find him. I heard his scream as I started my car and drove away. Hi, I'm Isabel, but you can call me Izzy, and I have the craziest story to tell you. But before I do, please like and subscribe. I grew up with my single mom in a house close to the beach, and ever since I can remember, I've been obsessed with life in and around the ocean. In my head, I was meant to save the ocean from evil humans.
Excuse me, sir. You can't just throw this here. Read the sign. Oh, just say yes so he can move and I can clean the mess that you guys have made.
Oh my God, who is this annoying kid? Izzy, what are you doing? Sorry about that. Please, carry on. He's a handsome one, huh?
But Mom, all this garbage is gonna go back to the ocean. I have to protect it.
And that's good, but you can't talk to people like that. Tell you what, let's go to the beach and collect some seashells. We might even spot a starfish.
Oh, yes!
Growing up, my love for the ocean deepened. I started participating in beach cleaning drives, and at 17, I was the youngest, most decorated volunteer, and even had my own YouTube channel about ocean life. Things were great, but a month before my 18th birthday, everything changed. I was at the beach one day when I noticed a strange man staring at me. I ignored him, but when I was going home that evening, he jumped in my way. What the heck? Who are you? I may look small, but I can do some serious damage. The man smiled and gave me a brochure. Easy there, kid. I'm Henry, the head of the Marine Conservation Summer Camp in Costa Rica. I was here for a vacation when I noticed your work. I'd love for you to join us this year. Holy mother of cows, was this real? Only the best of the best volunteers in the world joined this program, but I was as broke as a street rat. Listen, dude, sir, whatever. I'm very honored, but I can't afford to pay for this. That's okay, we'll have you fully covered. But why me? I'm sure there's lots of kids who would die for this chance. But not everyone has your drive, Isabel. Now hurry up and say yes before I change my mind. I told him to give me some time to think. This opportunity could change my life, but I had to make sure this was legit. So later that night, Mom did some digging, and I was relieved to know that the man wasn't lying. The next day, I texted him a yes. A week later, I landed in Costa Rica and was blown away by the size of the camp. I had no idea so many people were as passionate as I was about the cause. Excuse me, you're standing in my way? I turned around to face a blonde girl frowning at me. Sorry, I was just watching. I didn't ask. Could you move now? I need to walk on these red tiles only, or something bad'll happen tonight. I wasn't sure if I heard the girl right, but before I could react, a boy came out of nowhere and swooped her up. You know the drill. Carry me to my room, now! Of course, my princess. I was so confused watching the two of them leave, but just then Mr. Henry walked up to me and offered to show me around. As he led me to my room, he told me I'd be sharing with his daughter, Emma. I'd always lived alone, so I was excited to have a roommate, but my excitement turned to shock when I opened the door and saw the room filled with weird-looking dolls. What the heck was this? Don't touch my special dolls! I almost jumped out of my shoes hearing the voice. It was the same weird girl from before. That's my side of the room, so could you move your stuff, please? Legend has it that these dolls haunt you in your sleep if they don't like you, and I think they don't like you, girl. I'm Emma, by the way. You're Isabel, right? How did you know? The dolls told me. Told you, they're special. I'd never been this creeped out by anyone in my entire life, but since it was already late, I decided to ignore her and went to bed. By the time I woke up, she'd left. The first day of the program was set in the auditorium, but the place was too big and I had no clue where to go. That's when I spotted a guy. Hey, do you have any idea where the auditorium is? I'm a bit lost. Welcome to the club. I'm lost too, but maybe we can figure it out together. The guy introduced himself as Sam, and I noticed he was the same guy who carried Emma to the room yesterday. We got talking and were having a great conversation till Emma crept up from behind and started licking his ears like a puppy. Ew. Hey, sweetie, I know it's too early for you to take a shower, so I thought I'd lick you clean. Am I not the best girlfriend ever? Yeah, this is Isabel. She's my roommate, I know. Let's eat, I'm starving. See you around. Sure. That was awkward, but that was just the beginning. Over the next few days, I noticed that something was seriously wrong with Emma. She would wake up in the middle of the night laughing, and sometimes she would talk to her dolls like they were alive. And one night, I woke up to her staring in my face. What do you think you're doing? Watching you sleep. It calms me down. Please, go ahead. No way! Not with you watching me like a hawk. Don't be so dramatic. It's not like this is the first time this is happening. You do this every night? Gosh, you ask so many questions. Can you please go back to sleep? You're interrupting my meditation. I'd rather sleep on the beach than spend another second here, you freak! Emma looked at me blankly as I grabbed my blanket and left for the beach. But just then, my foot got caught in the sheets and I tripped. Gotcha. I looked up to Sam staring at me with his deep green eyes. Was he always this handsome? If you don't stop staring, I might get awkward. Sorry. I was just... Never mind. What are you doing here? Just watching the water. It's so peaceful. And you? Emma, I don't know what's up with her, but she's kinda... A lot? I know, but she's gone through a lot in life. After my parents left, Emma's dad, Uncle Henry, brought me up. We've grown up together, and she wasn't always like this. I feel bad for her. Is that why you date her? Because you feel bad for her? Suddenly, Sam's expression changed and he turned around to leave. I'm sorry, I overstepped, but I'm not sure if I can be around her. She's not that bad, and it's just your first day. Give her a chance and hang in there. I took Sam's advice and decided to be nicer to Emma. I even hung out with her and Sam more often, and it wasn't so bad, especially because Sam and I hit it off instantly. We had a lot in common and could talk all day, but I could tell it bothered Emma a lot. Like this one time during a cleaning drive, Sam was helping me detangle a net, and I accidentally cut my hand. He was helping me when Emma fell to the ground. Help me, Sam. I'm too soft to see so much blood. Take me home. She started crying like a banshee, and Sam had to leave to calm her down. That night, Emma didn't even bother checking up on me. A few days later, the instructor informed us that Mr. Beast was in town and he wanted to visit us, and Sam and I volunteered to help out with prepping the camp. Why couldn't the pirate learn the alphabet? Because he's stupid? Why else would he be a pirate? No, dummy. Because he was always lost at sea. Get it? Get it? That is too funny. Suddenly, I felt Sam's hand on mine, and my heart went racing. Step away from my boyfriend? Now! We turned around to face Emma, fuming in anger. Stop flirting with him! Jeez, relax. We were just talking. I'm not blind. First, I thought you were jealous because I'm smarter than you. But now I know that you have your evil eyes on my Sammy Bammy. And you! Stop staring at her and move it! We have a date! I'll see you around, I guess. But we still have work to do. You can't just leave. He can, and he will. And I'm putting her here to keep an eye on you. Okay, weird as ever. I got back to work and tried finishing up on my own, but there was just too much to do. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me and assumed it was Sam, but my jaw dropped when I saw Mr. Beast in the flesh. Too late for you to be up and working, right? How art thou? Sorry? I'm talking gibberish. I'm a huge fan. What you do inspires so many people. It must be tough. Yeah, but not as tough as what you guys do. I used to volunteer at this camp too. Best days of my life. Wish I could say the same. Anyway, I thought you were coming next week. I was, but then what's the fun in that? I like to give surprises. Oh my god, did I just have a conversation with the most followed celebrity on YouTube? This had to be the coolest thing ever. The next morning, the instructor announced that Mr. Beast wanted us to participate in his new challenge. The rules were simple. Volunteers would be divided into 4 teams, and each of us would be given one part of the beach to clean. The team that cleaned the fastest would win a chance to be in a video with him. As luck would have it, Sam and I were on the same team, while Emma was in a different one. You rigged this, didn't you? So you could be close to Sam. Shut up. I have better things in life to do. I know Mr. Beast personally. I will go and ask him. I'm sure he'd love to know what a lying cheater's butt you are. As long as you leave me alone. But minutes after Emma left, Sam walked up to me. Sorry about last night. I had to take care of her. Look, Sam, I don't want to get in the middle of your mess. Emma clearly wants me to stay away from you, and I want to concentrate on my work. And I'm distracting you? Well, yeah, sort of. Fine, but tell me one thing. Don't you feel anything between us? Not even the slightest spark? It doesn't matter what I think. She's your girlfriend, and you love her too. So it's best you stay away from me. I don't love her. Uncle Henry has done a lot for me, and I can't disappoint him. Emma's happier around me, and I'm just in the relationship because I owe him a lot. I would have broken up with her a long time back if I could. My mind went blank as Sam came closer to kiss me, but just then, we saw Emma staring at us with tears in her eyes. How could you? Emma, wait. but Emma just turned around and ran away. Just then, the bell went off and the competition started. I could feel Sam's eyes following me, but I still felt horrible for Emma, so I ignored his glances. And then, in the middle of the competition, we saw Mr. Henry running toward us.
It's Emma. We can't find her. Have you guys seen her?
Not since the competition started. I'm sure she's around somewhere.
I don't think so.
Mr. Henry showed us the message on his phone. It said, "I'm leaving forever. Don't look for me." We frantically started searching the area, but Emma was nowhere to be found. I called 911, and soon we had a police search team looking for Emma too. Oh God, I hope she didn't go into the woods. That's the only place left that we haven't searched.
Well, we have to look to be sure, but what about the competition?
What about it? Emma's life is more important than anything else. Now hurry up! Sam dropped a text to Mr. Henry and we went into the woods. We tried searching the place, but soon it started getting dark. Disheartened, Sam and I went back to my room, only to find Emma sipping a milkshake. Oh my God, where were you? You know, just hiding. It was so funny watching you guys search for me like headless chickens. Best plan ever. Are you kidding me? We lost the competition. Your dad's a mess. We have the police going mad looking for you. And you're here sipping milkshakes and gloating over your stupid plan? Why? Because I wanted to teach Sam a lesson for betraying me and my dad.
What? I never betrayed you. All I did was try and keep you happy, but nothing works for you. I'm exhausted trying to keep up with your crazy demands, and I like Izzy.
No, you don't. You're mine for life. Izzy can eat bugs for all I care. You're literally the craziest person ever, Emma. Get help. And Sam, I like you, but you have to make up your mind. And yeah, take a stand for yourself before it's too late. No one should have that kind of control over your life. I stomped out of the room angrily, and after that day, I never spoke to Emma again. Sam tried to talk to me, but I just didn't want to deal with Emma's craziness anymore. Soon the camp ended, and we went our separate ways. I started working on my YouTube channel again, and within a few months, it started making me good money. After graduation, I had enough to start my own volunteer center. Things were going great, until one day after wrapping up a late shift, I noticed someone following me. Okay, come out, Emma. I know it's you. How did you know? Sixth sense. Also, that hideous hoodie of yours was enough to give you away. Now tell me why you're here. To apologize. After the camp, Dad got me into therapy for my erratic behavior. And what? Your stupid moves cost me the opportunity to be in a video with Mr. Beast. So unless you have a time machine and can bring that back, you may leave. Just then, Emma pulled out her phone and showed me an email. It said that Mr. Beast had agreed to visit my volunteer center and cover it in his next video. How did you? Told you I knew him personally. I know it's tough, but please forgive me. I'm trying to be a better person. I don't know. It might take me some time, but maybe I'll get there. Take all the time in the world that you want to. Also, I kinda have a surprise for you. If it's one of your freaky dolls.
How about a freaky friend?
Sam? What now? Wow!
I like you, Izzy. I've liked you since the day I saw you, and I always will. You make...
Hi, my name is Eliza, and I've always wanted to be a successful author, just like my dad. But I never thought this dream would turn my life upside down and make me question everything. The thing is, my dad hated it when I wrote stories. Every time I wrote something and showed it to him, he'd rip it up and say it was horrible. "Do something else, you idiot! You couldn't write a decent story to save your life," he said to me once. However, my teachers thought my stories were great, so I decided to find out what Dad's agent would say. I snuck onto his computer and secretly emailed my story to his agent. The agent loved it. I was thrilled, but there was one small problem. I had emailed him pretending to be my dad. The agent asked my father to come by and do an official pitch for the story on Monday. I was in trouble now. There was no way I could tell my dad what I'd done without him getting really mad. So I decided to keep it a secret from my dad. I went over to his agent's office and made the pitch. I told him that my dad was ill, and he'd sent me instead. The agent wanted to make a whole series out of my story. But just as I was leaving, he said, "Tell your dad to come sign the contract tomorrow." Then he closed the door in my face. I was terrified. How was I ever going to tell my dad the truth? But I didn't have to. When I got home that day, Dad was already waiting for me in the living room, and he looked mad. "I told you not to try writing," he growled at me. I asked why he thought I was a horrible writer when his agent clearly loved my work. He said he didn't have to explain anything to me and dragged me to my room. He snatched my computer and laptop and walked out of the room. "I never want to see you write again," he said, and locked me inside. I banged and banged at the door, but Dad wouldn't open it. He said he wouldn't let me out until I promised not to write again. After 5 days, I agreed. He made me sign a piece of paper that said I would never write a book, and if I did, he would claim it as his. What? I was furious, but I had no other option. At least I could go back to school now. One day when I was looking for a book in the library, I bumped into someone. Our hands touched, and I felt electricity through my whole body. He said his name was Felix, and from the way he kept looking at me, I thought he liked me too. Within a few weeks, Felix and I were hanging out all the time. I even showed him some of my stories and told him about my horrible dad. He looked like he felt so bad for me and said he'd help me however he could. I was so happy. So what if my dad was a monster? At least one person in my life loved me. A few months passed. I spent all my free time with Felix and avoided Dad as much as I could. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was passing the local bookstore where a new book was being launched. I decided to peek in and was left shocked by the book I saw. It was the same one I had written and pitched, but it had been published under my dad's name. I rushed home to confront my dad, but he wasn't there. I called Felix and he came over immediately. I told him what had happened, and he suggested that we wait for my dad to come home. But he didn't. Not that day, not the day after. Not even after a week. I tried calling him, but no luck. Felix said he thought Dad had run away with my money. I asked him if I should call the police or the agency, but he said that since I was only 17, calling them would be useless. All they'll do is put you in foster care and call you crazy.
He's always standing on the corner, looking lost and confused. Hey, are you okay?
I think I'm lost. I can't find my way home.
I thought about what Miss Albert had taught us about kindness, so I decided to help. You know what? You can come with me to my house, and we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
He followed me, and as we walked, we started chatting. I'm Hope, by the way.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, Hope.
He looked poor, and I thought my wealthy family would be thrilled to help someone in need. Well, not exactly. Jake and I entered the house while my parents were in the middle of an argument. They stopped immediately when they saw us. Hope, who is this? So, remember when I said I wanted to start being kind? Well, I found this boy who seemed lost, and I thought we could help him find his way home. Are you out of your mind? What if he's a serial killer or someone dangerous? He's 12, Mom, and since you're overreacting, I'll take him to my room. Come on, Jake, let's go. I took his hand and led him upstairs to my bedroom. Mom was such a narcissist. Even though I was young, I could see right through her. Like this one time when I was 6, I was excited for Take Your Child to Work Day. I thought Mom would show me off at her big office, but nope. She was too busy shining like a star with her work friends. I tried to keep up with her, but she didn't even look at me. It was like I was invisible. Then at lunch, while I was alone munching on a cheese sandwich, I overheard her. Her boss said she was great at her job, and she told him kids would just get in my way. Ouch, that stung. I was sitting right there, and she acted like I didn't exist. It hit me hard. To Mom, her job was everything, and me, I just didn't fit into her perfect picture. And from that day on, I didn't look at her the same way. If she wasn't gonna act like my mom, I wasn't gonna treat her like one. But in my bedroom, Jake had a point.
Not to be rude, but aren't you being a bit mean to your mom, even though you're trying to be kinder?
Well, zip it, or I'll beat you in the next game. Now, pass me the PlayStation controller. Game on! And just like that, Jake and I hit it off. He was new in town and didn't have much. That's why he was lost that day. Mom didn't like us hanging out, but I didn't let that bother me. Life was more fun with Jake, and I felt like I was really becoming nicer. A few weeks later, I asked Dad if Jake could join my private school. Dad always called me his little princess and would do anything for me. So, he said yes. Well, my best friends Kendra and Sophie hadn't changed one bit. They were still pretty mean. I kept Jake a secret from them for the last few months. Jake and I agreed to act like strangers at school until I figured things out and felt brave enough to be his friend openly. The day Jake started at school, Kendra and Sophie surprised me.
Look at that hottie over there. He looks poor, but God, I'd pay him to be my boyfriend.
Yeah, let's pay him together. We can share him.
So, when Maya joined us last year, we didn't want to hang out with her because she didn't have much money. But now you're all excited about a guy just because he's good looking?
Oh my God, why are you so obsessed with this Maya girl? Listen, Sophie, let's hire some private investigator to find this Maya for our friend, and she can just shut up about it.
Ha, you're hilarious. But seriously, just leave Jake out of your games.
Wait, how do you know his name?
I overheard a teacher say it, but really, just leave him be.
You know, Hope, since you're so insistent, now I really want to talk to him. Let's go, Sophie.
Great, just what I needed. They went to him and said,
Hey there, Jake. Jake. You're new here, right? Yeah, we thought you looked interesting. Want to hang out with us?
Jake seemed to be taken aback, but agreed to chat with them. For the next few days, Kendra and Sophie became interested in Jake. They wanted him to be their friend, but they had a different plan in mind. They offered him money to run errands and do things for them. I tried to warn Jake that he was worth more than being used like that, but he didn't listen. He said,
"If you want me to stop helping them, you'll have to tell them that we're friends."
I didn't know what to say to that. I wasn't ready to ruin my image by having a poor friend, especially because Kendra and Sophie wouldn't stop laughing at me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With those words, Jake distanced himself from me and grew closer to Kendra and Sophie. They started giving him more money, and he became somewhat distant. I missed my friend. Then one day, I saw Jake holding their coats and acting like a servant. I'd had enough. I approached him and dragged him aside. Why are you acting like this? Don't you have any dignity? You want money? Fine, I'll give you money. Just stop hanging out with them.
Well, I don't mind helping the prettiest and most popular girls in school. Everyone now respects me and thinks I'm cool. And also, I don't know why, but you act like you're better than them.
Well, I am.
You'd rather see them treating me like this than standing up for your friend because you're too ashamed to have someone like me as a friend. How does that make you better than them? At least they're nice to their parents, while you're rude to your mom and take advantage of your sweet dad. You never show him any love.
Tears welled up in my eyes, but I couldn't speak, so I just stormed off. To make things worse, that night, my mom came to my room and said, "Hey, Hope, I wanted to let you know that I've decided to divorce your dad. I've packed my things and I'm leaving in the morning. I came to ask if you wanted to come and live with me, although I already know what you'll say."
Yeah, since you already know, please leave and close the door behind you.
Mom left and I buried my head in the pillow, letting out a frustrated scream. But I refused to let my tears fall. I took a deep breath and decided I was going to take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow, I was going to teach all these jerks a lesson. The moment I saw Jake the next morning, I said, "I'm going to ask my dad to stop paying for your school if you don't stop hanging out with Kendra and Sophie. How about that?"
Yeah, cool. I'll ask Kendra and Sophie to help. They'd love to. Now please go away. I have some things to do.
Yeah, like licking Kendra's shoes, for example. Suddenly, Jake looked at me with angry eyes and a stern expression. He held my shoulders and pushed me back slightly.
Listen, Hope, you need to understand that you're acting like a bully, even if you don't see it. Threatening your friend to do things that only benefit you is selfish and wrong. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but for now, please don't talk to me. Whenever you see me, just look the other way. I hope you have a good life, Hope.
And with that, he walked away. I stood there in shock, then rushed to the bathroom to let out my feelings. When I got there, I found Kendra and Sophie laughing and chatting. In a moment of frustration, I said, "Listen, you two, you need to stop treating Jake like he's here to do your commands."
Whoa, calm down, girl. We don't treat him like that at all. He's just a nice guy who offers to help.
But you pay him.
Yeah, so what? If you have a friend who has less money than you and could use some help, why not?
Oh, come on. We all know you're not exactly the nicest people.
Yeah, we're not denying that, but at least we're not ashamed to be seen with a less fortunate friend in public, unlike you.
How did you even know that Jake was my friend?
Well, it's pretty obvious that you care about Jake. We even think you have a crush on him. Yeah, just be nice to the person you like. I know it can be hard for you, but look at us. We can do it.
If being nice to a friend means treating them like a servant, then I'll pass on that kind of advice from people like you. With that, I left the bathroom. Weeks passed, and I stopped talking to Jake, Kendra, Sophie, and my mom. Although Mom hadn't stopped messaging me and inviting me to her house, I ignored her. One day, I woke up super sick and couldn't go to school for 4 days. No one asked about me or missed me. I felt very sad and vulnerable. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to talk to someone, and I knew exactly who that someone would be. I went to Miss Albert's house. She looked surprised to see me. I told her everything. I don't get it. I wanted to be kind. I helped a person in need, but they chose to be with someone mean, and when I tried to warn them, they told me to buzz off. And now the mean people are the ones who are giving me advice to be a kind person. How exactly did that happen?
Honey, you helped a person in need, and it's a good thing. But you want to help them on your own terms only, and this isn't how kindness works. Sometimes you have to go out of your way to help others.
True. It basically implied that I was ashamed of Jake, and now he chose to be with some mean girls.
Remember that there's goodness in everyone, even if you think they aren't nice. We're human beings. We have goodness and evilness, and the best of us are the ones who can control their evilness when it's most called for.
I hugged Miss Albert tightly and left. The next morning, I entered the classroom and excused my teacher to say something. I just want to say I'm sorry to Jake. He's a good guy, and I'm honored to be his friend. The whole class fell silent, surprised by my confession. Jake smiled warmly at me, and I could see the relief in his eyes.
Your mom's been texting me and asking me about you. She doesn't know we weren't talking, obviously. Want to go to her place after school? I'd love to go with you.
I smiled and nodded my head.
stopped to look over my shoulder to make sure no one was following me. Then I started making my way down the corridor again. It was getting rather dark now, so I switched on my torchlight. I shone the light on the door at the end. Room 217. I pushed the door and it creaked open. And that's when it caught my eye. A small china box with my name on it. Next to it was a note that said, Claire, I knew you would be here. Don't open the box now. Only after 4 days of meeting Skylar. What? And who was Skylar? I decided to go ahead and open the box. But just then I heard a small scuffling sound that made me jump out of my skin. I had to get out of here! In my hurry to leave, I tripped over the carpet and crashed straight into a tea table, knocking it over. Just as I started to cry, the door flew open and someone picked me up. Dad! Claire, are you okay? Seriously, we've had the entire hotel staff looking for you. Again! I told you this part is getting renovated and it's off limits. I tried to tell my dad that I needed to get back, but he dragged me away and made sure the door was locked. I need to get back there very soon. Hi, I'm Claire, and I've lived in hotels all my life. Dad is a famous hotelier who buys old hotels and converts them into luxury 5-star ones. These hotels have been the places for all my biggest adventures and all the scrapes I've landed in. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. My life was perfect until the day I saw that box. I didn't know what to do. The only person I thought of talking to was my old annoying sister, Hanny. All she cared about was makeup and fashion. She had a son and was now pregnant again. And no, she wasn't married. She was engaged to an arrogant billionaire, and her wedding was in 4 days. I found her doing her makeup in her room. She looked angry when she saw me come in. I'm busy here. I just have one question. Do you know someone called... Just then, a young good-looking man walked out of her bathroom. Hey, who's that? Ugh, that's my makeup artist. His name is Skylar. What do you want now? Oh, I didn't expect Skylar to look like this. Hi, Skylar. I'm Claire. I have something very important to ask you. He doesn't speak English. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you can leave now. I felt more confused now. When I was about to leave, Hanny's son, Sam, ran to me. Can you be my mommy? Why, honey? What's wrong? Mommy is always busy. She doesn't have time for me. I felt sorry for this little guy, but I had a mission to take care of. I kissed his forehead and promised him that we would spend some time together later. But now, what am I going to do with this non-English speaking Skylar? It was time for dinner, and all the guests were leaving their rooms. I decided to sneak into Dad's office. He had the key to room 217. I would just steal it and find out what was inside the box. I stood in front of my dad's office door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I knocked several times and called out to him. Dad, open the door, it's urgent! May I help you? And who are you? I'm your father's new assistant. I got hired today. You can call me Skylar. What? Oh, well, it made more sense that he might be the Skylar I was looking for and not that makeup artist. Hi, I'm Claire, and I have a question for you. Yes, ma'am. I know who you are. I was told I'm not allowed to have any personal conversations with you, and I think now it's time for you to go to bed. Excuse me? That's your father's order. You're going to start school tomorrow, ma'am. What was he talking about? I never went to school. I had been homeschooled my entire life, and the best teachers came to the hotel for me. With all due respect, Skylar, I suggest you move aside, now. He looked calm, and then he whispered something in his wrist. From the pirate Skylar to the diamond doves. Come now. What the? And then in no time, 2 maids showed up from nowhere and dragged me away. I yelled at them to stop, and I tried to break free. But man, they were strong. While they were taking me away, Skylar said, My apologies, ma'am. It's your father's orders. When I got to my room, I knew there was no point in running away, because there were cameras everywhere. And Dad would see me and send these crazy women again. I decided that if Dad was going to send me to this school, I would disguise myself and sneak out of there. And then I'd come back into the hotel to get that box. Next morning, I woke up to find the school's uniform on the couch. I put it on and put my disguise in my bag when the maids from yesterday entered the room. I can't travel by car in the morning. It makes me nauseous. Please order a helicopter for me. No need to travel, ma'am. The school is here in the hotel. What? They told me to follow them. When we stepped out of my room, they walked over to the opposite room and opened the door. This is your school, ma'am. I had never seen such a huge room in my entire life. There was only one desk with a chair in front of the teacher's desk. I turned around and yelled at the maids. This is not a school. I'm leaving. They stopped me. No, ma'am, you can't leave. Your father wants you to stay here till the afternoon. Afternoon? That's like 9 hours. But I knew there was no point in fighting. Dad wouldn't allow me to leave. I didn't understand. He was always the sweet, perfect parent. Was this a new way to discipline me or something? I walked towards the desk and sat behind it. The teacher smelled weird and had a creepy smile on his face.
Hi, you must be Claire. I'm your new teacher, Mr. Schuyler.
I gasped. Was there any more Schylers for me to meet in this crazy hotel? I decided not to ask him about the box right away and see how things would go from there. He started with math. He looked straight into my eyes and said,
There are 200 rooms in this hotel with children in them, and 16 rooms with newly married couples in them, and 1 room that is still getting renovated. How many rooms do we have in total?
I thought for a second. The answer was 217, and then it hit me. That room with the box in it was room 217. Did he give me this word problem on purpose? The answer is 217. With a creepy smile on his face, he nodded.
How many boxes does room 217 have?
Oh, he did know about the box. I was about to tell him what I'd found in that room when the door of the room flew open and Sam entered the room crying.
Hey! You're not supposed to be here!
Sam ran to me and hugged me tight, and the 2 maids ran after him. I held him and yelled at the maids to leave.
Ma'am, he can't be here.
Listen, all of you. This boy is not leaving this room unless I leave with him. So you better shut up and leave us alone, or else. The teacher didn't say anything, and the maids left. Sam looked at me with tears in his eyes.
It's Hanny. She is mad.
He always called his mom by her first name. And did he say she was mad? Hanny turns into a monster when she gets angry. The entire hotel staff gets scared when they hear her scream.
Jeremy is mad too. He is gone.
Jeremy was Hanny's fiancé. I felt like she had never loved him. I didn't understand why she wanted to marry him when they fought so much. Suddenly, Hanny barged in, looking super furious. Behind her, Schuyler the assistant was running.
Ma'am, I think you should calm down.
And I think you should shut up!
And I think I should leave you guys alone,
the teacher said and left. She leaned towards me and whispered, I don't know what you're up to, but whatever it is, keep Sam out of it. And she grabbed Sam's arm to take him away.
I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with Claire.
Fine! And she left the room glaring at me. What was this crazy woman talking about? What did she think I was doing? I felt very confused and lost. I let out a loud sigh when Sam looked at me with his adorable eyes.
Don't be upset. I know Hanny loves you. She always say that.
Pfft. Yeah, right. I took his hand and left the stupid room and went to mine. 2 days passed and I wasn't able to find anything more about the box or the right Schuyler. And since no one wanted to help, I knew just how to get Dad's stupid assistant to tell me something that might help me understand what was going on. I waited for the right moment, and as soon as I saw he was alone, I dragged him into my room. There's something I have to tell you.
Yes, ma'am?
I hate it when you call me ma'am. Call me Claire. As soon as I'd cornered him, I kissed him. To my surprise, though, not only did I find myself enjoying the kiss very much, but he kissed me back for a second. Just then the door opened and Sam came in. I immediately pushed Schuyler away and he ran outside.
I can't tell you anything, ma'am. It's your father's orders.
God, Sam! I decided to take him to Hanny and tell her everything. She should help me. When we got there, the door was slightly open. I was about to enter the room when I heard Hanny talking to someone. You need to leave this hotel, Schuyler.
I know, Hanny, I know. I don't know what to do now.
I sneaked to see that she was talking to the makeup artist. Wait a second. She said he didn't speak English. I opened the door. Oh, I can see that he speaks English better than me. What are you doing here? Giving you your son back. You should take care of him, you know. You're his mother, in case you forgot. Hanny was about to say something when she stopped. I could see she was hurt by what I'd said. Then the makeup artist left the room quickly. I gave Sam to Hanny and ran after the makeup artist. Darn, he had disappeared. Then I saw Jeremy coming towards Hanny's room. He opened the door and started yelling at her.
Is Sam back now? You're such a worthless, good-for-nothing woman.
I heard Hanny crying. I would have punched him in the face if it was me. Such a jerk! But for now, I had to do something about that box. I felt so helpless, though. Dad's office was always locked, and no one was willing to help me. And I had no idea who the right Schuyler was. Oh, God, help me! The next day, I woke up even earlier than the crazy maids did and went to school. The creepy hot teacher was already there, writing something down in a notebook. He quickly closed it when he saw me.
Good morning, ma'am.
Just tell me what's in that box, dude.
Ma'am, yes, about the box.
Just then, the 2 maids barged in. Ma'am, you're not supposed to be here. Tonight is your sister's wedding, and your father said you need to get ready. I don't care about her stupid wedding. Just leave or I... But before I could finish my sentence, the maids held me by my arms and dragged me away. As I was leaving, the teacher said,
Don't worry. We will solve the box riddle tomorrow. It's on page 5. I expect you to do your homework.
What riddle? What box? What homework? I'm talking about something else! This dumb teacher knew nothing. The maid shut the door and took me to my room. There, I found the makeup artist. What are you doing here? Why did Hanny say you should leave? Oh, she was worried about my immigration status and that I would be sent away. That's why she didn't want me talking to anyone, and told you I didn't speak English, so no one would snitch on me. Okay, so he wasn't the right Skylar either. This left me with only one Skylar, the assistant. I knew it was him. My gut feeling was right. The moment I was done getting ready for the wedding, I ran to look for the assistant. I found him talking to one of the maids, and he tried to run away when he saw me. Please, I can't do this, ma'am. I tried to think of something really fast, so I lied and said, Sam is stuck in my bathroom. I need your help before anyone finds out he's missing. I could see the serious look on his face. Yes, ma'am. And we both went to my room. I locked the door behind me. Give me the key to room 217, now. He looked shocked and confused. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Don't ma'am me, you idiot. Just give me the key. It's in my dad's office. Ma'am, please calm down. I have no idea what's going on. But since you want this so badly, I can open your dad's office for you. And it's a big risk, ma'am, but I will do it for you. I couldn't believe my ears. Finally! Someone was helping me. I kissed him and took his hand, and we both ran to Dad's office. He opened the door for me and waited outside. I walked towards my dad's desk when I heard some noise. I froze. Who's there? There was no reply. I gathered my courage and continued walking, when suddenly a young man got up from under the desk. I yelled, Oh my God! Calm down, please. Who are you? I'm Skylar. Oh man, this was too much. I couldn't take more Skylars this week. What are you doing here? I'm Hanny's friend. I was supposed to arrive 4 days ago, but my flight got delayed. I need to get you into room 217. You know about the box? Yes, but I don't know what's inside it. I can't explain much right now. You're the only person allowed to open that box. Why? Who said that? Your sister. Then he gave me the key and told me to hurry before it was too late. I was confused. I opened room 217 and went straight to the box. I opened it and I found a letter there. I started reading it and... Oh my God! I needed to leave this place now. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and what was worse, my phone wasn't with me. I kept kicking and pushing against the door. After 2 hours, someone opened it, and it was Skylar, the assistant. The wedding started and I didn't see you around. I checked the cameras and found out you were here. And I also know who locked you in. Me too. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and thanked him. I ran to the ballroom as fast as I could. It was in the same hotel. I screamed when I entered the ballroom. I object! I object! This wedding can't happen! The room fell silent and everyone stared at me. Then Dad came running to me. What's wrong, honey? Dad, Hanny is not happy. She can't marry Jeremy. He is a psycho who never loved or respected her. She's scared, Dad. Jeremy was furious. That's impossible. These are all lies. Tell them, Hanny. Hanny started crying, and then Jeremy started shaking her by the shoulders, screaming at her to say something. Dad ran to him and pushed him away. You can't talk to my daughter like that. And then to Hanny, he said, Honey, why didn't you say something? Dad, I was scared. I'm sorry, Claire, for the way I treated you. I was just frustrated at everyone and everything. It was a toxic relationship. I was lost and angry. Then Hanny's friend, Skylar, showed up and went to hug her. Oh, who is that? It's him, huh? He is Sam's father. I knew you were such a... Then Dad lunged at Jeremy and punched him in the face. 2 security men came running in and dragged Jeremy away. I felt sorry for Hanny, and things between me and her got better and we became closer. She got back with Skylar, her ex-boyfriend, and she gave birth to an adorable baby boy. And guess what she named him? Oh no, not Skylar. Just Liam.
My story animated will give $1,000 to someone who subscribes in the next 7 days. So tell your sister, your brother, your mom, or your friends that if they subscribe, they may win $1,000.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. Finding the
Hi, I'm Amelia from Germany. Please like and subscribe. I live in a trailer shed in Berlin because my parents didn't make any money. I mean, I had food, a mattress, and running water, but that was basically it. My parents tried to get me toys and presents once in a while, even though it didn't go too well. I have a present for you, sweetie. They were giving away free books at the library.
Thanks, but you do realize almost all the pages are missing, right? Mom, I have an idea. What if I get a job and then we become billionaires?
You're in the 3rd grade, Amelia. I don't think that's possible. How could I argue with that? But a few months later, things took an insane turn. Mom had to work all weekend, so Dad decided to take me on a camping trip, just us.
And get bitten by 100 bugs? No thanks. I have enough mosquitoes in my room at night.
But Dad insisted. He borrowed a neighbor's van and we drove for 8 hours straight. God, it was crazy. Finally, we stopped at our destination, and I couldn't believe my eyes. We were standing in front of a palace.
I'd like you to meet your grandfather.
Just then, an old man came out and I was super confused. Then at dinner, my grandpa dropped a bombshell on me.
I wanted your father to marry a rich woman, but instead he marries someone who can't even buy her daughter a proper bed. I told him I'd only share my riches if he'd divorce her for someone else. Actually, Amelia, I brought you here because I'm leaving your mom. I can't live in poverty any longer. We're moving in with my father, and you're going to have a new stepmom soon.
You can forget about me living with you. What, you were just gonna kidnap me and never tell Mom what happened to us? I don't ever want to see you. I don't even want to look at you. You're dead to me.
How could Dad do something so sick? I had Mom pick me up after that, and when she found out what Dad was actually up to, she was horrified. I didn't see him again after that, and Mom told me everything. His parents never accepted me, so he cut them off. I never thought he would leave me. I'll never fall in love again with any man.
That's okay, Mom. You don't need to marry anyone, and I don't want another mean dad. We can do this, just the two of us.
It turned out we did make it on our own. After a couple of years, Mom finally found a new job that paid more, and we were able to move into a house. Everything was great. I was getting good grades in school, and I had tons of friends. But most importantly, I'd made a life-changing decision. I refused to talk to any guy around me. After what had happened with my dad and grandpa, I was convinced all guys were pigs. If a boy even sat next to me in class, I'd move 3 chairs down, and everyone thought I was crazy for it.
Amelia's like an alien, as if she's never even seen a boy in her life.
Maybe she thinks she's too good to talk to any guy at our school. Well, I didn't care what they said about me. I had created a boy-free life for myself, and I was loving it until one day my whole world came crashing down. In 10th grade, 2 twin brothers entered our school in a limo. They were dreamy billionaire heartthrobs named Dennis and Leon. All the girls were fawning over them except me. Then suddenly, as I walked down the hall, Leon pointed his finger at me.
You. I want this young lady to be my school guide for the day. You'll escort me to all my classes, fetch me my test answer sheets from the teacher's lounge, and of course, hey, you can't ask her to do all that. She's a girl. She should have someone escorting her. Show some respect.
Okay, first of all, girls don't need anyone to escort them. And secondly, I don't talk to boys ever. Ask any kid in school. And I really don't talk to snooty guys who expect me to be their slave. I started to walk away when Dennis grabbed my arm gently.
Wait, please. I'm sorry about my brother. He can be kind of a brat. He's the spoiled one in the family. My parents give him everything. Let me make it up to you. I'll buy you coffee. You seem like a really nice girl. We can be friends and get to know each other.
Oh, dear God. I tried pushing Dennis away, but he wouldn't give up. He followed me around all day like a puppy, desperate to be my friend. It was kind of convenient having someone carry all of my textbooks, but I didn't want to take advantage of him. Dennis wasn't as awful as I thought, at least not like Leon. While Dennis followed me around, Leon acted like a total arrogant jerk.
Your dress has a stain on it. Don't you have a washing machine at home?
I'm really not interested in your opinion. And in math class, he forced me to give up my seat.
I need to sit at the front of the class near the chalkboard. Otherwise, I can't concentrate.
When I said no, he whistled and 2 of his bodyguards came charging at me. Where did they come from? They were about to pick me up when something inside me just snapped. I turned around to push them away, but when I did, I banged my head against the wall and I totally blacked out. Some hours later, I opened my eyes to find I was in the nurse's office with Dennis by my side holding an ice pack to my forehead.
You had kind of a scare back in the hall, and I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Okay, thanks. But you've known me for 2 freaking days. Why are you all over me?
I'm not trying to be creepy or anything. It just made me so mad when I saw how Leon acted towards you. My brother's evil, and I don't want him hurting anyone else the way he hurt me.
Before I could answer, Dennis told me all about Leon and all the horrible things he'd done to people. Apparently, Leon pulled all kinds of nasty pranks on Dennis, like leaving poisonous spiders in his underwear. But Dennis was most angry about Leon stealing his girlfriend last year.
He knew I loved her. I found him making out with her behind the school on her 6th month anniversary.
I wasn't sure if it was because my head hurt or I felt lonely, but I enjoyed Dennis's company. After that day, I decided it wouldn't be a crime to hang out with him, so we became friends. Leon kept calling us boyfriend and girlfriend, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. He was just an annoying tease and I had to put up with it. Then one day, Leon and Dennis decided to throw a huge party, and Dennis really wanted me to go. Fine, but only because I've never been to a rich person party before.
Oh, you'll have a blast. And if Leon tries to bug us, we'll glue his butt to a chair.
I laughed and was surprised how much I was looking forward to the party. I had lots of fun when I arrived, dancing to music, watching a movie in their private theater. Then towards the end of the night, the boys decided to play Truth or Dare. When it was my turn, Dennis dared me to jump into the pool with my clothes on.
Sorry, what? You can't jump in our pool.
Actually, I can because that's the rule of the game. I marched outside to the pool with the other kids, but as I stood at the edge of the pool, Leon grabbed my hand.
You are not jumping in that pool. We had a chemical leak yesterday and Dennis knows it. That psycho is trying to kill you.
Don't touch me.
Just shut up, dude, and let Amelia jump in.
God, this guy was a piece of work. He just didn't want me to have fun. Then suddenly, Leon picked up a rock and threw it in the pool. And that's when I saw green bubbles surrounding it. There was a chemical leak. Did that mean?
See, I told you. Dennis is trying to hurt you, Amelia. He's been up to no good for a while and I kept quiet. But this is just too much. How about you continue to keep quiet, jerk?
What were they talking about? Then suddenly, Leon punched Dennis and he fell to the ground. Leon, stop!
Amelia, I have to talk to you.
Just give us space for a second, will you? Leon finally agreed and left me with Dennis. You tried to throw me in a pool filled with acid? That makes no sense. Why would you do something like that?
My brother and I can't have you around. That's all you need to know. I don't owe you an explanation.
Wait, what? As if I want to associate with you, psycho? I could have you locked up in jail. I kicked him as hard as I could and left him there. My God, he was wicked. I couldn't believe I'd ever trusted him. And what did Dennis mean when he said he couldn't have me around? God, I had so many questions. The next day at school, I tried to keep myself focused on schoolwork. I spent all of lunch in the library. But while I was looking through my textbook, someone's hands covered my eyes.
3 guesses who?
Oh, you again. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? This is all so confusing.
Long story short, our families are enemies. My grandma owns half of Germany, and apparently your grandpa does too. They've been threatening and blackmailing each other for years. So Dennis has been out to get you. That's why he followed you around. And I was trying to be loyal to my family, which is why I was a jerk to you at first. But I should have put a stop to it all earlier. I'm really sorry.
You know my grandpa? All of this happened because of a war between his family and yours?
Yep, it's taken over our whole lives. Our parents were barely around when we were kids. It hurt me a lot, but I got over it. Dennis didn't, though. He especially hates your family. He thinks it's their fault that our parents neglected him. Dennis kinda turned into a psycho in general. Once, he put poisonous spiders in my underwear, and then another time, he stole my girlfriend just to piss me off.
Wait a second. Leon was saying the exact same things about Dennis that Dennis had said about Leon. Dennis really had been the culprit the whole time? God, what a mess. I slept for 14 hours after that day. Leon called me the next day and told me his parents had sent Dennis to juvie. He set all my mom's dresses on fire when they got into a fight. That was kind of the last straw. I hope you're feeling better, Amelia. I was worried about you. Maybe we could get to know each other a little better? That's really sweet, Leon. And I'm glad Dennis is out of the picture, but I'm better off not having any men in my life. All they've ever done is hurt me. Still, thanks for saving my life. I hung up the phone, but Leon didn't give up on me that quickly. He kept sending me funny memes and cheer-up messages. He also sent me links to his favorite MSA videos, which I loved, but I never replied to him. Then one day, something wild happened. I was brushing my teeth when my phone rang, and it was my dad. I spit my toothpaste all over the bathroom mirror.
Amelia, tell your friend to back off if he doesn't want to get seriously hurt.
Hey, Dad. Great to hear from you too after 6 years. Also, I don't know what you're talking about.
Your friend, Leon. Why would you be friends with our rivals anyway? He kept texting me to check up on you and be a better dad. Who does he think he is? And when I didn't reply, he turned up at the house. I had to get him thrown out by guards. But next time, I'll do worse.
Dad hung up without even saying goodbye. I immediately video called Leon to find him with a bandage on his head. Leon, you idiot! Why did you go to my dad's place? Did they hurt you?
Hey, no, I'm fine. Just hit my head when the guards threw me out. It was foolish, but I was just trying to make up for Dennis, and you deserve to have someone look out for you.
It was stupid, but I was so touched by what Leon did for me. Maybe not all men were out to hurt me after all. I really started warming up to Leon after that, and we talked often. And on my 16th birthday, I heard a knock at the door. It was Leon, and he was standing there with an envelope. I opened it to find concert tickets for my favorite band. Wow, this is amazing! But you didn't have to get me a present, Leon. You've been a really good friend.
There's 2 tickets in there. You obviously don't want to go alone. No chance I could ever be more than a good friend?
I really can't promise that, dude. But you never know what the future will hold for us. Hi, I'm Belle from France. Please like and subscribe. I'd lived in an orphanage ever since I could remember, but I was always curious about my parents, and I'd annoy the warden with my questions.
Are you an evil witch who took me from my parents because my hair has magic powers? Tell me now, or else. I heard about a girl whose parents were astronauts and they got stuck on the moon. Do you think my parents are there too?
Are you skipping class again? Why are you such a nuisance?
There you are, Belle. So sorry, ma'am. I'll just take her away. Miss Vivian was our teacher and my best friend at the orphanage. She couldn't have children of her own, and she was really attached to me. And I adored her. She could always get me to study by promising me to help me with my singing later.
I don't really need school because I'm going to be a famous singer one day.
Yeah, but there's no harm in having some options, right? My life at the orphanage was good, but when I turned 15, things took a wild turn. Miss V had told me about a talent show she'd applied to on my behalf, and I'd gotten an audition next week. But when my chance came, my nerves took over and I messed it up completely. Miss V tried consoling me, but I was just really disappointed with myself. As we were walking back home, I suddenly saw a masked guy running my way, with a lady yelling behind him. He took my bag. Please, stop him. Without another thought, I grabbed a trash can and threw it in the thief's way, making him trip over it. I snatched the bag from him before he managed to run away. As the woman came closer, my jaw dropped. She was a singer named Madeline, and I was a huge fan. OMG, Madeline, is it really you? I just love... No, don't touch me. You touched trash just now. Then she took her bag from me and walked off to her car without even saying thank you. Hey, you're so rude. Just because you're a celebrity, you think you can treat people like garbage? Some of the people watching us had started recording on their phones and booing Madeline. No, wait, I wasn't going to drive away. Sweetie, I'm sorry. I was just shaken because of that thief. Please, come in. I'll drop you wherever you want. I knew she was just being nice because of the angry mob, but she kept insisting. So I agreed, and she took us back to the orphanage. But the next morning when I went downstairs, I was surprised to see some kids gathered around Madeline. And she said she needed to talk to me privately. Hey, Belle, I have something to tell you. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just can't shake off my gut feeling. You see, 15 years ago, I had a daughter, but my career was just kicking off. So after birth, I left her at the hospital.
What?
I regretted the decision and tried looking for my baby, but I couldn't find her. And when I saw you yesterday, I noticed your green eyes, and we have the same hair color. I think you're my daughter. I know it sounds crazy, but would you agree to a DNA test?
I was stunned, and I didn't believe it, but I gave Madeline a hair sample, and the next day, she returned with the DNA forms that confirmed we were a 100% match. Madeline, the famous singer, was my mom, and she wanted to readopt me. My head was just spinning, and Miss V made things worse.
Belle, are you seriously thinking about going with that woman? She was so rude to you the day before, and now suddenly she's your loving mom? Something about her is off. I can feel it.
Come on, she was stressed that day, and the DNA test shows she's my mom. I've always wondered who my parents are, and now I get the chance to know one of them, to have a family. I'm just supposed to let that go?
I thought I was your family, and I can't let you go with her. I won't.
You can't stop me, Miss V. This is hard for me too, but you're just being paranoid. Miss Vivian's eyes teared up, and she just walked off. Well, if she couldn't be happy for me, then fine. And I left with Madeline soon after. I couldn't help overhearing that woman, and she was being so weird and possessive about you. It's not normal. It's also not normal for a mom to abandon her child for her career. I may have agreed to come with you, but I haven't forgiven you yet. And Miss V loves me.
Sweetie, I understand your anger, and I have a lot of making up to do. You want to be a singer, right? I will start by making that happen.
Also, if Miss Vivian loves you, she should be happy you're getting a better life. I felt troubled, but then forgot everything when we reached Madeline's mansion. It was bigger than a mall.
My assistant Juliet will show you to your room, and then I have an amazing spa day planned for us.
Juliet wouldn't make eye contact with me, and after taking me to my room, she walked off without a word. Rude. But I couldn't help being excited that I was gonna live like royalty. I was hoping to get to know Madeline more, but the spa day was more of a makeover day. And the next thing I knew, I was being whisked off to a TV interview. Madeline, I'm not ready for this. I've never been on camera, and I need time to process everything. What's there to process, love?
You're the daughter of a star, and you need to believe it. And I just can't wait for the world to see my angel. Also, could you please call me Mom?
The next few weeks were a blur of interviews and events, and we were constantly surrounded by paparazzi. Madeline would always get so emotional, and people just loved the story of how we'd been reunited after all these years. But I still didn't know much about my mom. We hardly got the chance to be alone, and she hadn't even heard me sing yet. Late one night, I went down to the kitchen when I heard loud voices from Madeline's studio in the basement.
Juliet, you don't sound good on this song at all.
Well, I'm sorry, but I had a cold that day. We're just gonna have to record it again. And when I heard Juliet singing, I nearly had a stroke. That was Madeline's voice. Just then, Madeline spotted me, and she asked me to come in.
I guess there's no point in trying to hide anything now. Belle, you've discovered the family secret.
Wait, Juliet's been the voice behind all your songs?
Yes. She wanted a steady job, and I wanted to be famous, but wasn't as talented. So we struck a deal at the start of my career. It worked out splendidly.
So you've been taking the credit for her talent and fooling all your fans? That's just wrong. Excuse me.
I didn't ask for your opinion. Okay, so I'm not completely honest with my fans. But either way, I still entertain millions. You're too naive to understand all this, and you're certainly not allowed to tell anyone. Do you hear me?
Maybe Miss V was right about her. If she could lie about such a big thing, who knew what else she was lying about?
Honey, I want to apologize for the way I spoke to you, and I got you the latest iPhone.
This doesn't make up for it. I've always admired you as a singer, and now I find out it's all fake, and no one will ever know it's Juliet.
Belle, do you know what it's like to really want something, but everyone tells you you can't have it? I always dreamed of being a singer, but my family said I wasn't good enough, and I just wanted to show them. Juliet willingly signed the contract, and I've always paid her generously. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I guess. As long as you're paying Juliet well and treating her nicely, I can keep your secret. That's my girl. And no interviews tomorrow. We'll have a movie night. Just you and me. The next evening, while we were watching a movie, I turned to Madeline. Do you have some skin cream? My birthmark is really itchy. Madeline pulled out a jar from her drawer, but when I asked her to put it on, she looked confused. Why can't you put it on yourself? Because I can't reach it? You do know my birthmark is on my back, right? Of course I know. It's just been a long time, honey. But yes, it's on your back. Lift your shirt, please. Actually, it's on my thigh, and it's the size of Africa. The only way you'd forget that is if you never knew it in the first place. What's gotten into you? Madeline, I know you're not my mom. You've lied about everything. So I really don't have to believe that DNA test either. Okay. I'm not your mom. You caught me. But listen, you did all this for publicity, didn't you? Just so you could tell the world about your long-lost daughter and capture everyone's interest and sell albums? You're a monster. Please, let me explain. I did do it for publicity because it's so hard to stay on top in this industry. But I do love you and I want to have you around. If I did something that helps me and also gives an orphan an amazing life, why is that a bad thing? I'm not your charity case to show off and use to make money. It's late now, but tomorrow morning, I'm going back to the orphanage. I won't lie to anyone about being your daughter. I stormed off to my room before Madeline could say more. She was unbelievable. But the next morning, when I went down with my bags, I saw a doctor leaving Madeline's room, and I found out that she had a high fever. I was sure she was faking that too, but the doctor confirmed that she was down with a bad infection. Belle, please, come here. Listen, I'm sorry. Please, don't go. Not like this. Madeline, just get some rest, okay? I'm here. I didn't want to stay, but I just couldn't leave her when she was so sick. The paparazzi were gonna find out when I went back to the orphanage, so I'd let her deal with all that media frenzy once she was better. But I couldn't help calling Miss Vivian, and hearing her voice, I broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry. You were right about Madeline. Her whole life is a lie, and she pulled me into it. And maybe I never really believed she was my mom, but I wanted to. I don't blame you, Belle. And I was being selfish too, because it was hard to let you go. I can't wait to see you soon. I stayed by Madeline's side till she recovered completely. But as I was packing my stuff again, Madeline walked into my room. Belle, don't leave me, please. You're only saying that because you're worried about your reputation once the truth comes out. Sorry, I can't help you anymore. Then let me make you an offer you can't refuse. I want to feature a duet by you and Juliet on my album releasing next week. And then I'll launch your solo career. The publicity we've received helps us both. With me, you can become a pop star overnight. You'll never get a chance like this again. Trust me. Here Madeline was, handing me my dreams on a silver platter. And it was true. Once I got back to the orphanage, people would forget me soon, and I'd struggle to be a singer. I couldn't really trust her. But Madeline called me and Juliet to the studio the very next day to record a song together. It was the most thrilling experience, and she was blown away by my talent. You have the voice of an angel, darling. You're really gonna go places. The album was released, and it exploded. The duet people thought Madeline and I sang together shot straight to #1 on the charts, and it was all you could hear everywhere. One day, when Madeline and I were at an album signing event, I spotted Miss V in the line and ran to her. Miss V, how've you been? I've been meaning to call. But you got busy becoming a star, right? I'm happy that your dreams are coming true, but are you sure this is how you want it? What do you mean? You said Madeline's whole life was a lie, and now yours is too. You're part of her secret, and you're faking being her daughter. This lie will just grow deeper, and then you'll have to give it up forever. Are you okay doing that? I stood there speechless. I just came to tell you that I got a job in another city, and I'm leaving next month. I wanted to wish you luck and say goodbye. I hope you'll do the right thing, Belle. I know you have that in you. I was bummed out for days after that meeting, and I just couldn't shake off her words. Soon after, Juliet came down with a bad throat infection. It turned out to be laryngitis, and she recovered in a couple of weeks. But the doctor said she could no longer sing, and Madeline went ballistic. What? No, you're fine now. You can speak, right? Why can't you sing? The doctor said straining her vocal cords could damage them forever. But she has to try. I'll take you anywhere to get you treated. Madeline, I've served you for 15 years. I think I'm done, okay? Done? You're done? Have you forgotten our deal and what I can do? What are you talking about? My mother worked as a maid in Madeline's family home, and my brother stole all their precious heirlooms. He'd already sold them by the time he got caught, and he was going to end up in prison for years. But Madeline kept him out, as long as I agreed to be her singing voice. I've been repaying her debt all this time, but I'm just tired now. Juliet, if the robbery happened 15 years ago, she can't charge your brother for that crime anymore. You don't know what you're talking about. And why are you complaining, Juliet? You were just a maid and I've done so much for you. Just stop. You're a terrible person who'll always find a way to justify every selfish act. Juliet is done with you, and so am I. And so is your career because you have no talent. And the family you wanted to impress so badly, well, I don't see them around either. Enjoy the rest of your sad, lonely life with your money, because that's what you did everything for. Juliet and I left Madeline for good, and I couldn't get fast enough to the orphanage. Miss V was leaving that day, and I hoped I wasn't too late. I caught her just as she was putting her bags in a cab. Belle? What are you... I did the right thing, Miss V. And wherever you're going, I'm coming with you. I won't take no for an answer. I would like nothing more, love, but what about your career? I'll tell everyone the truth, and then we'll figure it out. I actually have talent, remember? I want to do things the right way, even if it's harder.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please, don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul, and most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up.
It's rotten tuna, isn't it?
I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy! Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez, can I ever catch a freaking break? Hey, what's up? My name is Leon, and I'm a famous teen actor with a super gorgeous girlfriend and the most passionate fangirls ever. It might sound like every teenage guy's dream, but to me, it was the worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine. But you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noelle. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. What the heck, man?
My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know?
Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here, but he didn't look familiar at all. Take it easy on him, Paxton.
I didn't even touch the dude.
And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair.
Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom, our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. And it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed! Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. Why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning him down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates, but what she did next earned some gasps around.
Perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home, but she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon. Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara, and it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention, and he was succeeding.
One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess. Are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room. But the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake! My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool, my heart skipped a beat. But I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl!
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case.
Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but
Okay, let's give it a try.
Alright, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black pains fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement. Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay. What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with a claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noelle! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir. I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle. Where are you going? She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed. Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah!
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise. Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet, and it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around. Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese! Holy crap! What was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were gonna tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My Lady Knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually cancelled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine. Consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding. Inside the fridge. Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot. I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me.
What? So you were actually my fan turned hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear, I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier, and regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally leaned in for a But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
Hey friends, I'm Sia from Florida. If you want to go on a safari with me, please like and subscribe. I was born into a loving family that treated me like a princess. Nah, just kidding. Living with them was a nightmare because the apple of my parents' eye was my brother Danny. Okay, it might seem like I'm complaining a lot, but hang on to know why. Growing up, Mom and Dad were always busy with their jobs or would be fighting with each other. While my parents did that, I pretty much had to fend for myself, and that's why I learned to cook early on. But that made my brother demand me to fix him some snacks every time he was hungry, and I wasn't gonna be bossed around. Make yourself a sandwich, I'm not your nanny. Oh, talking back to your brother? Now face this. Saying that, Danny picked his nose and chased after me. Gross! My brother loved to tease me all the time. He would stick out his tongue at me, throw gum at me, and worse. It was like his life's mission was to annoy me. One time, I caught Danny stealing my trick-or-treat candies. I knew Mom would go crazy if she found out about him eating too many candies because of his braces. So I did what every responsible sister does. I blackmailed him. I will keep my lips zipped if you let me have the PlayStation for the entire month. Do we have a deal? Deal? In your dreams. I'll just say you're lying. Easy peasy. Oh, that made me so mad. Just then, I noticed his piggy bank on the desk and grabbed it. But Danny tried to snatch it from me, and in doing so, it fell and broke. Mom and Dad came running and were pretty pissed at what I'd done. You are always bothering your brother. But Mom, no buts. Grandma gifted him this piggy bank on his test result day. And look what you did. I am so disappointed. The school wasn't any different. Although Danny was a year older than me, we went to the same class, and he was the star kid according to the teachers. One time, we were having our 5th grade English exam, and I was so tense because I hadn't studied. But when I saw Danny, the guy was writing like he was some scholar. So I focused on my question paper and answered it as best as I could. But when the results came, I was called to the principal's office, and Mom was also there. Why, oh why? Care to tell us what you were thinking when you wrote a song in an English exam? Under my umbrella? Really? Because we had to write a poem about an umbrella. Songs are also poems, aren't they? That really got the teacher angry, and the look Mom gave me made me want to hide my head in a hole like an ostrich. When I returned to the class, everyone was laughing at me and singing that song. Dumbhead. I knew you would fail the subject, but failing so epically? It's so hilarious. I overheard the conversation, and I couldn't help but share it with everyone. I so wanted to rip him to shreds, but instead, I just cried and promised myself to get even with him. So the next day at home, I wore his favorite hoodie and paraded in front of him while he was busy playing on his PlayStation. This looks so nice on me. What do you say? The moment Danny saw me, he chased me, and I ran around the coffee table and took the PlayStation controller. He came charging at me like a bull and pushed me onto the couch, but I just kept screaming louder even though I wasn't hurt.
Oh God! Mom! Dad! He smacked me! Ah!
You liar! Dad, she's totally lying. I didn't touch her. My parents believed me and grounded him for an entire weekend. Finally, I felt happy. As time passed, our bickering didn't seem to stop. When we reached high school, I went on a date with the coolest guy in my class, and Danny showed up. I was furious. What are you doing here? Would you mind giving us some space? Oh, you want some space? I'll give you that. Saying that, he pushed the guy off the bench and made him run off. I was so mad at him. I wanted to break his teeth. But when he showed me his phone, my jaw dropped. The guy was two-timing me. What the heck? I am such an idiot. Yeah, you sort of are. And that's why you're a jerk magnet. Ugh, Danny was so annoying. But I guess perhaps he wasn't all that bad. After that day, he was at least bearable. Things were good, but after I graduated high school, things went south for our family when Dad left us for his girlfriend. Those were the hardest days for us. Mom was sad and we could barely make ends meet. I knew Danny and I couldn't afford college. It was then that for the first time, Danny and I landed on the same page and decided to find work so we could help Mom. Danny found a job in just 1 month, while my search felt like it took an eternity. After a long time, luckily I got a job in a salon. I was so excited about my first day at work that I woke up at 6 in the morning. But when I went there, the owner handed me the scissors. I felt scared. I might have lied on my CV about knowing how to style hair, cause once or twice I gave Danny a bowl cut. Just trim the hair and make it even. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Don't worry. You're in good hands. After I was done, I was so sure the client would love it. But she screamed, "You ruined my hair. Are you crazy?" What? No, it looks good. What happened next wasn't a surprise. I was fired and banned from working at any salon ever. To set the record straight, that hairstyle is totally in fashion these days. After losing that job, I was a bit disappointed, and one day, I was just lazing around the house. Danny came over to me. "Hey, Couch Potato, what do you have planned for Mom's birthday?" "Oh, it just slipped my mind. How about I cook the food and you take care of the rest?" The party we threw was awesome. When it was time for dinner, everyone praised my cooking skills. Mom and all the guests loved the food. Oh, yum! Honey, you made snacks and a whole Italian meal? I'll give you 10 out of 10. I never had time to cook these fancy things for you. Where did you learn this from? Really? Yay! Mom, I learned it from YouTube and sort of gave my own touch to the recipes. It was the first time I'd felt so happy in a while. Come on, it's just food. What's the big deal? Anyone can cook. Really? Then you won't mind ordering food for yourself, will you? Okay, I was just kidding. I must say that it's good. But please, don't be one of those people who constantly puts their food pics on Instagram. For the first time in years, Danny had a good point. So, I did the opposite of what he said and made a Facebook page and an Instagram account where I posted pictures of everything I cooked. One day, I got a call from a lady who was at Mom's party. She told me she wanted me to cook for her son's birthday. OMG, are you serious? Thanks a lot. I'm glad you liked my cooking that much. It was something new, but I gave it my best shot, and the whole thing turned out great. It was a couple of weeks later that I found out that she was some big-time influencer who reviewed my food on her Instagram account. And because of that, I started getting orders for my food. While I focused on my home business, I hoped that one day I'd have my own restaurant. Meanwhile, Danny got married to a girl way out of his league. Back in high school, Kyla used to be the most popular girl and was always mean to me for some reason. But since she and Danny soon moved out and I got his huge room, I was ecstatic. Things were going great until I was scammed by a customer. He gave me a big order, didn't pay me, and worse, vanished. It was a big loss for me. Even though I was getting orders, I didn't have much to buy ingredients. So reluctantly, I asked Danny for a loan and promised to pay him back. But the moment his wife heard me, her face twisted. What? No, we don't even have enough to pay our bills. Why don't you look for a job? You'll definitely get one. It's been long enough since you've been sitting at home, and it's not like your cooking is so perfect. Thank you so much, Kylie. Next time I want unwanted advice, I know where to go. Danny, I'm talking to you. I waited for Danny to respond, but he said nothing, so I just left out of embarrassment. Sometime later, there was a hurricane in our town, and the roof of Danny's house collapsed, so he had no choice but to move in with us. I was fine with it, but one day, Danny's wife demanded that I give him his room back. While I was totally against it, Mom kept nagging about it, and I had had enough. No, Mom, it's mine now. He left, remember? Sia, don't talk to her that way. I'd never talk to you like that. Mom, if I wanted to hear from a butt, I'd fart. Do not butt in next time. That really had pissed her off. But in the end, I had to do what Mom asked me to do. While Danny and his wife were at our place, it was getting harder and harder to stay at home. I decided to look for jobs again, and I interviewed for many jobs at restaurants, thinking my experience as a home cook would help, but it didn't. After another unsuccessful interview, I was in the elevator when someone tapped on my shoulder.
Oh my god, it's really you. You're Sia. I followed your Instagram account. I'm a regular customer. A fan, probably.
Creepy. Okay. Just as the elevator stopped, I wanted to run, but what the guy said made me stop.
Hey, look, I'm Carter. I run an event management company, and we are looking for someone who can make food for our events. I know you must be busy, but maybe think about it.
Okay, I'll let you know. The moment I was home, I called Carter and landed the contract. I was jumping with joy. I put my all in, and the event went amazingly. Soon, I started to work with Carter more often. Carter and I had amazing chemistry, and every time he was around, I would be giggling at his jokes. We soon started dating, and a couple of months later, he proposed to me, and I said yes. The very next day, I invited Carter to meet my family, but what happened next shook me. The moment Carter entered the house, Danny's wife started acting weird. Carter? It's nice to see you after a long time. I missed you. Did you miss me?
Please, don't flatter yourself, Kylie.
What is she talking about? Wait a minute. Do you two know each other? Turns out, Carter and Kylie had dated a long time ago, until he found out she was cheating on him and then dumped her. Wow, talk about a small world. Well, when Danny learned this, he was bent on having me break things up with Carter. Do you think it's that easy? If so, why don't you leave Kylie? I love him a lot. I can't just leave him. Danny just got so angry. Carter and I got married a month later. Danny and Kylie didn't attend the wedding, and that was fine with me. Soon we both moved to another city where we were living our best life. One time, I called Mom and she told me how Kylie was sick, so Danny was struggling to meet expenses. I felt sad and just wished things would turn out well for him. As for my work, it only got better and better, and my dream to one day have my own restaurant was soon going to be a reality. I so wanted to share this with Mom, so I visited her, but to my shock, Danny and Kylie were also there. I hadn't seen them since I left the city with Carter. I was surprised to see that Kylie was expecting, and I was so happy for them. Even though Kylie gave me the cold shoulder, I put on a smile and greeted her. As we were having lunch, Mom asked me how I was doing, and I told her all about my plans of expanding the business. I'm now gonna buy a place for my own restaurant. I'm so nervous, but also excited because I worked so hard for this. Show off. Everyone knows you have a rich husband and can afford anything. So what hard work? Her words really pissed me off. Jealousy is a disease, honey. I hope you get well soon. Jealous? Of you? Someone who left her mom the moment she got married? You are just like your dad. That did it. But before I could say anything, Danny snapped.
Just cut it out. You have no idea. Just keep your mouth shut. You didn't even let me attend her wedding. I kicked his leg under the table to stop him. Don't try and stop me, Sia. She needs to know about your kindness, about how you helped us in our time of need. Kylie, Sia paid all your medical bills and even paid for the renovation of our house after the hurricane. I'm so sorry for all the times I picked on you and for being a bad brother. You helped us out despite all of this. I owe you big time.
Saying that, Danny hugged me tightly.
Kylie, if you love me, you gotta respect my family.
Hearing all this, Kylie looked so shocked and stormed out. We stayed at my mom's place for a week, and when it was time for us to go, Kylie entered my room and apologized. I am sorry, Sia. I thought about everything, and I realized how wrong I was. How badly I treated you right from the start. You were so kind all the time. Well, I am glad you realized it. Maybe let's give our relationship another try? I am kind of thankful to you for taking my brother off our hands. Gosh, he can be so annoying. True that. Kylie, we're sister-in-laws by chance, but perhaps we can be friends by choice? What do you think? Oh, that's a pretty good idea. And I hope my daughter will grow up to be as strong and kind as you.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's your girl, Giselle. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And rock on! My baby sister, Alora, and I were raised by our single mother, who got sick and went into a coma when I was 12 and Alora was 8. Our lives flipped upside down, even more so when we found out we'd have to live with our Aunt Mona. She was Mom's careless older sister, whom she didn't like, and we'd never even met her. But she was our only relative, so it was probably a better deal than foster care. Aunt Mona was a free-spirited, adventurous young woman who was backpacking solo around the world when we interrupted her life. In a blink of an eye, she went from one of the youngest people to have ever climbed Mount Everest to a single mom of 2 girls she didn't give birth to. And she didn't have a clue about how to take care of children. Like knowing that kids run away when you aren't paying attention? Yeah, she once lost Alora at the mall and found her hours later, and they were both traumatized by that incident. But sometimes, it also made her the coolest guardian any kid could ask for. She didn't force us to eat broccoli. She allowed candy before dinner, and we stayed up as late as we wanted, binge-watching MSA on school nights. My sister Alora would sometimes use that to her advantage, despite being an overall easygoing kid. And as the younger one, she required more care from Mona, who would try to force that responsibility on me. I don't know what to do, Giselle. Help me out here. I've never had to deal with children before you guys came along. No, Mona, she obviously cannot adopt this wild snake as a pet. I don't want her to resent me for refusing her that. Can you please tell her yourself? In these situations, I always ended up being the party pooper, while those two got closer. Mona remained an irresponsible adult, spoiling my sister, and Alora definitely preferred her cool aunt over her protective older sister. On top of everything else, Alora was an A-grade student, so Mona was always proud of her. Maybe you should be more like Alora, because if you keep up with those grades, you won't be able to get into college, Giselle. Who said I want to go to college? I want to be a guitarist in a metal band. Well, you have to graduate from college first, then do whatever you want. Your mom wouldn't want it any other way. Also, this is just a phase. It's not a phase, Mona. It's who I am. And don't bring my mom into this. She always supported my talents, and she was chill. I'm sure she would support my music too. I grew up with her, so I know her better than you. Do you though? The last time I checked, Mom never liked you because you always put yourself first. Also, did you ever go to college? Why are you suddenly acting like some responsible adult? Don't talk back to me like that. I'm the one who takes care of you, so you need to obey me. I obey no one. Sorry you're stuck with us, but I'm old enough to know what's best for me, and I definitely don't need you to take care of me. Our endless ego duel started with that fight and lasted for a long time. If Mona didn't understand how important music was to me, I couldn't be bothered to convince her. I was a misfit in school because I dressed like a goth and was into metal music, but I'd formed a band with some kids I'd met in the park, and being with them was the only time I felt I belonged somewhere. School was a waste of time for me, so when Mona dropped us off every morning, I waited for her to go, and then went to practice in an abandoned warehouse with my friends. Life was good, and we were even working on our first album. My bandmates and I decided to play at a very famous local metal festival the coming weekend. But of course, Mona had to overreact massively. Ah, what do you mean a metal festival? That's no place for a child. Are you trying to send me into a coma with my sister? Chillax, man. Why are you being so melodramatic?
Maybe because she's worried about you and the company you're keeping? Your friends are a bad influence on you.
Shut up, Mini Raccoon. Keep your nose out of my business. You're just Mona's butt wipe. despite all her efforts, Mona couldn't keep me away from the festival. We had practiced so hard, and I wasn't letting this opportunity slide. The festival was massive, and I was loving the energy of the crowd and getting to see the other bands perform. But just before it was our turn, the police crashed the event and dispersed the crowds because apparently the festival didn't have a permit. My bandmates and I ran faster than Roadrunner until we ended up near the town's historical municipal building. As an act of protest against the way the metalheads were treated, we decided to write messages and spray paint all over the building's old walls. Anarchy was in town, and before we knew it, the police caught up to us and took us to the station. The humiliation I felt when Mona arrived to bail me out was unmatched. I just knew that she would use this card against me for the rest of my life.
See? I told you they're a bad influence. You're hardly ever in school because of them.
What? Young lady, your behavior is out of control. It's about time you learn some discipline. No more metal music, and you're forbidden from hanging out with those punks. Forbidden? You can't force me. Challenge accepted. She was very serious. She started dropping into school unannounced to check up on me and chat with my teachers. All this time I'd been skipping school, I was forging her signature for made-up appointments. And now that cat was out of the bag. But even worse, one day when Mona had dropped in, she witnessed a bunch of mean girls bullying me.
Hey, freak. I heard that music festival was a flop and you ended up in jail. I'm sure you deserve that. Your music is as bad as your taste in clothes. Yeah, you're practically a crime against fashion. Weirdo.
This wasn't new for me, but when it happened in front of Mona, I felt like my ego was crushed. I just knew she'd give me some insensitive lecture that I didn't want to hear right now. Don't listen to them. Only people who are insecure about themselves feel the need to put others down. You're unique and special. You know what you like, and you know how to express yourself. Don't allow their words to hurt you. I was really surprised, but just acted indifferent. I don't care about them, or anyone, but I was really glad that she didn't tell me to change my appearance, or even gave me some lecture about not standing up for myself that would just make me feel bad. Since that day, something shifted in our dynamics. I started appreciating her as someone who had always done things her own way, and wasn't afraid to be herself. I started wondering why Mom disliked her so much. She wasn't all that bad. So one day, when Mona was at her yoga class, I decided to look through her photo albums to see when exactly they stopped talking. As I was digging through some boxes, I found Mona's old diaries. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help reading them, and I felt like I was getting to know a very relatable and real person with whom I had a lot in common. But then I came upon the entry that made everything clear. Grandpa was a single parent, and he was sick for years when Mona and Mom were teenagers, and their financial situation wasn't the best. So instead of staying with Mom to help her, Mona stole a bunch of Grandma's jewelry and Grandpa's cash, then ran away from home at 18 to go backpacking around the world. Mona's confessions in her diary were her true thoughts, so it wasn't just Mom's opinion of her. She was an irresponsible, selfish older sister who had left Mom to struggle. Mom never had the opportunity to do things she liked because she had responsibilities bigger than her ever since she was 15. Mona had stolen Mom's youth. I was so distracted and angry in the following days that I couldn't even focus on band practice, which wasn't good for us because our album was launching soon. We also had a tour planned, and I needed Mona's permission to skip school for 2 weeks and travel around the country. I was already hating that idea, and the conversation didn't go well. I just want to know where you get your audacity from, Giselle. You get to be your own person, but not before you finish high school. I thought I made that clear. Also, I still don't like your irresponsible bandmates, and I can't let you travel around with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which is important for my future career. And you know what? I can't even take you seriously when I know how irresponsible and selfish you are. Excuse me? You heard me. Your lack of responsibility ruined Mom's life. She had to become an adult too soon because her older sister decided to bail on her. And don't try to deny it. I read your own confession in your diary. You read my diary? This is such an invasion of privacy. I don't want to see your face right now. You're grounded. Gladly. Plan B it was. That night, I wrote her a letter and snuck out my window. Not so dear Mona. When I'm famous and successful, don't come knocking at my door. I want you to remember how terrible you were to me and my mom. Selfish witch. Rock on, Giselle. The adrenaline rush I felt as I left the house in the middle of the night was unmatched. I rushed down our street as fast as I could to my friends who were waiting for me in their van. And so, my new life as a rebellious musician began. The next morning, I woke up to 20 missed calls from Mona and 70 voice notes. Alora also left me tons of texts saying Mona was furious and I had to come back home. So I decided to turn off my phone and enjoy the decision I had made. Night after night, we played in different cities across several states, and the crowds loved us everywhere. It felt good being cheered by unknown people, meeting potential connections in the music industry, and getting paid. But after 3 weeks on the road with my bandmates, I started noticing how tiring living in a van with them was. They didn't clean up after themselves and often had the pettiest arguments. They also became lazy and stopped taking this tour seriously. We even missed a couple of shows because they didn't feel like it. I missed hot showers and delicious homemade food. I even felt Mona and Alora's absence. But I couldn't bear to hear Mona's "I told you so" and admit she was kinda right about my friends. I knew I would have some big punishment waiting for me back home. One night after our concert, it was raining heavily, so we decided to stay in a hotel to rest and wait for the rain to stop. But we couldn't afford a good hotel, so the 5 of us had to share a shabby room, and being the youngest, they made me sleep on the floor. And the next morning, we realized that our dream tour had turned into a real nightmare. Is that our van floating down the street? It had rained so much that there was flash flooding in town. Unless we managed to get a boat or build an ark, we couldn't get out. The electricity and internet connection was down too, so we were basically stuck with no contact with the outside world. The next 2 nights, things got worse as we waited for some help to come. Everyone was scared and hungry, and to top that, my bandmates managed to push all my buttons when they suggested we swim for it. They were morons! I spent all my time regretting the way I'd left. I realized that I'd left Alora with our selfish aunt to pursue my dreams, kind of what Mona had done to Mom. Now, in this grave danger, I wondered if I'd ever get to see my sister again. But the next morning, we woke up to the loud sound of helicopters. We rushed to the rooftop to see the rescue teams had finally reached our area. And just then, I heard a familiar, high-pitched, distinct voice screaming from a megaphone. "That's her over there! That's my niece!" I couldn't believe my eyes. Mona was here to save me. At that moment, I forgot everything else. And when we were rescued, I hugged her as tight as I could. How did you even find me? I'd find you even if you were on Mars, Giselle. You're my little girl, and I would never let anything harm you. I was able to track you from your phone's location, and I know people working in some rescue agencies, so I pulled a few strings. I'm so sorry for how I left things. You were right about my bandmates, and I regret everything I wrote in that letter. There's nothing to forgive. You know, I came to your room that night to tell you everything, but you'd already run away. I guess you didn't read my diary entries long enough to know how much I regretted my selfish actions later. I spent years reaching out to your mom and trying to make it up to her, but she refused to forgive me, and now she never will. But I promised that I'd do my best to take care of you girls. I'm sure she'd forgive you if she saw the person you are now, Aunt Mona. Alora was waiting for us at home, and she was so happy to see me safe and sound. I had betrayed my sister, and she still received me with open arms.
Don't scare me like that again, and don't leave me.
Never, I promise.
Hi, I'm Grace from Canada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad, and he was the best parent anyone could ask for. He was a lawyer and worked long hours, but he was always there to make me breakfast, take me to school, and give me piggyback rides when we got home.
Charge, my trusty horse.
Giddy up, giddy up. Throughout my childhood, different people tried to convince Dad to get married, but he never agreed. You know every child deserves a mom.
Thank you, but I'm perfectly capable of raising Grace.
Aha! Take that, nosy people. Dad and I were perfect alone. But as a kid, I struggled to make friends. It turned out that I had social anxiety, and talking to people was a nightmare. Dad said it was because I spent a lot of time alone, but it didn't get easier even after joining school. I always said the wrong things and ended up chasing people away. Like this one time, I saw a girl sitting alone at recess, and I went to talk to her.
Hi, I like your dress. It's green like a frog. Not that you look like a frog. Well, maybe you do, but in a good way. What a weirdo.
After a while, I stopped trying and became the girl who was always alone and kinda invisible. But then I found company in my books, so it was no surprise that I was a genius at school. My life was really simple. I went to school, topped my grades, and then came home to watch movies with Dad. But when I turned 14, everything changed. One evening, we were halfway through dinner, when I noticed that Dad was sweating nervously. OMG, was he having a heart attack? I pushed him down to the floor and began thumping his chest. Dad, you're gonna be fine. I won't let anything happen to you.
I'm fine, Grace. I just wanted to tell you, I met someone. Her name is Angela, and I want to marry her. And the best part is, you get a brother and a sister.
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Dad? You always said you didn't need any help raising me, so why now?
I'm not marrying her to raise you, Grace. I'm marrying her because I love her.
Loved her? I was furious. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. Our lives were perfect. Why would Dad want to change anything? A week later, Dad arranged for me to meet Angela and her kids over dinner, and I had the perfect plan to chase them away. I changed the settings of the oven and turned the turkey to flames. No food, no dinner. But Angela, my stepmom, turned out to be a master chef. When she came home, she cooked food for everyone and it was freaking delicious. But I wasn't gonna melt so easily. I kept frowning at her the entire time while her 5-year-old son kept blowing raspberries at me. He was so cute. Ugh! Focus, Grace! This is a really lovely home and I'm so happy to meet you. Well, sadly, I'm not.
Grace, you will be nice to our guests. Apologize right now.
I mumbled sorry under my breath and turned my focus to her daughter. Her name was Eva, and she kept going around and touching everything. Wow, what a big house, and what a shiny sculpture. Don't touch it. It's my dad's favorite and really valuable. Don't you mean our dad, sister? And listen to me carefully. Don't play with me. I'm warning you. What? She gave me the most evil smirk and rubbed her dirty hands all over the sculpture before she ran away smirking. After they left, I told Dad I didn't like Angela and her daughter, but he didn't listen. And a month later, they were married. At their wedding, I was the angriest guest ever, but Eva was happier than the bride. A day after the wedding, Dad came into my room and sat on the bed.
I know this is hard for you, Grace, but I want you to promise that you'll try to like them. For me, okay?
Dad had never asked me for anything before, and his request moved me. So I decided to chin up and try to love my new family. The same day Dad and Angela were supposed to leave for their honeymoon, Dad said their trip was canceled because the sitter they'd arranged wasn't available. And I took this chance to be supportive. I can handle everything here, Dad. You should go. I insisted. How hard could it be to take care of a 5-year-old? They agreed and left for the week. And Fred was great. But Eva was a witch. She refused to help and would litter all around the house, thus making me do all the chores by myself. Then one evening I looked out my window and saw Eva yelling at Fred. I rushed outside to his rescue. You idiot! How dare you put a bug on my bed? You can't even talk right, you weirdo. She was about to hit him when I came and stopped her. Stop it, Eva. Don't touch him. And don't speak to him like that. Back off. He's my brother, not yours. I'll speak to him any way I like. I knew what it felt like for someone to call you a weirdo, so I gave him a hug. You know, I don't think you're weird. In fact, you're the best 5-year-old I know. His face lit up and he happily skipped away. I already knew that I was gonna love him so much. And soon enough, he became my first friend ever. And that drove Eva mad. Fred, you know I'm your actual sister and not her. But Fred ran to me and climbed into my lap. Soon enough, our parents came home and Eva joined my school. She instantly became friends with the popular girls, and everyone wanted to be close to her. Eva, it's time to go. Ew, who are you? I'm Grace. We've been in the same class since the 1st grade. Wow, I really never noticed you before. What? All my life, these people made me feel invisible. And Eva walks in and suddenly she has a million friends? One weekend, when our parents were away, I heard loud music coming from the backyard. I went to check and found Eva having a huge party in the garage. It seemed like half the school was there. What's going on? I'm having a meet and greet with my new friends. My dad would not like this. He'll only know if you tell. Just then I heard someone say,
No way. Loser nerd girl is your sister.
And that hurt so much. I'd spent so many birthdays alone because these people never came. But they were all here now. I hated that Eva had walked into my life and was living it better than I ever did. So I went to the main controller and I shut down the electricity. The music died and soon everyone left. And Eva came screaming at me, but just then our parents came back home, and when they saw the mess, Angela was pretty upset.
How dare you have a party without asking? You are in trouble, young lady. I'm grounding you for a month. It's all right, Angela. She's just a kid.
Ugh, I wish he knew. As soon as Dad took her side, Eva turned all smiles and Angela came to me.
I wanted to thank you, Grace. You accepted us as a family and looked after both Eva and Fred. So I got you a present as a token of thanks.
It was a beautiful gold necklace. She put it around my neck, and for the first time, I noticed how beautiful she was. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. Hello, where's mine?
You're not getting it anymore. I'll sell it and give the money to charity.
Eva grew red with anger and she marched to her room. And later that night, she stormed into mine. Look here, you nerd. If you think my mom loves you, you are wrong. She married your dad for his money, and that's the only reason she's nice to both of you. So before you get any mommy-daughter fantasies in your head, I thought you should know that. I just tried to ignore her because I knew she was mean to her core. But it annoyed me so much that people still adored her, even my dad. One evening, I came down into the lounge and I saw Eva jumping around happily. Oh my God, we're gonna go see Funky. Funky? It was our favorite band. Dad and I always watched them play when they came to town.
Actually, Eva and I are going. I only managed to get the last 2 tickets, and Eva's never seen them play before.
What? But that's our thing. This is crazy. You're taking her and not your daughter?
Come on. You've seen them a million times, and Eva is my daughter too.
Stepdaughter? With that, I picked up a picture frame on the shelf and smashed it to pieces.
Grace, I am so disappointed. I didn't raise you to be a brat.
I didn't care. I was really angry at Dad. In fact, I was angry at all of them for changing my life. But it was hard to hate my stepmom. While Dad and Eva were at the concert, she took me shopping and we did fun things I never did with Dad. One morning I overslept and I was in a hurry to get to school. I was struggling with my hair when she walked into the bathroom and helped me. There you go. You look beautiful. Thank you, Angela. Please, call me Mom. Mom. I imagined a perfect world where she really was my mom, but my thoughts were interrupted by Eva's voice. Mom, can you leave her ugly hair and help me with mine?
Oh, honey, you guys are late. We don't have time for that.
Eva went red with anger. Jeez. I was slowly getting used to having a new family, even though I still hated Eva. But then one day, it all came crashing down. I came home from school and went to say hello to Mom, but I stopped outside her room when I heard her speak.
Darling, we'll leave as soon as we're done selling those sculptures and all the jewelry. I can't wait to get away from this man and his needy daughter.
My heart broke. So Eva was right all along. Her mother didn't love me or even Dad. I immediately raced downstairs and saw that Dad's favorite sculpture was gone. Oh my God. I went out to the driveway and waited for Dad to get home. Dad, I told you these people are evil. I told him what I'd heard, and it made me so sad to see his heartbroken face. But when we went back inside, the sculpture was back in place. What? I couldn't believe it. And I could already see how disappointed Dad was in me. Wait, Dad, I'm not lying. I heard Angela myself. She's a thief.
You think I stole something?
I turned around to see Angela, Fred, and Eva standing behind me, looking shocked. But they weren't fooling me anymore. Just stop it. I heard you saying you'll sell Dad's sculptures and leave. You can stop pretending now.
All I've ever done since I've come here is love you, but it seems like I'm wasting my time.
She turned to Dad and said,
I love you, but if your daughter hates me enough to make up lies about me, then maybe we shouldn't be together. I'm leaving.
What? Leave? We can't leave. Can we all calm down and talk about this? But her mom had already stormed off, and Eva ran to her.
I begged you to try and like them for me, but I guess that was too much to ask.
Dad, I'm not lying.
Stop it. You got what you wanted. Congratulations.
It was the first time Dad had ever yelled at me, and then he walked out.
Gracie, you really want us to go? I thought you were my sister.
I cried as I hugged him tight and ran away to my room. As they left in their car, I watched them from my window and cried some more. After that, Dad didn't speak to me for a while. Our lives were back to normal, but everything was different. Dad was miserable and so was I. I missed Fred and his mom. Why did they have to turn out to be such terrible people? One day I was in my room when I heard something. I looked outside and it was Eva throwing stones at my window. I marched downstairs angrily to ask her what she wanted, but she held up her hand. Wait, let me speak first. I'm just here to fix things. My mom didn't do anything. I used a fake voice app to make up the thing you heard. What? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Because I was jealous. I had Mom to myself for years, but then Fred came along, and then you, and she likes you better. It was like I kept getting pushed back and no one remembered me anymore. I didn't mean to break them up. I just wanted to hurt you and for you to kinda hate Mom. I'm sorry, okay? Please help me make our parents happy again. Weirdly enough, I sort of understood Eva. To be honest, I was jealous of you too. I didn't like sharing my dad. And all the things I found difficult came so easy to you. Next to you, I felt like a freak. Don't say that. You're the smartest person I know, and you may not have friends, but you have a brother and sister who care about you. If you still want them. I could feel tears rolling down my cheeks as we hugged. And I noticed for the first time that she smelled like flowers, just like Angela. Let's go tell our parents about the mess you made. My mom's gonna kill me. Don't worry, I'll save you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ria and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was born on the night of a red moon. In my village, that's considered really bad luck. So growing up, everyone was terrified of me, including my family. Mom was always making me necklaces to ward off evil spirits, and Dad never looked me directly in the eye. But the worst was my older sister, Uma. Once she tried to give me away to a sailor.
Take Ria far off into the river. Mommy says she was born on a cursed night and she scares me.
Mom pulled us away and gave Uma a scolding, but Uma just couldn't stop acting like I was some monster. She even refused to sleep in the same room as me and shifted to my parents' room. I tried to be friends with Uma and made her a mud pies to show her I wasn't evil.
2 dessert pies for royal princesses like us. I don't eat mud. That's food for a devil girl.
With that, Uma rubbed a mud pie in my face.
Well, this devil girl likes to share her meals.
We broke out into a full-on mud fight, and after that, I stopped trying to win Uma over. Instead, we totally avoided each other. One day, I was in the woods picking berries for Mom when I heard a scream. I looked behind me and saw a lady lying on the ground. There was a big snake wrapped around her leg. I grabbed it by the tail, flinging it as far as I could. The woman and I ran away, and when we were out of the forest, she hugged me. My angel, you saved me. Let me give you something in return. The lady pulled out a book from her pocket. This is a wonderful book about how to grow your own crops. I found out the lady's name was Pavitra, who spent her time researching the best ways to grow food. I read the book she gave me and tried not to feel lonely whenever I heard Uma playing with her friends at her house. Then one day, things took a turn. Our village was having a celebration to pray for rain. Everyone prayed for days, but nothing happened. Then one evening, Uma came running to me crying. Ria, my favorite dress fell from the balcony and into the place where they're doing the raid ceremony. What if someone steals it or gets caught in the fire? Or it was the first time Uma had really spoken to me in years, and I jumped at the opportunity to help her. I climbed down the balcony to get the dress, but suddenly I slipped and knocked over a holy candle, which the villagers were praying to. It lay on the ground in shattered pieces.
You've doomed us all. You've upset the heavens.
This girl's a curse to her own family, and now she's corrupting the entire village.
Just then, my parents and Uma came running. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to help my sister. Uma, please tell them it wasn't my fault.
I should have never asked you of all people to help me. You probably cursed all of us just by stepping inside here.
I wish you'd just leave the village. I'm sick of living with a sister like you. Suddenly, all the villagers started agreeing with Uma. They wanted me gone. My parents took me home quickly, but for the next week, all these villagers protested outside of our house. Then one day, a woman knocked on our door, and I realized it was Pavitra, the lady who I'd saved from the snake. and she had a crazy offer. I'll take care of your daughter. She can come live with me in the city. I was certain my parents would never agree to a stranger adopting me. But that night, Mom called me into her bedroom and told me she was sending me away with Pavitra. I don't understand. You want to get rid of me? Just like that? Of course not. But I'm worried about your safety, Ria. Trust me, it's for the best. We'll see each other again soon. I left the next day with Pavitra. I knew I'd be safe with her, but I was so angry at my family. Most of all, I was angry at Uma, who cheered when I packed my bags. But with time, I started to forget about all my problems back home, because living in the big city was amazing. Pavitra lived with her husband in a much bigger house, and they both spoiled me rotten. We'll paint your bedroom walls any color you want. We'll even get you your own kitten. Are you serious? You guys are the best! My school life was even better than my new home life. It turned out all the kids had heard about what happened to me at my old village, and they were really sympathetic. I could never live in a place that superstitious. And you're way too pretty to be treated like that. You don't think I'm a devil child? I'm flattered. Everyone laughed, and I instantly became the most popular girl at school. Pavitra was overjoyed to see me so happy. On my 15th birthday, she threw me a huge party and invited all my classmates. Then suddenly, I heard people behind us, and when I turned around, I saw Pavitra with Mom and Uma. Ria, I have a surprise for you. Sweetheart, we've talked it over and decided that Uma will finish her senior year here with you. You girls shouldn't be kept apart anymore, and Dad and I aren't able to move right now. My heart started racing. I hadn't seen Mom and Uma in months, and after everything that had happened, I didn't want Uma living with me. But apparently, I didn't have a choice. Pavitra agreed to adopt Uma too, and just like that, Mom dropped her off. I locked myself in my room after the party ended. I didn't feel like talking to anyone. Then suddenly, I heard a knock at my door, and it was Uma. What do you want? I thought you didn't like being in the same room as the devil girl. Ria, I want to apologize, okay? I realized when you left that I really missed you, and I'd always been awful to you. I swear, as long as I'm here, I won't be mean. Uma sounded really sincere, even though I couldn't trust her yet, but we'd be living together again, and I decided to give her a second chance. And surprisingly, my sister and I got along really well. I introduced her to all my friends at school, and she was super impressed by how popular I was. Hang out with me more, and maybe my popularity will rub off on you. Uma laughed, and from that day on, we started going to parties and checking out cute boys together. Then one day, Uma came into my room with a surprise. I saved up my allowance to buy us tickets to a water park. We can even stay in a hotel for a night. What? How did you save up the money for that? Don't ask questions. Just be happy, sis. Also, pack an overnight bag. Uma hugged me then, and I felt myself tear up. I didn't care about the water park, but this was the closest I'd ever felt to my sister. Plus, we'd never really done anything fun together before. I spent hours packing an overnight bag, and even asked Pavitra if I could get a new bathing suit. But when I woke up the next morning, I sensed something was wrong. The house was dead silent, and I couldn't find my overnight bag anywhere. Then, when I went to the living room, I saw Pavitra crying as Uma comforted her. Oh my god, what's wrong? How could you, Ria? I loved you like my own daughter. What was she talking about? Then suddenly, Pavitra reached for my overnight bag, which was behind her. I zipped it open to find gold jewelry, Pavitra's wallet, and all kinds of valuables. Unbelievable! I had a feeling Ria was using you for your money, Pavitra. That poor girl's been through so much, she can't think straight. Don't worry, you can save your motherly love for me. I felt myself boil with rage. Uma! It was you who did this! Could you be any more obvious? I thought we were finally friends now. Pavitra, you know I'd never do something like this. I don't know what to believe right now. I need a moment to myself. Pavitra walked out of the living room, leaving me and Uma alone. I don't understand why you would do this. What, do you want this house all to yourself? You keep forgetting the fact that you're a cursed, wicked girl. You're not supposed to have this fancy life and perfect adopted mom. Girls like you are supposed to be miserable. You're not normal, and I have a duty to protect people from you. You've known me my whole life, and I've never tried to hurt you. I am normal, and I finally thought we could have a normal relationship. Listen to me, Ria. You and I will never have a relationship. Not as long as I live. Uma stormed out of the room, and I started to cry. Later on, Pavitra did find out that Uma tried to frame me, since the maid had overheard my conversation with Uma. My sister got sent home, but I was still so hurt. I couldn't believe I'd fallen for Uma's lies again. Months passed, and we didn't speak. I was done trying to make our relationship work. I would never be friends with Uma, and I just had to accept it. Then one day, I was listening to the news when I heard there was a famine in my village. I called my mom, and to my horror, I discovered she hadn't eaten in 2 days. I packed a suitcase full of food and traveled to my family as fast as I could. But as soon as I arrived, the villagers took one look at me and started screaming and running.
It's the cursed girl! She's returned! I bet it was her who's cast this famine upon us.
What? No! I just came here with food for my family. Before I could answer, someone grabbed my suitcase and opened it. Everyone started taking the food and fighting over it since I hadn't brought enough to feed everyone. Then suddenly, I had an idea. I snuck off to a corner and called Pavitra. Come to the village, quick!
I just realized something. You can save the famine by helping these people grow their crops right. You can teach them about the soil and, darling, it's no use.
Those villagers are convinced it's only the gods who can save them and make crops grow overnight. This isn't the first time they've had a famine, and when I tried to help, they just got angry.
You can't give up that easily.
These people's lives are in danger. But that second, I realized something. I still had the book Pavitra had given me years ago about growing crops. I got off the phone and fished the book out of my bag. Everyone was still going crazy and fighting. There was only one way to get their attention. I climbed on top of a shrine and let out a scream.
This cursed girl needs to tell you guys something.
I have a book here that's all about growing crops, especially during a famine. There's a science behind all this.
We'll never listen to you.
You don't have to listen to me. All you need to know is in this book. Come on, you have families to feed. If this doesn't work, then fine. I'll leave this village and never bother you again. But you have to try. The villagers really didn't believe me, but they were desperate. So I opened Pavitra's book and we all gathered by the soil, following planting instructions step by step. Days and nights passed, and slowly we were able to grow food. I stayed with my family for the next 10 months, and by the time the famine was over, the villagers started leaving presents outside our house.
The girl is actually an angel.
We never should have banished her from the village. She's a gift sent from the gods. The villagers started apologizing and started bowing their heads at my feet. These people were insane.
Okay, guys, I accept your apology.
But it wasn't me who saved you. It was my adopted mom, Pavitra. She studies agriculture and wrote this book. But she's not some gift from God, and neither am I. We're not witches either. The best thanks you can give us is to start believing in science over superstition. The villagers started cheering, and I hoped I'd gotten through to them. Then suddenly I turned around to see Uma behind me. I hadn't spoken to her since she'd left Pavitra's house. I'd been so busy helping the villagers, and I'd never really forgiven her.
I can't believe you came all the way here to save us. Even though everyone here has been horrible to you. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry about everything.
Thanks, Uma, but how do I know you mean it this time?
I guess because I'm 20 years old now, and I'm not just some silly kid anymore who thought you were cursed. The worst part about this superstition stuff is it made me shut out my own sister.
We're not gonna let any of that nonsense ruin our relationship. I love you, Uma, and it's not too late to start over. I'm so glad to hear that, Ria. I love you too.
Hi, my name is Emma, and some people used to call me a spoiled brat. At the time, I didn't have the faintest idea why. I just thought they were jealous and rude. Sure, my dad was the biggest business tycoon in the city, my mother was a socialite, and I just happened to go on shopping sprees every weekend, exclusive parties on private jets, and have maids, servants, a stylist, and a chef. Daddy, I want a pink Porsche with silver sparkles. I can't drive a blue Porsche. It'll clash with my nails. Take it back, now.
We're so sorry, honey. We'll fix it right away.
Jeez, was I that bad? I was worse than a spoiled brat. I was a nightmare. What are you talking about? I'm not spoiled at all. Who are you anyway? Ugh, it doesn't matter. Security, take this trash away. Hi, don't listen to that crazy person. Do you see her clothes and those shoes? Such a disaster. If you want to know the truth, I'm actually very sweet and kind and all that sappy stuff. Plus, I've got 1 million followers on Insta and TikTok that love me. Every year, I take myself on vacation with my own money. Well, technically it's my parents' money, but who cares? What's theirs is mine. And what's mine, well, that's obviously mine. Anyway, my life was fabulous, like me, but then it fell to pieces. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It happened during spring break. Every year, I'd go to a new and exciting place to vacation with my friends, and this time, we were heading for Norway, and I couldn't be more excited. Of course, I took my private jet. Sitting next to other people for hours on end would never work. I needed space and privacy to do yoga, try on all my new clothes, lie in my tanning bed, and take a nap. Okay, fine. I admit it, I snore sometimes. Please don't tell anyone. It's so embarrassing. By the time I reached Norway, it was past noon. I'd rented out a private villa for me and my friends who were going to meet me there. I planned to arrive fashionably late, as usual. I put on my sunglasses and headed out of the airport, but as I was walking, I noticed these scary guys following me. I got a little nervous, so I ran outside and saw this amazing Maserati with dark tinted windows parked at the curb. It was the most expensive car around, and it must have been for me. So I hopped inside. A cute boy, a few years older than me, sat in the driver's seat. He stared at me like he was totally confused.
Where's your father?
Who knows? The boy started to panic. Calm down. Forget about my father. You work for me. Let's get going. The boy glanced out the window, then sped off at top speed. He said his name was Grayson. I told him I'd call him Gray because I didn't have time to waste on him and his extra syllables. I posted a bunch of cool selfies, and I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, the car was swerving and I was jerked out of a lovely dream where I was being crowned Miss Universe. What's going on?
It's a snowstorm. There's ice all over the road. I can hardly see a thing.
Then stop the car.
We can't stop the car. They're after us.
Who's after us?
Your uncle's men.
Gray pointed behind us. 3 SUVs were hot on her tail. But I don't have an uncle. Gray gave me the strangest look, then pulled a photo out of his pocket of a girl that looked just like me.
Hold on. You're Stephanie Spaghetti, right?
No, what kind of name is that? I'm Emma Stringbean.
Hi, I'm MSA lawyer. Sorry about this stupid tie. It's ugly, and I didn't have a choice. And the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Oops, I forgot to mention my name. Sorry. Now can you please leave? You're standing in my spotlight. What a stupid tie.
Yeah, right? I was like, guys, give me a blue one. It suits my eyes better. But the owner was like, no, our icon is purple, so your tie should also be...
Why would anyone hire someone like him? Anyway, back to my story. When Gray realized that I wasn't this spaghetti girl, he turned really pale. Then one of the SUVs pulled up beside us.
Stop the car, now!
Leave us alone, or I'm telling my dad. The scary man smirked, then rammed our car really hard. Gray drove faster, trying to get away, but our tires slid on some ice, and Gray lost control. The car smashed through a railing, ran off the road, down a slope, and straight for a tree. Gray jerked the wheel, and we missed the tree by an inch, and the car rolled into a ditch. Gray pulled me out of the car and held me in his arms. He was so handsome and strong that my heart skipped a beat.
Are you hurt?
I didn't have any broken bones or bruises. I think I'm fine. Gray put me down, and my shoes got all wet. I started screaming like a maniac.
What's wrong?
My shoes! They're ruined! Gray glared at me.
Forget about your stupid shoes. It's dangerous out here. Those guys are still after us, and when it gets dark, we'll have to worry about wolves or worse. I know these woods, and there's a cabin that's not too far from here. We can lay low there for the night, and then I can contact my associate to pick us up.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You're not even my driver. You kidnapped me.
I didn't kidnap you. You jumped into my car.
Tomato tamale.
That's not how that saying goes.
Whatever. This is all your fault. Who are you anyway? Are you some kind of criminal? Are you a crazy psycho?
I'm a driver for the spaghettis, but we don't have time to argue. We need to get to that cabin. It's a hike, but if we hurry, we can get there before the sun sets. Follow me.
Gray headed into the forest, but I just couldn't move.
What are you waiting for?
Do I look like I'm dressed for a hike? I'm wearing Versace.
Are you kidding? You're worried about your dumb clothes?
Do you know how much this outfit costs?
Suit yourself. I'm out of here.
Gray walked away. I couldn't believe he was being so inconsiderate. You're fired.
I don't work for you.
I pulled out my cell phone to try to call my dad, but I couldn't get any reception. So I tried to get to higher ground. I walked past a creek and a clearing of trees, but my stupid phone still didn't work. Then I heard a wolf howl in the distance. I was so scared, I didn't know what to do. Come on, Emma. Don't be afraid. You're a girl boss, a tough chick. Nothing can hurt you. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, and then I heard footsteps coming toward me. A half man, half wolf appeared in the shadows and whispered my name in this creepy, deep voice.
Emma.
I screamed, threw my phone at the monster's head, and ran as fast as I could. But I tripped on a log and fell. I rolled over, covered my face, and pleaded for my life. Please don't eat me. There's not much meat on my bones. There's a boy around here somewhere, and he's got lots of muscles. He'd be a better meal than me, I swear. Gray stepped out of the shadows. He had a big bruise on his head.
Are you crazy? You almost took my eye out with your cell phone.
I thought you were a wolf man, and you were gonna eat me or turn me into your wolf girlfriend, and then I'd have to eat rabbits and squirrels. I can't be a wolf girl. I get hair all over my body and even my face. My face is too cute to be covered in hair. Gray helped me to my feet and told me we were going to the cabin. Why did you come back for me?
You'd freeze out here by yourself, and I guess I felt kind of guilty about leaving you behind.
Aw, that's sweet. Do you have a crush on me, Gray?
No. Why not?
I'm gorgeous, smart, and my family has lots of money. Are you playing hard to get?
Sorry, I'm not into rich girls.
Well, I'm not into broody boys with bad attitudes and stupid muscles and handsome faces and...
Right.
Gray and I walked for over an hour in the freezing cold. We reached the cabin just as the sun set, and it was the worst. It was dusty and smelled like a bus full of farts.
We should start a fire. There's some firewood out back.
I sat on the couch and wrapped myself in a tattered old blanket.
A little help, please?
No thanks, I'm fine here. And while you're out, could you find something to help with the smell? Gray rolled his eyes and left. He came back 5 minutes later with a handful of wood. He started a fire, but I was still pretty cold.
You're shivering.
I'm fine. Gray sat next to me and put his arm around my shoulders.
Our body heat should warm us up.
I smiled. I knew he couldn't resist my spectacular beauty and charm.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You're confusing. First, you're mean to me, and now you're nice.
I'm sorry about earlier. I've got a lot on my mind.
And?
And what?
Admit it, you have a crush on me. Gray tossed me a blanket and walked over to the window.
I'll keep watch. Those guys might still be after us. Try to get some sleep.
I tried to sleep, but my stomach wouldn't stop making weird noises. So I went to the kitchen and sat at the table.
What are you doing now?
It's time for dinner. Can you please make me something to eat?
I'm not your chef.
Well, I can't cook and we can't order in. What do you want me to do, starve to death? Ray pulled out 2 crusty cans of beans out of the cupboard and plopped one down in front of me. You're kidding. I am not gonna eat that.
It's either that or an air sandwich.
I pouted and crossed my arms as Gray ate his beans in front of me. Gray finished his food and checked his cell phone. He still couldn't get any reception. He searched the drawers and found a walkie-talkie.
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
My stomach started gurgling really loud. I was so hungry I couldn't take it anymore. The beans were so disgusting I almost gagged. But I forced myself to take a couple of bites. Then, the most amazing thing happened. A couple of headlights shined through the window. Hey, look! We're being rescued! Oh, thank goodness your friend came early. I ran to the door.
Emma, wait!
I was so excited. I ran outside and started waving my hands in the air like a madwoman. We're here! Save us! An SUV pulled up to the cabin, and the scary men from the airport stepped out. Why do your friends look like the scary men that ran us off the road?
Those aren't my friends.
Ray grabbed me, pulled me into the cabin, then slammed the door. Didn't you call them on that silly gadget?
You mean the walkie-talkie?
Whatever.
It's broken.
One of the scary men pounded on the door. The other smashed a window with a rock. Ray shoved me into a closet.
Stay here and don't make a sound.
Ray tossed a couple of blankets on my head and closed the closet door. I peeked through a crack in the wood and watched as 3 huge, scary men charged at Gray. Ray grabbed a chair and smashed it over a big guy's head. He punched another guy in the nose and shoved him into the coffee table. Another guy crept up behind Gray, grabbed him from behind, and pinned him to the ground.
Where's the girl? Let her go. She doesn't matter. She's not even a spaghetti. That little witch saw our faces. Both of you have to go.
Ray was a goner. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit back and watch. I burst through the door, growling like a wolf. The Batman turned to me and laughed. Then he punched Gray in the stomach, tossed him to the side, and started running toward me. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed my half-eaten can of beans, and threw it in his face. The beans got into his eyes, and while he was distracted, I grabbed a huge pot and whacked him over the head. The big man dropped to the ground. I pulled the keys out of his pocket and rushed back to Gray. Come on, we've got to go! I helped Gray to his feet, and we ran to the SUV. I started the engine, entered the address for my private villa into the navigation system, and then we sped off. A few minutes later, we were on a highway. Did you see me back there? I was amazing!
You were all right.
I saved your butt.
Okay, fine. I owe you one.
Really? You could rub my feet, or maybe give me a massage? Just then, an SUV jumped onto the road and rammed us from behind.
They're still after us.
How?
They must have put a tracker on the SUV.
What do I do?
Keep driving.
I clutched the wheel and pressed my foot hard on the gas. Then suddenly, my phone started beeping. I reached into my pocket to check it. It was my best friend, Tracy.
Hey girl, where are you? We've been waiting for you for hours. Who's that cute guy?
Oh, that's Gray. He's my driver. I think he's got a crush on me.
Emma, keep your eyes on the road.
Sorry, girl. Gotta go. Bye. Gray snatched the phone out of my hands and called 911. The SUV was gaining on us. Then 2 more hopped on the road beside us. Gray grabbed the wheel and started swerving the car like a lunatic. I saw a road sign up ahead. The villa's that way. Gray turned the wheel hard. The SUVs were still hot on our tail.
Faster!
I'm trying! We raced onto the off-ramp. Then I looked up and saw the craziest thing. There were half a dozen police cars in front of us and a row of spikes in the middle of the road.
Stop the car!
I slammed my foot on the brakes. The spikes pierced our tires and we skidded to a stop. The SUVs behind us did the same. The police dragged the scary men out of the SUV and arrested them. Then one of the officers walked up to Gray.
Agent Grayson, we're so glad you're safe. What happened to the spaghettis? We intercepted them at the airport and took them into the witness protection program. They're safe because of you.
I was shocked. Wait, I thought you were just a driver.
I work for the FBI. I've been undercover on the spaghetti case for years.
My heart skipped a beat. Gray was a real-life hero. And somehow, he was even cuter than before. The next morning, Gray and I...
That can be arranged.
Hi, I'm Olivia, and this is my story about living with a literal devil. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a kid, I've been obsessed with space, the planets, and the stars. When I was 10, I painted the Milky Way all over my bedroom walls. Look, Mom, doesn't it look amazing? Ew, it looks like a bird pooped all over a blue wall. You're such a geek. At least it's better than having a pea-sized brain. You take that back. Evelyn pounced on me, and the 2 of us fought like wild pigs, till Mom separated us. In case you're wondering who Evelyn is, she's my sister. A monster, a witch, and a literal devil. Did I say that already? Even though she's 2 years older, we're in the same class because Evelyn failed the 2nd grade twice, and I never let her forget that. Nor did Dad. He was a world-renowned mathematician and tried his best to make Evelyn smarter, but it was mission impossible. Give me 3 examples of solid, liquid, and gas states. Poop, pee, fart. Nailed it! See what I mean? I, on the other hand, was a brilliant student, always making Dad proud. Evelyn and I never got along, but things got worse when Mom started dragging her off to beauty pageants and acting classes. And at 13, she got the lead on a hit TV show. Evelyn became famous overnight and turned into a self-absorbed diva. Even at school, she constantly threw tantrums and treated everyone like her personal assistant. This milkshake is trash. I said no sugar. Get me a new one. Are you going to a hideous skirt convention after school? Have fun, but do my homework before you leave. She was horrible, but people still loved her because she was famous. She had no time to study and failed more classes, which made Dad madder at Mom.
Evelyn's on a mission to destroy her own future, and it's your fault for pushing her into this stupid career.
But she's good at what she does. Not many girls her age are this famous.
And once her looks are gone, what will she have to fall back on? Nothing. Pull her out of this glam business before she becomes a total lost cause.
The more Dad tried getting Evelyn to study, the more rebellious she got, until eventually he gave up. On my 15th birthday, Dad got me a top-of-the-line telescope, and I wanted to test it out immediately, so I rushed to the rooftop. As I was setting it up, I saw someone lurking in the shadows. I immediately picked up a broom lying nearby. Whoever you are, know that I'm armed and I can do some serious damage. Just then a boy my age appeared, and I smacked his face with the broom and he fell down. Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Nolan, your new neighbor. I come in peace. I just wanted to watch this meteor shower.
Don't you have a roof at your house?
The view here is much better. Oh wow, how cool is that telescope? Can I see it?
Nolan and I quickly became friends. He was a space nerd like me, not to mention a total hottie. We hung out every day for hours, and maybe I even developed a teeny tiny crush on Nolan. Then one time, Nolan and I were chilling in our front lawn when Evelyn showed up, threw a drink in Nolan's face, and shoved me into the mud. Evelyn, have you lost your mind? Shut up, Quasimodo. My mind is just fine. It's that jerk that's gone crazy. He is blind and dumb as a rock, and I don't like his stupid face. Evelyn ran away, and I was totally confused until Nolan explained.
I saw your sister yesterday at the mall. She spoke to me for a bit and then asked me out.
She did what?
Yeah, but I told her I wasn't interested. I think that's why she's acting out.
Evelyn was never pleasant to me, but this time she'd gone too far. I went in to confront her, but Mom stopped me. Sweetie, please. Evelyn told me about how she behaved. She just had a really tough day. Give her a break. She'll be better tomorrow, I promise. Mom shoved a $100 bill in my hand and walked away. And after that day, Evelyn just got worse. Every time Nolan came to visit, Evelyn would interrupt our conversations, spill drinks on our clothes, throw things in our face, and if nothing worked, she'd start screaming the lines from her show. What? I'm giving you guys a private show. Enjoy it. I wanted to slap Evelyn hard, but Mom always threw herself between us and gave me some stupid excuse for Evelyn's behavior. But things really hit the roof when the school year ended, and my parents threw me a huge party for acing my exams. I was getting ready when Evelyn walked in. You should be in jail for wearing that dress. What do you want? To save you from ruining my reputation. Please let me pick something nice for you and fix your hair. And why would I take your help? Because you like Nolan, and you want him to notice you, and I know exactly how you can do that. Okay, you have my attention? Perfect, let's give you a makeover. I was confused by her change in attitude, but she did have good taste, so I went along. She pulled out a curling iron and was working on my hair when suddenly I smelled smoke. I ran a hand through my hair and half of it fell off. Oops, maybe I used too much heat. I screamed, cried, and ran around the room. Mom came running, and when she realized what had happened, she quickly started doing damage control. She cut off the rest of my hair to make it even, but I looked like a walking cone head. I was so embarrassed when I walked down the stairs. Even my dog didn't recognize me. Just then I caught Evelyn in the corner with this weird grin on her face, and I grabbed her by the hair. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Olivia, leave me alone. What are you doing? I lunged at her, and we got into a huge fight. The party was an epic fail, and Evelyn tried apologizing to me after. But of course, she didn't mean it. I refused to listen to a word. And after that, I stopped talking to her altogether and avoided her like the plague. Thank God I had Nolan as a great distraction. In 12th grade, I started a summer internship at an observatory. On the first day, all the new interns were paired up with lab partners to tackle research projects, and the best one would be published in a super fancy science paper. I was partnered with a boy named Aaron.
I think we're gonna ace this research because your mind is out of this world. Get it? Out of this world? Like aliens? That was pretty lame, right?
I've heard worse. Aaron was smart, and together we were the best team. But writing a research paper was a lot of work, and I wasn't able to spend much time with Nolan. The night before we had to submit the research, Aaron and I were going over last-minute changes, and it was late by the time I got home. Even my phone had died, and when I recharged it, I saw Nolan had called and texted me a lot. That's when it hit me. It was Nolan's birthday, and we were supposed to meet at a restaurant hours earlier. I called him immediately, but he ignored my calls, so I went to his place. I'm the worst friend ever. I'm so sorry.
I waited all night like a loser.
Aaron had some important stuff to discuss about the research.
Oh, Aaron had important stuff to discuss, so you forgot my birthday? Hope you two had a good time.
Then Nolan just slammed the door in my face. Feeling bummed, I walked back to my house and bumped right into Evelyn. Wow, you look like you've eaten 1,000 chilies. Have you been crying? Want to talk about it? Stuff your face with ice cream. It'll make you feel better. Just leave me alone, Evelyn. I spent the next week trying to make it right with Nolan, but he was still distant. Soon I got some really good news. Our research paper had won! Aaron and I decided to have a party at the observatory to celebrate, and thankfully Nolan accepted my invitation. Even my parents and Evelyn showed up. Everything was going great, till Nolan left to get some drinks. And then Aaron walked up to me, pulled me in, and kissed me on the lips. What are you doing?
What? Your sister told me you liked me, but were too shy to ask me out.
Before I could react, I saw Nolan staring at us from across the room. He turned to leave, but I caught up with him. Where are you going?
Back home. You have Aaron to keep you company. You don't need me.
Nolan, you've got it all wrong.
I'm not an idiot, Olivia. I saw you two kissing, and I get it. You like him, and that's fine. It's not like you and I are together. I just need to go.
Nolan left, and after that he refused to take my calls or see me. I was so mad at Evelyn, I wanted to throw her in a shredder. When I got home, she and Mom had already left for Paris for a photo shoot. The last couple of weeks at the internship with Aaron were awkward, and we didn't keep in touch after. But to my dismay, Nolan now had a girlfriend that Evelyn never failed to rub in my face. I caught the two of them making out last night on the roof. Oh, such cuties. Look, I even clicked a picture. You're sick, Evelyn. First you lied to Aaron that I liked him and drove Nolan away, and now you're rubbing his new girlfriend in my face? I didn't drive anyone away. Nolan was just way out of your league anyway. Says the girl he rejected on her face. That's just because he has bad taste. Not bad enough to date you, but still bad. Anyway, I have a shoot tomorrow and I need my beauty sleep. But the next morning, I woke up to Evelyn screaming like a maniac. One of her co-stars claimed that during their time together on set, Evelyn swapped her shampoo bottle with hair remover. Another colleague said Evelyn spiked her food with chili powder, making her sick and miss a huge audition. The whole media was exploding with hatred for Evelyn, and of course, she denied it.
How dare they? I never did any of that. Why are they lying?
But no matter what she said, Evelyn's reputation was done for. She got kicked out of her show, and no one wanted to work with her. She was devastated and hardly left her room. Even though I knew Evelyn deserved it, I kind of felt bad for her. Then one night, I was walking back home by myself after watching a vampire movie with some friends when suddenly I heard some rustling behind me. I turned around to look, and I saw a white figure hovering in the air. I panicked and ran for my life and crashed right into Nolan.
Ollie, are you okay?
A ghost! There's a ghost following me! It's here to skin me alive and drink my blood!
You mean that trash bag?
I turned around and saw that it was indeed a large white trash bag flying around in the breeze. And the two of us started laughing like crazy. We decided to get some coffee, and it felt great reconnecting with him. So how's the girlfriend?
We broke up. And Aaron?
We don't talk anymore. Nolan, that kiss with Aaron.
You don't owe me an explanation, Ollie. It's not like we were together then. But we can be now. I've always liked you, Ollie. You think we can give us a shot?
I think I'd really like that. For our first official date, Nolan made reservations at a really fancy restaurant. My parents were out of town for a wedding, and I'd left Evelyn sulking alone at home. But halfway through dinner, I suddenly got a call from the police. Apparently, someone had broken into our house, smashed things, and attacked Evelyn. Nolan and I rushed and saw her covered in bruises, unconscious. The police then showed us the neighbor's security camera that caught a weird creature running out of our house. Is that
an alien? Whoa.
We didn't have time to go through every detail and rushed Evelyn to the hospital. Doctors told us that her injuries weren't serious, but she needed rest. But the news that Evelyn was attacked by an alien was spreading like wildfire. After that, a dozen reporters showed up at our house to interview her. How did the alien look? Did he walk or fly? It was an alien? I'm not sure. I can't remember what happened.
She's in shock, poor baby. Maybe you guys can come back later.
With all these stupid theories floating around, Evelyn's popularity was rising by the minute. She was on all the talk shows and getting interviewed by famous magazines, and Mom accompanied her everywhere. At first, she had said she didn't remember anything, but now she was making up bizarre stories. So this was a big creature, and at first I was really scared. But then I remembered my jujitsu training, and I conquered my fear and fought with that thing. Let me show you. Kaya! Hiya! Soon she was being lauded as a hero, and even landed a major role in an alien movie. But I could tell something didn't sound right.
Maybe she's telling the truth? You know, there's been news of possible alien sightings around this area for months. And well, I believe in aliens. Kinda.
Yeah, me too. But she's literally changed her story 100 times. Her fans might be stupid, but I'm not. I just know she's lying. I decided to do my own investigation and snuck into Evelyn's room. I searched everywhere, but then I found something hidden under a loose floorboard. A box with a baseball bat and an alien costume. Armed with the evidence, I confronted Evelyn. What's this? A bad Halloween costume, why? I found this in your room, Evelyn. You lied to the whole world about getting attacked by an alien. But it was you, wasn't it? Why? Am I supposed to tell you that when I don't know what happened either? Drop the act, or I swear I will go to the paparazzi outside and tell them that you faked the alien attack to get publicity. I turned to leave, but Evelyn grabbed my hand and started crying. I swear I don't know what actually happened that night. I've been having blackouts for years, Ollie, ever since I started acting. I know that it was wrong to lie about this alien attack, but my career was tanking. I saw an opportunity and took it. And if you spill the truth now, my career will be over. And how am I supposed to believe you now, since you've lied about everything else? Because it's the truth. Mom went inside her room and came out with a medical report that mentioned Evelyn had dissociative personality disorder. The report said that Evelyn had created a second persona who was perfect at her job, ruthless to everyone she thought of as competition, and triggered when she felt rejected or sad. What? Since when have you known this? Since Evelyn's co-stars accused her of tampering with her shampoo. I knew something was wrong ever since we started working, but I assumed it was stress. But then this news about her colleagues broke out and she lost all her work. When she pulled off that alien stunt, I realized that this could be an opportunity to regain popularity, so I asked her to lie to the public. I know it was wrong, and I'm sorry. I can't believe you kept this from us, Mom. Why would you do something so horrible? I have always just wanted Evelyn to be successful, and to prove it to your dad that she is as good as you. He always put her down, and that broke her self-confidence. I couldn't let that happen again. But what you did was wrong, Mom. You made my condition worse. Mom kept apologizing, but all of us were furious at her. Evelyn left for rehab soon after, and it took some time, but after therapy and medication, she started to get better. Mom begged and cried for forgiveness, and it took some time, but eventually Dad and I forgave her. Then one evening, Nolan and I were sitting in the park when someone jumped on me from the bushes. Evelyn! Gosh, you scared the crabs out of me. When did you get back from rehab? Just now. And I have to say, I missed your stupid face. I know I should have said it sooner, but I'm sorry, Ollie, for all the times I've been a miserable sister to you. It's okay, all in the past. Really? You're the sweetest. Here, I got you a present. I opened the box she gave me, and a toy clown flew into my face. I chased Evelyn around as Nolan laughed hysterically. Guess some things never change.
Hi, I'm Rose from upstate New York. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with my grandfather, who was the coolest person ever. He worked at a planetarium nearby, and often after school, I'd help him there. You see that star? You know, it isn't a star, but a planet.
A planet? It's so shiny. Wow.
Growing up, I loved everything about the stars, planets, and space. Pops and I would look at the stars from the big telescope. It was so fun. By the time I was 17, I was the brightest in my class and ready to graduate a year early. One time when I returned from school, I saw Pops talking to some construction workers, and he looked mad. What's happening?
These people are trying to tear down the planetarium to build a mall here.
No way! Not on my watch. This place was too close to my heart. My best childhood memories were about this place. Just then, I noticed a bulldozer driving toward the building, so I climbed up the huge oak tree in between, and people frantically yelled for the machines to stop.
Yo, stop! There's a crazy girl up there. Rose, what are you doing? Get down from there.
Nope. If they want to take this tree down, they'll have to do it with me on it. One of the workers called the boss, and exactly 30 minutes later, I saw a helicopter land. Several men in black suits jumped out, surrounding a handsome guy who didn't look much older than me.
You, girl, what's the problem?
Call me Rose. And the problem is that you need to ask your men to back off. This is our property.
I bought this dump, so it's my property.
So, you'll just destroy it because you own it? Over my cute body?
Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? The guy stared at me, then smirked.
You won't give up, will you?
Nope.
Fine. Come to the office tomorrow and we'll have a little chat.
I'll think about it. Saying that, he left, and so did the workers. That was fast. Later that night, Pops told me the guy's name was Henry Hampton, and his parents owned half the city. I wasn't scared of him, even if he was the President of the United States. And the next morning when I reached his office, I was more than ready to let him know that. But the place was so big, I couldn't figure out which door to open. I accidentally entered the wrong room and found a boy my age playing the piano, but he sounded a bit off. Try working with an F minor, it's much smoother.
Excuse me?
I wanted to apologize for butting in, But before I could, a security guard came and escorted me to another office where Henry was waiting for me, and he looked so intimidating. Our meeting yesterday had me rethink the mall project, but on one condition. I want you to work as my assistant. What? Why? I've had many pretty assistants over the years. Now I want a smart one. Did he just call me ugly? But I'm a space nerd. There really isn't much I can do here. Why don't we start you off at $4,000 a day and leave the rest to me? Okay, that was a lot. Henry stared at me, waiting for an answer. My gut screamed no, but what choice did I have? It was either this or lose the planetarium, and no way I was gonna let that happen. Ugh, fine. The entire next week, I regretted my decision every second. Henry was mean, rude, and a total brat. He made me skip classes and called me at the oddest hours for work. If I refused, he made me number all the empty white sheets in the printer. What a nightmare. To top it all off, I was asked to help with all the new transfer students at school, and one of them caught my attention instantly. The piano guy. When he entered the class that day, girls couldn't stop staring at how handsome he was. I'm Rose.
Noah, you work for my brother, right?
You're Junior Hampton?
Ding ding. And you're the brave girl I've heard so much about. Pleased to meet you.
Noah was the complete opposite of Henry. He was kind and friendly, and we started hanging out every day. I complained to him about Henry all day long, and he didn't seem to disagree. He told me they were half-brothers and never got along.
He's just jealous I'm the better-looking brother.
One night, as Noah was playing his latest tune for me, Henry barged in looking mad.
I lost an important deal because you mixed up the papers. I thought I was hiring a genius, but I was so wrong.
I looked at him in shock, and he went ballistic on me. Hold up. I didn't ask you for this job. I'm tired, exhausted, and you're just so ungrateful. If you want me out, I'll leave, but I won't take your sour attitude. Henry looked crazy with rage, and before he could react, Noah jumped in.
Easy, Henben. I'm sure we can work something out. Stay out of my business. Understood?
Saying that, he stormed out of the room, and Noah turned to me. Thanks for standing up for me.
I won't let him bully you, as he bullies me.
Such a bozo. Just then, Noah came a bit closer, and my tummy did a wild spin.
Do you want to maybe get dinner sometime?
Like a date?
Yeah. How does 8 p.m. tomorrow sound?
Sounds perfect. I wanted my first date ever to be amazing. I bought a cute dress and did a little makeup too. But just an hour before I had to leave, Henry texted me to get his dry cleaning. Can it wait?
Unless you want to fly to Korea to deliver it, I suggest you get going.
Did he have a tracker on me that rang every time I was unhappy? I texted Noah that I'd be late and hurried to the shop. But on my way back, it started raining heavily and I got completely soaked. I slid my way into the house and saw Henry glaring at me.
I missed my meeting thanks to you.
I missed a date thanks to you. Achoo! He wrapped his jacket around me as I sneezed like a crazy person and asked one of his servants to take me to the guest room. When I came down, he was standing by the fireplace with a cup of cocoa.
Drink this. You'll feel better.
You made this?
Do you see anyone else around?
Why was he suddenly being so nice to me? And why did that make me feel so good?
So, about this boyfriend. Who is he?
I don't have a boyfriend. And why do you want to know?
Just wondering.
Well, don't, because you're killing my chances of ever finding someone. Henry laughed, and he almost looked human. One heck of a good-looking human.
What made you say that?
I was all set to meet Oh my God, Noah! I'd totally forgotten to tell him that I won't be able to make it. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't working. So I pulled one out of Henry's pocket and frantically dialed Noah. But he was already standing behind, looking like a raging bull.
Well, well, look at that.
Noah, I'm so sorry. I totally
Save it, Rose. It's not the first time Henry's had eyes on my girl.
Henry looked at me in surprise.
He was your date? Well, that's disappointing.
Before I could say anything, Noah took the vase lying on the table next to him and flung it at Henry, who missed it by inches. That was totally uncalled for.
Work on your aim, little guy.
But Noah left without saying a word. When I turned to Henry, he was smiling. You're such a jerk. I stomped out of the house furious at Henry. For days after that, I tried to talk to Noah, but he continued to ignore me. One day, the teacher announced that I was chosen to represent my school at the annual quiz competition, and I got busy with my books. I was studying in Henry's office one night after finishing work when I completely lost track of time and snapped back to over 30 missed calls from Pops. As I rushed down the hall blindly, I missed a turn and bumped right into Henry. You're still here? I was just leaving. Now? It's late. Let me drop you back. Don't you want to change? Should I? I blushed and we walked to his car. We sat in the back seat, and minutes into the ride, I dozed off. I woke up to Henry brushing his hands over my cheeks, pushing a strand of hair away. His eyes were the most perfect combination of blue and green. Sorry. Don't be. I enjoyed your snoring. I don't snore. I must be really tired, I guess. You work too hard. Take the day off tomorrow. Why do you do this? What? Be nice one second and an absolute moron the next. Henry looked straight into the mirror before turning toward me with a stern look. Maybe that's just who I am. A boring moron. But you're nothing like I imagined. He leaned forward and I thought he was about to kiss me. I literally stopped breathing when he took a bottle lying next to me. He totally did that on purpose. When I got back home, I felt my heart beating hard. This was wrong, but why did it feel so right? A week later in school, I was doing some last-minute preparations in the library when I got stuck on an annoying question. My concentration was all over the place. I could solve that in under 15 seconds. I almost screamed when I felt Noah's hand on my shoulder, and I was annoyed to see him. Now you want to talk to me? Give me that. He took the notebook out of my hand and started scribbling something, and got the answers right. How? I'm the lesser-known genius in the family. I am so sorry about the other day, Noah. Don't worry about it. Let's hang out for ice cream after school, and we can talk. Sure, I'd love that. Noah volunteered to help me with the quiz, and I agreed. We would study till late at night, and I would often catch him stealing glances at me. When the final day of the quiz arrived, I was more than prepared to get that trophy home. And I did, along with a massive cash prize, which was enough to put me through college. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done this without you. I would do anything for you, Rose. I like you, and I think we should give us another shot. He looked at me with so much hope, but I couldn't do it. I like you too, Noah, but not in the way that you want me to. It's never gonna work out between us. Because of Henry? What do you even see in him? Noah's words made me realize what I'd been hiding from all this while, but I was too stubborn to accept it. No, it's not him. I have to work hard for my future, and I can't afford distractions. Noah looked at me heartbreakingly and left. After that day, I realized the whole thing was getting messier by the day. I decided on talking to Henry about it, but when I met him a few days later, he had something waiting for me. I'm leaving for Korea. You are coming. What? No. Listen, Henry, I have to talk to you. Just think of it as this one last thing before you leave. I'll let you go as soon as we're back. He was nothing but a pain in my butt, and I should be happy this was finally getting over with. Only I wasn't. If anything, it broke my heart. We flew the next day early in the morning in Henry's private jet, and he took me to a house in the city. I entered to see an old lady lying on the bed, and she lit up when she saw him. Henry sat next to her holding her hand while I watched him from a distance. He looked so tender, and it made me fall for him even more. When I found him alone, I asked him who she was. My grandmother. I lost my dad when I was a kid, and she's all I have. What about your stepdad and Noah? They're my mom's family, not mine. He looked so vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I felt like hugging him. I know how you feel. My granddad is my only family too. Looks like we have more in common than we thought. He placed his hands on mine, and I suddenly felt so close to him. I was in love. I knew it. When we flew back that night, I wanted to confess my feelings for Henry, but just as we got there, we were welcomed by Noah, Mr. Hampton, and a house full of guests. Everyone, meet Rose, the reason why we're celebrating tonight. What do you mean? While you were busy falling in love, I got the deal signed, and we are gonna demolish that precious planetarium of yours. But that's not fair. Too bad. Life's not fair. Like it wasn't fair to me when he came over and took everything that was mine. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower. My mind went spinning in 1,000 directions, and suddenly I slapped Noah hard on his face. You are a horrible person, and I'm ashamed I ever called you my friend. I ran out of that place feeling crushed, but I had no time to sulk. Pops, I, and a few other people collected as much money as possible to hire a lawyer to file a motion. A few weeks later, Pops came to me with shocking news.
I just got a call that the Hamptons are ready to give the planetarium back, along with $1 million.
What? That's amazing! But how? He handed me an anonymous letter that had all the details about exactly what had happened and how Noah had manipulated the situation. It was easy to guess who it was when I saw the handwriting. Henry. I called his office and his assistant told me that he'd left for Korea a week back. I'd lost him. When Pop saw me sulking later that night, he walked over and I told him everything.
Go. Tell him how you feel.
I hugged him and left for the airport. I reached Henry's grandmother's house and found him sitting on a bench in the grass. This view is so much better than your fancy office.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I got your letter. I just wanted to say thank you.
You came all this way to say thank you? That's not wise.
Wait, you're weird, stubborn, and a complete jerk.
Are you trying to insult me?
No, idiot. I'm trying to say I love you.
I love you too.
Hi, my name is Isabella, and I live in Paris. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my mom, who was an amazing seamstress and worked at a fashion house. She would often take me to work with her, and I loved wrapping different fabrics around myself and posing like a supermodel. So, you want to be a model or a designer? Because you're killing it with that catwalk. Can I be both? Of course you can, sweetheart. You can be anything you want. Mom and I weren't your regular mother-daughter duo. We were best friends. I think that cute guy is looking at you, Mom. Don't look in his direction, please. Is he? Oh, do I look okay? How's my hair? Mom, you gave him that weird smile. Now he's gone. No problem. I've got you, baby. Yep, that's how we were. Totally each other's pals. Life was good until one day the fashion house where Mom worked laid off all their workers, and things took a turn for the worse when our landlord gave us an eviction notice soon after. In these awful times, Mom had no choice but to turn for help to her half-sister Amy. Mom had always told me they'd never gotten along, so I'd never met her before. But when we got to her house, I saw that my aunt lived in a huge mansion, and the welcome she gave us was totally unexpected. Oh my God, a single mom, jobless, homeless. I feel so sorry for you, honey. You must stay with me, I insist, as long as you like, and we have so much catching up to do. Wow, Amy, thanks a lot. Please let me know the rent, I'll arrange it. Rent? Oh, nonsense. I wouldn't dream of taking money from my sister. Mom looked as surprised as I felt, but I guess some people can change. She also had a daughter my age, Tanya, and the two of them led us excitedly to the guest room and had the cook make a really special dinner. But the very next day, my aunt called in a servant to move our things to the attic. Oh, it's a guest room. And since you're not a guest, I want to give you a more permanent arrangement. The attic is perfect. There's no noise and you'll sleep peacefully. Well, if only she let us live peacefully. Tanya and Aunt Amy would keep calling Mom and me for the smallest of tasks. Soon we were doing the dishes, cleaning the mansion, and doing their freaking laundry. And then she even asked Mom to stitch for her. She would bring loads of fabric and I would do some of the designing with Mom while she stitched her dresses. For free, of course. Mom, I hate doing all this. Let's just leave. Sweetheart, I got you into a great school with all my savings and I can't afford rent. Let's try this for this school year. Honestly, I don't mind the chores. Plus, Amy and Tanya are family. No harm doing things for them. Well, I don't like your family. Hey, that's not very nice to say. But, yeah, me neither. And then Mom hit me with a pillow, and we both got into a pillow fight. We laughed and laughed until Aunt Amy yelled at us to keep it down. She's always such a buzzkill. Come on, let's sleep in this penthouse of ours. I knew Mom was just trying to be optimistic about the situation. For her sake, I also put on a smile and did everything Tanya, the brat, asked me to do. Isabella, come here. what do you think about this dress? Tell me I look cool, because I totally do. Why on earth would you wear that thing? I stepped into her closet, picked out some clothes, and laid them on her bed. Try this skirt with this blouse. You'll look awesome. Yeah, I would look awesome in a garbage bag, but that's not the point. You clearly don't know anything about fashion, girl. No wonder your mom was laid off. Now get out. What a huge jerk. I left her room, and right then I realized I needed new clothes for school too. We went shopping at a thrift store, and what we saw there was amazing. Mom, this is a Prada dress. Oh my God, it's vintage. The moment I got home, I started working on it and made it something entirely new, and it sure made heads turn on my first day at school. I love what you did with your skirt. Is that Prada? Yes, it is. I just cut the edges to give it that flair. Everyone was giving me compliments, but just then I heard Tanya's voice. Don't be fooled by her looks. She's not who you think she is. Yeah, you got me. I'm a secret agent. My name is Bond, Isabella Bond. The girls around started to giggle, and Tanya looked annoyed. What are you talking about? And why don't you just tell them where you got the dress from, huh? She got it from the thrift store. Yeah, you heard me, a thrift store. Suddenly, all the girls who were praising me just moments ago looked at me with disgust. So what? I still look better than all of you combined. Girls, don't hate me because you ain't me. I just flipped my hair and walked to my class. Sure, Tanya's mom was letting us stay in the attic for free, but mom was paying for me to be at this school, and I wasn't putting up with anyone's nonsense. Tanya and her friends kept being a pain in my butt at school, and one day I was feeling particularly bad-tempered when I got home, only to find Aunt Amy in a great mood. She seemed really excited. The moment she saw me, she handed me the keys to the guest room and started giving Mom and me instructions on cleaning. Someone very special is coming to stay for a few days, and I want my mansion to be spotless. And while our guest is here, both of you will call me and Tanya ma'am. Is that clear? Off you go now. When my aunt was out of earshot, I asked Mom who the guest was. How would I know? You think ma'am tells me anything? I'm sure it's someone just as awful as ma'am. I'd been meaning to go to the guest room for days because the last time I was there, I'd left my sketchbook. But I looked for it everywhere and didn't find it. I was searching for it under the bed when I saw a boy on all fours looking straight at me. Hey, what you doing down there? I was so startled, I hit my head. Holy piece of ouch! Oh, you scared me, man. Who are you? As I came up rubbing my head, I noticed that the boy was my age and really cute. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm Josh, and I'm staying here for... Just then, Tanya came prancing into the room, wearing shorts and a tank top in the middle of freaking December. There you are, Josh. I was looking everywhere. Hey, you haven't cleaned yet? Hurry up. What do we pay you for? Maids these days, so lazy and useless. Maid? How dare she? I'm done here. I was just leaving. Shall I fetch your coat since you forgot to wear clothes, ma'am? No, thank you. Josh, what do you think of my clothes? Yeah, great. You look great, Tanya. I agree. And you're welcome to look. Gosh, she was such a shameless flirt, and soon enough it was obvious what Aunt and Tanya were up to. Josh was the son of Aunt's rich friend, and clearly both of them had one goal: set Tanya up with Josh. Tanya was desperately trying to impress him and making a fool out of herself in the process. One evening, she brought out a jigsaw puzzle she'd been working on for months. You see this? I did it in just 4 months. Can you believe it? Am I missing something? Duh, look, it says 2 to 4 years. I finished it in record-breaking time. I almost burst out laughing. And just then I caught Josh's eye. He was trying really hard not to laugh too. Later that night, it was snowing outside, and I picked up my skating shoes to go to the frozen lake nearby. Just as I was sneaking out, I heard a loud noise from the kitchen, and I found Josh there. Hey, did I wake you up? I just wanted some hot chocolate, and I can't find anything. Oh, well, good luck. Wait, can you make it for me? I could, but I'm not gonna. I'm going out. Okay, fine. Can you at least switch the stove on? You don't know how to switch the stove on? Yeah, well, I've never done it. Wow. Why are you rich people like that? Like what? Just so spoiled. You'll go to the best schools and travel the world, blah, 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 but you don't know something so basic? Is it beneath you to learn that? No, I just never needed to. Well, now you do. And you look like an idiot. Goodbye. I ran off to the lake. And as I started skating, I felt I'd maybe been too harsh with Josh. Just then I heard someone yell my name, and I looked around to see him behind me. What are you doing here? I came to tell you that I think you're really judgmental. You don't even know me, and you've just decided that I'm some spoiled brat. And I'm... Suddenly, Josh lost control and crashed right into me. We landed in a heap. I got up on my feet immediately, but Josh winced in pain. Ouch! I think I hurt my ankle. Help me up now. Okay, but say please. Say please help me, oh Isabella. Geez, okay. Please help me, oh Isabella. I helped him up and he leaned on my shoulder, but at this rate, we'd get home by dawn. So I carried him back home. Brought you back safe and sound, Your Highness. Just put this on your foot, it'll get better. Shall the servant take her leave now? Thank you for everything, but tell me, you're not really a maid, are you? I ended up telling Josh everything, and he was rather shocked. He seemed like a really nice guy, and our friendship grew over the next few days. Josh told me how his mom and Aunt Amy had a business together. His mom was a designer, and he was in town to apply to top fashion universities. I showed him some of my designs one night, and he was really impressed. The next time we met, Josh brought some admission forms for me and made me fill them in. You can be a top designer. I know it, Bella. Bella? Did you just give me a nickname? Yeah. Tell me, do you like it? He was so close to me, and just when I thought he'd kiss me, I heard Aunt Amy's voice. Oh, you're here! What are you guys talking about? Josh was asking me where fashionable ghosts shop, and I told him the truth. They go to the boutique. Josh started to laugh, and my aunt just glared at me and left. The next day, I took a day off from school and went out with Josh. When I spotted some kids sledding in a park, I had an idea. I borrowed a sled from a kid and made Josh sit with me. And then off we went. Oh God, please slow down. Just hold on tight, I won't let anything happen to you. Well, we ended up flying off the sled and rolling in the snow. I couldn't stop laughing. And just then, Josh leaned over and looked deep into my eyes. And then he kissed me. And it was the most perfect kiss. Josh left a few days later, and soon after, I received my interview letter from the university. I prepped day and night for it, but on the day, right when I was about to leave, I couldn't find my sketchbook. I had to show my designs at the interview. When I went downstairs, I screamed when I saw Tanya burning my sketchbooks on the stove. No, what are you doing? Oh, you think you can steal my boyfriend and be some big shot designer, huh? Not on my clock. I just lost it. I leapt forward and gave Tanya a much-deserved slap. How dare you? Just then, Mom stepped in, looking like an angry lioness. Zip it, Amy. I've had enough. I've put up with everything, but I will not put up with you or your dumb brat hurting my daughter. And you can do whatever, but one thing is certain. My daughter will be something big one day, and you'll just be jealous morons. That day, Mom and I left that crazy house. I had to go straight to the interview without my portfolio, and I was feeling so nervous. But just minutes before I started, I spotted Josh running to me, and behind him was his mom. Oh, Josh, you're back. What are you doing here? We went to your aunt's house, and you weren't there. I knew you had an interview today, and I needed to show you something. He then showed me an Instagram page, and what shook me was that all the models were wearing dresses I had designed and Mom had stitched. What? These are my designs. Yes, and your aunt was selling them and claiming them as hers. The moment you showed me your designs, I figured she was up to no good. My missing design book and all the dresses she made Mom stitch. It made sense. That witch was making us work without a penny or any credit. Josh's mom went inside where the interview panel was waiting, and she told them how her brand was using my work. The panel was pretty impressed seeing my work on her Instagram page, and I got in. Josh's mom cut all business ties with Aunt Amy and even hired my mom. I heard Aunt was in a great deal of debt and had to sell almost everything, including her house. Well, she deserved it. I got into fashion designing school with Josh and graduated with flying colors. He asked me to marry him soon after, and of course I said yes. By the time I was 25, I became one of the top fashion designers in my country. And when my work was showcased at Paris Fashion Week, I was my own showstopper. I could never be what I am today without my first inspiration and my best friend. I don't know if you know this, but ever since I was a kid, the person I've wanted to be the most is you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I love you.
It all went down the day after Thanksgiving. I was really looking forward to my leftover turkey sandwich when this newspaper slapped me in the face and I dropped it. My stomach churned. 1, 'cause my lunch was now dirt, and 2, I just caught a faceful of Ryland's grin. The unstoppable superstar I can't escape. Ugh, I hated him. And then my day just got a whole lot worse.
It's for my granddaughter. Which one do you think she'll like more? The silver jacket Rylan or the gold jacket Rylan?
They look the same to me.
They are not the same, dear. The golden one makes his eyes look more blue, and the silver makes his hair look glossier. And if you see closely...
Oh my god, they're just stupid figurines! He's not gonna jump up and do a private concert in your cart! Just then my boss started calling me and I rushed back to work. In the evening, I headed to an ice cream parlor to catch a break. But blocking my way was a life-size cutout of Rylan. Get out of my way!
Ma'am, are you okay?
Does this thing really need to be right at the entrance?
Yes, it's part of the Ryan Pierce Summer Sweets campaign. We get a bonus if we sell enough triple scoop sundaes.
I don't care if this gets you a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's factory. Get this thing out of my face!
The lady's scaring me.
I grabbed the cutout and stomped on it. The store manager tried to stop me, but I was so furious I couldn't stop. And before I knew it, I was booked for vandalism. Hi, I'm Eva, and I hate Rylan Pierce. But can you really blame me? Rylan and I grew up in the same tiny town. For me, music was an escape when things at home got heavy. Dad was always losing jobs, and Mom never had the education to get one. My sister Sky and I started working young just to keep the fridge full. But for Rylan, music meant everything. He wanted the spotlight, the stage, the world.
One day, I'm gonna be rich enough to leave this town and make music that actually makes people feel something.
And what, leave me behind?
No way, you're my inspiration, Eva. I'm taking you with me.
But right after high school, Rylan started singing at this little cafe downtown and got spotted by a music label. He moved to LA with his mom. And for a while, we stayed in touch. But then he just cut me off. He didn't answer my calls, never replied to my texts, and one night, I saw him on TV surrounded by girls, smiling without a care in the world. It was obvious he'd forgotten all about me. So eventually, I gave up going after him. We were best friends, and I always thought we could be more, but clearly I was wrong. That was 3 years back, and now he's a superstar with his face splashed across every billboard on Earth. And every time I see him, I'm reminded of his betrayal. Like today. The police let me off with a warning, and I asked Sky to come pick me up.
So, what happened?
I just wanted to have ice cream, but this giant Rylan cutout was in my face. So I gently pushed it aside.
You shredded it to pieces and traumatized a 5-year-old. And this is not even the first time you've reacted like this. You go feral every time you hear Rylan's name. You have a playlist called Songs I'd Sing If Rylan Didn't Leave Me. You're still in love with him.
No, I was never in love with him. I just liked him. A teeny, tiny, microscopic, okay, a medium-sized amount.
You cried enough to sink the Titanic when he left. Look, all I'm saying is you clearly have some unresolved trauma with Rylan. And if you don't start unpacking that, you'll turn into one of those vicious cat ladies who scream at people for laughing.
I tried to close Rylan's chapter and get on with my life. I left my hometown and moved to New York with Sky. I got a haircut, even went on dates. And most of them sucked. But to be fair, it wasn't entirely their fault things didn't work out.
So I'm studying to be a zoologist.
Ah, perfect. As a zookeeper, do you think you could get me a snake? I've been thinking about keeping one as a pet. I'll name him Rylan. Cool, right?
This band makes such good music!
But you know who doesn't make good music? Rylan Pierce. I have this theory that if you remove the background music, he sounds like a dying dolphin. Also, I think he uses auto-tune. Somehow, every conversation circled back to Rylan, which obviously put my dates off. So eventually, I just gave up on love and threw myself into work. I worked for this magazine, where I mostly follow my boss around at fancy events, and I was doing a pretty good job, until one afternoon, everything changed. My boss had opened a golf club, and I was managing the launch event for the magazine when I saw someone familiar. Rylan? I thought I was hallucinating, but my boss had invited celebrities to play a few rounds of golf, so it wasn't totally impossible. So I ditched the interview and decided to follow him. I trailed him around the corner and saw him walk into the men's changing room. I waited outside, but when he didn't come out after 5 minutes, I threw all my common sense to the trash and went in.
Ah!
Oh my God! It is you! My brain flatlined, and all the angry speeches I'd rehearsed for 5 years flew out the window. It felt like an out-of-body experience, like the betrayed version of me was frozen in place, and the part that still loved Rylan broke free and threw her arms around him.
What are you doing?
I swear, I thought I was gonna kick you in the face the next time I saw you, but I'm just so happy right now. I've missed you so much. Suddenly, 2 strong hands gripped me and pulled me off Rylan. Guys, I know you're doing your job, but I know him. Tell them, Rylan.
Tell them what? I have no idea who you are.
What? Of course you know. I'm Eva.
You're not gonna stop, are you? Here, take this and get out.
He turned to leave, but I grabbed his arm. Rylan, it's me, Eva. Why are you pretending not to know me? What kind of sick game are you playing?
Get off me, you psycho!
His security dragged me out as I kicked and screamed, and then they threw me out of the venue. If that wasn't humiliating enough, my boss fired me for creating a nuisance. I lost my job, my dignity, and my emotional stability all in one day. And I was devastated. I spent years imagining this moment, where I'd yell, he'd apologize, maybe laugh, maybe cry. I never thought he'd just look through me like I was a complete stranger.
That's because he is a jerk. And now that you've hit rock bottom, you can only go up from here.
Or I could keep digging till I enter another dimension and get away from my miserable life. Sky tried to cheer me up, but I couldn't stop thinking, why would Rylan pretend not to remember me? I spent the whole night digging for answers. And sure, Rylan mentioned his hometown in his interviews, but nothing about school, friends, or any childhood memories. Even other people were confused. That's so weird. No one forgets high school unless they want to. What if Rylan Pierce is just a stage name for this guy, and the real dude's locked in a basement somewhere? Most of these theories made no sense. But after the way he acted at the golf club, I knew something was up. And as luck would have it, his team was apparently hiring an assistant for him. Bingo! I applied under a fake name, told Sky I was off on vacation, and booked a flight to LA. If Rylan wasn't gonna let me get close to him as Eva, I had to go in as a completely different person and find out what had happened in the last 5 years. So I dyed my hair and changed my eye color. But when I got to the interview, the place was crawling with applicants, mostly girls with Rylan's face slapped across their t-shirts. I was the only one who didn't look like a deranged fan. And that's exactly what got me in.
I was beginning to wonder if anyone normal's gonna show up. Most of these girls are hoping Rylan will walk in and sign their forehead.
Yeah, I noticed he's not around.
He hates interviews, or anything public. The last time he was out at this golf event, and he got ambushed by this crazy fan. Anyway, your resume's strong and you don't look like an idiot obsessed with Rylan. So I guess, welcome to the team, Leah.
Yep, they really had no idea. By the end of the day, Rylan's team showed me the ropes and gave me a not-so-short list of things I had to do for Rylan. I managed to cover most of it, but the next morning when he walked in, I was still wildly unprepared.
So you're the new assistant.
Yes, I'm Leah, a huge fan.
Shocker. What's my day looking like?
Since when had this boy become so rude? Over the next week, I bent over backwards to make Rylan's life easier. Color-coded his schedule, fetched his dry cleaning, chased him across studios. but he barely looked at me. Except, of course, when he needed to bark orders.
This is the wrong shade of black. I said onyx, not raven.
They're literally identical.
Oh, really? I must be blind then.
I didn't mean...
Give me the right t-shirt now. I'm already late for the interview. God, it's awful. How difficult is it to get one iced latte right? Am I asking for the moon here? Fix it!
He'd made it his life's personal mission to offend everyone around him. And I was so busy trying not to set him off, I barely had time to breathe, let alone dig into the mystery I came here to solve. But one night, I spotted him in the media room watching a movie, and I decided to ask some questions, pretending they were an interview for a magazine. But as I got closer, I realized he was sleeping. I leaned in just to confirm. When suddenly, he grabbed my wrist and pinned me to the couch.
What are you doing?
I was just checking if you were alive. You're a really quiet breather.
Why are you here?
I just had to ask you about this interview for a teen magazine.
And this couldn't wait until morning?
Yes, but then I thought, maybe not. Rylan finally let me go, and I sat up straight.
Don't ever do that again. I could have hurt you.
It's totally my fault. I'm very sorry. Wait, you're watching Frozen? Rylan fumbled with the remote and shut off the TV. I wasn't judging. I love Frozen too. Everyone thinks it's for kids, but it's really about breaking free of expectations.
Get to the point.
Right. Okay, so could you tell me a bit about the town you grew up in?
It was a small town, nothing special.
And high school? Were you popular? Did you have any friends? Or maybe best friends?
Nope.
Nope to all 4 questions?
Who cares about all this?
Your fans do? They want to know more about you and your life. More personal stuff, like, first crushes, or maybe you could talk about that scar on your arm?
How do you know about that?
I froze. That scar happened when Rylan fell off his bike in middle school, but I wasn't supposed to remember that. Not as Leah. Oh, I saw it once, at the pool. You were swimming.
You were watching me swim?
Yeah, but not in a creepy way. I was just there, hovering in the background, in case you needed something. Rylan got closer, and I stopped breathing.
That sounds both suspicious and creepy, and I don't like either. You got any more questions?
Yeah. Have you liked and subscribed to MSA? It's this really cool channel on YouTube. He practically threw me out of there. But hey, I bet he's gonna do it later. And you better do it too. After that bombed spectacularly, I was pretty sure Rylan was onto me. I caught him watching me intensely a few times, and someone from the team casually mentioned he'd asked for my background. I needed to fix things, so when his manager said he had a big concert in Korea coming, I figured it was my chance to get in his good books. I was doing his bookings when I found a crazy deal on a 5-star hotel. But just as I punched the card details, the screen went blank, and minutes later, Rylan burst in.
Who used my card to make an online booking?
I did, but I don't think it went through. My laptop sort of died on me.
Oh, it went through. To hackers. Half my account's been drained. Thank God I caught it early and froze the card. What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I swear it was a mistake. There was this massive discount on a really good 5-star hotel, and I thought...
You got my card hacked for a discount? I'm Rylan Pierce. I don't need discounts. Man, this has got to be the dumbest thing I've heard.
Okay, yes, I messed up, but I can fix this.
No, just pack your things and leave. You're fired!
His words hit like a punch to the gut, and that night, I cried into my pillow like a total wreck. This was my one chance to be around Rylan again, and I blew it. Still, if I was getting kicked out, I figured I might as well go out swinging and remind him who I was. I had nothing to lose, and he'd already fired me. But the next morning, when I walked up to his room, I heard him yelling on the phone.
You could threaten me all you want, but if you lay a hand on her... Are you listening to me?
And then he hung up and hurled the phone at the wall. And then he saw me.
Oh, so now you're eavesdropping too?
I wasn't trying to listen, but are you okay?
That's none of your business. Get out!
Why are you so rude, dude? I know I've made a mistake, but you're not exactly boss of the year either. You're rude, mean, and you act like everyone around you is beneath you. I don't know what your deal is, but I'm not your punching bag. But Ryland's eyes were locked on the window like I wasn't even there. Look at me when I'm talking to you.
Oh God, I need to leave.
Oh, no. You don't get to leave. Not until I'm done talking.
Dang it, I don't have time for this!
He grabbed my hand, yanked open the door, and dragged me into the hallway. I scrambled to keep up as he charged down the stairs, straight into a basement that looked like something out of The Conjuring. Where are we going?
Just keep moving.
Where? It looks like we're headed into a dungeon. I don't have a good feeling about this. At least tell me what's happening. Just then, Ryland kicked open a side door and led me outside to a motorbike.
Hop on.
On that? No way! That thing's barely got a seat. Just then, I heard shouting. I turned around and saw these men in suits running toward us. One of them fired a warning shot. It hit the metal door frame behind us. Oh my God! Why are they firing at us?
Just get on the freaking bike!
I hopped on and he hit the gas. The bike shot forward and I screamed like a dying goat.
I'm too young to die! I don't even know how to file my own taxes! I still lie to my dentist about flossing! Why am I on this bike? Ah!
We swerved into the street, narrowly missing a trash truck, a street vendor, and a dog. Just as I thought we'd lost them, a car came out of nowhere behind us. Before I could even sit up, two men in dark clothes grabbed me. A strong-smelling napkin was held to my face, and everything went dark. I woke up in the middle of this abandoned amusement park, tied to a pole, with two weird-looking men staring at me.
Oh, look, she's up. I thought we broke you, little birdie.
Yeah, little birdie, 'cause you look fly.
Can I just get a little bit of space? We talked about this before. I will come in, I'll talk to the hostage, while you stand in a corner and look intimidatable.
Sorry to interrupt, but intimidatable is not a word.
You see what you did? She's correcting my grammar now. You made me look like idiot.
An idiot.
Shut up! You're tied to a pole. Be scared, ask us why you're here, who we are, etc., etc.
Why, it's obvious you've kidnapped me, but if this is for ransom, you should know that I'm really broke. The only thing I can offer is a handful of skincare samples and maybe a healing crystal my mom picked up on Black Friday. I doubt that's what you're after, so please, be a gentleman and let me go.
I don't think so.
I turned around and saw this guy, tall, broad, with eyes so cold, it made my bones shiver.
Hi there. I'm Charles Luciano, but most people call me Lucky.
Lucky?
It's misleading, I know. Sounds harmless, even charming. But if you've heard my name, it means things have already gone very wrong for you. Now, where is Rylan?
I have no idea. He literally threw me on the pavement and zoomed away. If you find him, tell him that was a jerk move.
I find that particularly hard to believe, because you guys left his house together. And if my information is correct, you were best friends with him in high school, right, Eva?
How do you know that?
Oh, I know a lot more. Like your sister Sky. I also know where your parents live, what they do, what time they leave the house, every day. You're not that hard to track.
I gulped hard as Lucky inched closer.
You look scared. Good. That means you understand the situation. So, let's try this again. Where is Rylan?
Look, I swear I don't know where Rylan is right now. I came here because that fart face forgot me, and I just wanted answers. And I can tell you his schedule, what he likes in his coffee, but beyond that, I'm useless.
Oh no, you're very useful. People like Rylan always show up when something they care about starts to bleed. Lock her down.
His men grabbed me by the arms and threw me into some grimy maintenance room. And one of them jabbed me with something. Ow! What was that?
Just something to help you sleep.
When suddenly, someone tapped on the window. Oh my God! It's the ghost of Prince Harry!
It's me, Rylan, you lunatic.
Rylan? I don't know any Rylan.
You don't recognize me?
You should see your face.
That
doesn't feel nice, right? Right? He popped the lock on the window and climbed through like an action hero.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but we gotta hurry. Can you climb through that window?
Which one? I can see like 5.
Did you hit your head or something?
No, my head is fine. But my butt? Not so much.
I think it's the injection these people gave me.
I feel like a microwaved rubber duck. Very melty.
Oh, great. They tranquilized you.
Drank a what?
Tranquilized. You know what? Let's just not talk about that right now. Can you run?
I can run to the end of the world for you, Rylan.
Oh, wait. I have a better idea. I picked up a broom and started kicking it wildly.
What are you doing?
I'm seeing if this has magic. You know, like Harry Potter.
Maybe we could fly out of here. That would be awesome. But Rylan just rolled his eyes and quickly stacked a makeshift ladder from crates and buckets. Somehow, I managed to crawl onto the crates while Rylan pushed from behind. With one final shove, I tumbled out the window and landed in a bush. Rylan climbed out behind me, swept me off my feet, and we sneaked out of the amusement park. What kind of kidnappers were these? Trash security.
Shouldn't you be happy you're not tied to a pole?
I am happy you're here. I held on to Rylan tight. He was close. So close I could feel his heartbeat. And his abs. Which, if I'm being honest, were to die for. I don't remember much after that, but I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. Then I looked around and saw I was in an unknown room, an unknown house. I panicked and ran downstairs and saw Rylan making pancakes. What is this creepy place?
It's my friend's house. You look like someone ran you over with a lawnmower.
Jeez, Rylan, slow down on the compliments. And please, tell me why I was kidnapped by a bunch of weirdos. And who the heck is Lucky? And that's when Rylan told me the whole story.
3 years ago, I signed a record deal with Lucky. Everything was great, but then things started getting shady. Lucky controlled my money, who I could talk to, or where I could perform. It just didn't sit right with me. And that's when I found out that he was taking my money and running shady businesses in my name.
What kind of businesses?
Smuggling tech in the name of concert equipment, and then funneling black money through my account. So if things go bad, I take the fall and he goes scot-free.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Yeah, I didn't want to be a part of it. So I told Lucky I was done, but he threatened to sue me for breach of contract. I had enough evidence to take him down, so Mom and I decided to run. But before we could get away, I got in a car accident. I was apparently in a coma for a while, and when I woke up, I lost my memory.
Wait, what? Coma? And what do you mean you lost your memory?
I remembered my name, my mom, I can't bring him down till I know Mom's safe.
And now that you're here, what if he harms your mom?
He won't. The Korea concert is his biggest money consignment yet. If he harms my mom, he loses leverage. And if I don't go, he loses money. It's a big loss for him.
As I listened to Rylan's story, I started to grasp everything he'd been through. The manipulation, losing his mom and his memory. But what really hit me was realizing he really didn't remember me. Every moment we'd spent together had just been wiped clean from his life. And before I knew it, I was fighting tears.
You're upset because we used to be friends, right? Ava?
Wait, what? Do you remember me?
I don't. I'm really sorry. I put a tracker on you when we escaped, just in case we got separated, and followed you to the amusement park. There, I overheard Lucky say you were my best friend in high school and that your name was Ava. I guess it just makes sense. I've been a total jerk to you and you still stuck around. So it's obvious I meant something to you.
Well, yeah. You were my best friend. We spent some of our best times together. So when I saw you at the golf event and you acted like I was a stranger to you, it tore me up.
So that's why you look so familiar.
Yeah. I just wanted to know why you refused to recognize me. So I pretended to be someone else and came here looking for answers. And now I'll help you find your mom.
No, I'm not putting you in more danger than I already have.
Rylan, I spent 3 years angry at you for shutting me out without knowing what you were really going through. That scumbag Lucky pulled you in, and when you tried to get away, he staged the accident that stole your memory, and now he's using your mom as leverage to keep you under his thumb? We need to put an end to this. So let me help you. Maybe then I can finally let go of the past. And also, I need payback for whatever the heck he injected me with. Rylan smiled at me, and then we got right to business. He said the only 2 places that Lucky could have some information on his mom was in his main office or his home office. He'd already been to the main one and didn't find anything, and his home office was locked behind a fingerprint scanner.
Lucky's having an art exhibition at his place tonight. We'll go in as waiters, so it's easy for us to get a glass, a spoon, or anything with his fingerprints. Security would be too busy managing VIPs to notice a couple of background staff. Here, take this.
Ew! Whose teeth are these?
Yours, it's part of your disguise. And this mole, too.
Okay, but why do I need to look like the second cousin of the ugliest person on Earth?
Because ugly girls are invisible to Lucky. Trust me. You don't want to look pretty around him. He's a total creep.
Yeah, I kind of got that feeling. But wait, did you just say that I'm pretty?
I thought that was obvious.
He said it so casually, like he hadn't just kicked my heart into Olympic-level backflips. Not that I had time to process it, because an hour later, we had to leave for Lucky's mansion. The place was packed, but our disguises were foolproof. Yet somehow, I was still nervous.
Would you just leave that thing alone?
I can't help it. It's so itchy. Can we drop this, please?
No. Now remember the plan. You take his fingerprints and come straight to me. I'll wait for you on the 2nd floor behind the 3rd pillar.
Wait, 3rd from the left or the right?
There's only one way up, unless you're Spider-Man and you can climb walls.
Right, sorry. Just nervous. Suddenly, his hands were on my shoulders.
We can still back out if you want, Ava.
Nope, I'm doing this. But I could use a little help. Can you sing Baby Shark for me? It always calms me down.
Now?
Yes, please.
Ugh, fine. Baby shark doo.
Ryan started flapping his arms like a deranged penguin, and I laughed so hard I nearly doubled over. That was epic. Also, I was just kidding. But thanks for the distraction.
Glad I could help. Now let's get this show on the road.
Rylan slipped inside the house, and I took a deep breath and made my move. The party was in full swing, and Lucky stood in a corner, chatting with some people. Just then, I spotted a waiter passing by. Hi, sorry, your fly's open. He looked down. I snatched the tray from his hands.
Give that back!
He grabbed one end of the tray, but I held on. And when he didn't let go, I kicked him in the shin and sent him limping. And then slowly made my way to Lucky. May I interest you in some amuse bouche, sir?
What?
Mouse bouche? Oh, your glass is empty. Let me just get that refilled. I plucked the glass from his hand and turned to walk away.
Stop.
I froze. Oh my god, did he recognize me? But then Lucky just walked up to me and smiled. I was ready to bolt.
It's amuse-bouche, not Maus-Bouch.
Of course. My German's a little slippery.
It's French.
You're so sophisticated. I'll get you your drink, sir. And before he could say another word, I ran upstairs to Rylan.
Where's your mole?
I don't know. Probably lost it somewhere in that fight with the waiter.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Kinda cool. Okay, let's go.
Rylan led me down the hallway to the office, and I gave him the glass. He pulled out a strip of tape and pressed it carefully over the spot where Lucky had touched it. Then he placed the tape over the scanner, and it worked! But before we went in, Rylan pulled something from his pocket and handed it over.
Take this tracker and put it in Lucky's car. If this goes sideways, I want at least one of us free to keep the plan alive. I'll text you the license plate. Now get out of here.
Rylan!
No arguments, just go!
I nodded and slipped out of the house. I found Lucky's car and put the tracker under the rear bumper. I was on my way back to the house when suddenly, I saw Lucky's men dragging Rylan toward the car. He spotted me too and signaled me to hide. I wanted to pounce on Lucky and kick him in his smug face, but I knew the plan mattered more. So I stayed hidden, and the next morning, I found out that Rylan had left for Korea. If I wanted to know where they were keeping his mom, I had to act fast. So I spent the next few hours tracking Lucky's car. Most of it was boring rich guy stuff. Studio lots, hotel rooftops, a gaming center. But then he went to an old lighthouse on a cliff. It had been abandoned years ago. What was he doing here? I pushed through the door and walked into a hallway. And then I heard voices and followed them. I stopped outside a half-open door and spotted Lucky inside talking to some men.
Is Rylan gonna behave now?
Oh, he'll behave. If he doesn't, his mommy becomes collateral damage. And frankly, I'm done babysitting that spoiled star boy. After this concert is over, I'll destroy his career, his name, everything.
And the girl?
She's just a stupid girl in love with Rylan. I'll handle her too. Now, let's discuss the details of the shipment, shall we?
Well, this stupid girl in love is about to poop on your plan. I pulled out my phone, but just as I clicked record, the flash went off.
What was that?
I bolted as Lucky's men poured out of the room after me. The staircase curled around me as I ran up, desperately trying to find an escape, and the guards pounding right behind me. Just when I thought I was out of options, someone grabbed me and yanked me inside a closet. Mrs. Pierce? Shh, not now. We waited in silence until the stairs cleared, and then Mrs. Pierce led me to a tiny room tucked under the staircase. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I came here for you. I'm Eva. You remember me? Of course I do. You always clogged my toilets when you came. You had really bad plumbing. But we'll talk about that later. Right now, we need to leave. I grabbed her arm, but she pulled away. Please, Mrs. Pierce, if we don't go, Rylan will get into a lot of trouble. And if I do, Rylan might die. She told me that when Rylan first got his contract with Lucky's label, she suspected Lucky was bad news. I tried to get Rylan to step away sooner, but he was really enjoying his fame, and I didn't want to take that from him. But eventually, he saw the truth for himself and tried to leave, but then the accident happened. You should have contacted me, Mrs. Pierce. I could have helped you. Lucky made it very clear. He wanted me to stay away, or Rylan would suffer. I was too scared to reach out to anyone. I always felt like he was keeping tabs on me. But somehow, Rylan found me. And when he called, I couldn't just lie to him. So I told him everything. And Lucky found out. And now he's got me trapped in this dingy place. Well, Rylan's been collecting proof to pin Lucky down. But he can't do anything till he knows you're safe. So please, you need to come with me before things really get out of hand. Somehow, I convinced Mrs. Pierce, and we slipped out of the room quietly. But when we looked down, the guards were still patrolling. So she took me to the top floor, opened this heavy metal door, and the wind slapped me in the face. Hurry, we need to climb down this maintenance ladder. You can't be serious. It's the only way, honey. Yeah, the only way to heaven. And Rylan will kill me if anything happens to you. Although, I might die anyway. Oh, don't worry about me. Back in my day, I was a trapeze artist. This is nothing for me. Yeah, well, I failed gym class, so I'm not so sure. But as I said my last prayers, I grabbed the first rung. The wind nearly knocked me off, but somehow I balanced myself, and we made it to the bottom. I let out an excited whoop, and just then, a bunch of guards spotted us. Before I could even think, Mrs. Pierce grabbed my hand and started running to the edge of the cliff. Are we seriously gonna do what I'm thinking we're gonna do? It's the only... Do not finish that sentence! Take a deep breath and tuck in your knees. We'll jump in on 3. 1, 2... Ah! And we crashed in the water. The current was strong, but she held on to me and we swam to the shore. Then we hitchhiked, stopped at a payphone, and I dialed Rylan's number. But it went to voicemail. So I dropped him a message that his mom was safe with me and prayed that he would receive it. It's been almost a month since Ryland went live on stage and exposed everything. How Lucky manipulated him, used his name for illegal deals, and kept his mom hidden to control him. And once he came back from Korea, he handed over every piece of evidence he had to the police and got Lucky's butt thrown in jail. As for me, I came back home. Sky gave me the earful of the century and grounded me like we were 12 again, which I didn't mind. I was exhausted. The only downside was that the news really blew up in the media, and since Ryland was caught in the middle of this mess, he'd gone radio silent. Again.
Wow, your aim's incredible. Not one on the board. Anyway, someone's here to see you.
I rushed downstairs and saw Ryland standing at our front gate. I quickly yanked him inside. Are you insane? If someone spots you, this place will turn into a stampede.
Nice to see you too.
I thought you were laying low.
Yeah, well, I got tired of hiding. Also, I haven't thanked you properly for helping my mom. But I heard the escape plan was mostly hers, and you were just crying for your life.
Excuse me? I literally risked my life to get your mom out. I may have caused a tiny scene when she asked me to climb down the lighthouse and then jump off a cliff. But anyone would get freaked out by that.
Okay, I'd love to get to know you all over again.
Are you sure? 'Cause that's gonna take a while.
Oh, I got plenty.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard. Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge! I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now, please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess. Grabber queen, Duchess of Poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
Can you guys stop? You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called a doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. All I have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic. They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner, with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case, praying to every god that no alarms would go off. I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. Hi, my name is Chinami, and I moved to America all the way from Japan when I was 12 years old. The first thing I noticed about being here was just how big everything was. The houses, the food portions, the cars, everything was huge in America, and I loved it. I ate as much food as I could at every restaurant I went to with my mom and always asked for seconds, which left her totally embarrassed, but I didn't care. I didn't even want to move here, and I had to break up with my boyfriend before we left because I wouldn't see him again for so long. We both cried a lot. So that's why I figured I would have as much fun as I could in America since I didn't really have a choice about moving. As you may have guessed, some of the kids at school were horrible because I looked different and couldn't speak English very well at first. But I didn't let their awful hazing make me feel bad. I was confident and knew who I was, so I always walked with my head held up and didn't let anything anyone said or did make a difference in how I felt about myself. The bullies were not used to this approach at all. It just left them confused and scratching their heads. I guess they never met anyone quite like me before. Good. So eventually, they just left me alone. One day, my mom asked why I had no friends at school, and I told her they were all jerks. I don't believe that. I'm sure a lot of them are exactly what you say, but there must be some nice ones too. I love how independent you are, but everyone needs a friend. The truth is, my mom knew something I was trying to hide, which was, as comfortable as I was with myself, I was terrified of making friends or dating anyone new. In Japan, we had moved at least 6 times because of my mom's job. Each time we went to a new town or city, I had to say goodbye to one of my best friends or boyfriends. My heart broke every time it happened, and I always asked my mom if we could just stay in one place for at least a couple of years so I could have some real friends, but she said she couldn't guarantee that. So I decided to only rely on myself, but the truth was, I was getting pretty bored and lonely hanging out with only myself and my cat all the time. But still, I couldn't do it. I was too scared. I ate lunch alone, walked home alone, and spent every weekend playing video games or dressing my cat up in fun costumes. Until one day when I was in 8th grade, a boy called Max came to my lunch table and sat across from me. He started talking as if we knew each other our whole lives, and I didn't even have time to be scared like I had been with everyone else because, well, he just didn't give me a choice. I told Mom I wouldn't talk to Max anymore in case we had to move, but she told me this time we would be living here for a long time, so I may as well try to find a real friend. From then on, Max and I were best friends. He helped me to learn English, and I taught him some Japanese, but he was terrible at it. I know what you're thinking. We're gonna fall in love because we're such good friends, but nope, we just stayed friends. Even as we grew up and went to high school, neither of us had feelings for each other. Thank God, too, because he was my biggest helper when it came to boys, which is ironic since he was constantly getting broken up with. I tried to warn him about the girls he was dating. They were all shallow and absent-minded, but he didn't care. As long as he had a pretty girl beside him, he felt like he was on top of the world. But of course, they would always break his heart and leave him for someone else, which only made him more sad and want to date prettier girls to prove that he wasn't, as he put it, a total loser. And the cycle would begin all over again. You really deserve better, Max. Not according to the girls I date. They always leave me for someone stronger or smarter. because they don't care about anything other than how popular they are. You're kind and fun and really thoughtful. Why don't you date someone like that?
Look who's talking. You don't date anyone.
What do you mean? I go on dates all the time.
Yeah, one date. And then, no matter how cool they are, you stop talking to them. So many really cool guys want to at least try to be your boyfriend, and you never give them a chance.
Like who?
There was George with the gelled hair and nifty vest, Tom, who asked you to the dance, and Pete, who, well, doesn't have a lot going for him, but he's really nice.
What's so wrong with being single anyway?
What's wrong with dating around?
You only do it because you're insecure.
And you're only single because you're scared. It's a miracle we even became friends. All you ever want to do is be alone with your stupid cat. If you're not careful, you're going to miss out on a lot of great things in life. And what if you meet the one and don't give him a chance?
Well, if it's up to you to meet the girl of your dreams, you'll probably pass her up for someone with an expensive car and a pretty face who doesn't even know where Japan is. You know it's happened before. All of a sudden, he stopped talking and just stared off. I thought maybe I really insulted him or something, but then he smiled and said,
"You're right. What if we switched lifestyles for a month just to see what happens?"
Switch lifestyles?
Yeah, you go out with one of those nice guys who likes you for at least 3 dates, and I'll ask out someone who knows where Japan is, and maybe who won't dump me for the football captain for once.
Date someone for 3 dates? That's practically a relationship. I can't do that. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe, my palms got sweaty, and I got nauseous.
Well, what do you say?
But before he had a chance to ask again, I ran out of the cafeteria and hid in the bathroom. I avoided him all day after that and ran home so fast he could never catch up. I guess I was even more afraid than I realized. Mom saw how frazzled I was when I got home and asked,
"Honey, what's wrong?"
"Max wants me to date someone nice and be happy." What a jerk. I know. I was kidding. Oh, well, I don't need a boyfriend anyway.
Well, there we agree. You're not even allowed to have one.
What? Since when?
When you were little, it was okay, but now you have to focus on your schoolwork, so no boys.
You're the reason I can't get close to anyone, and now you won't even let me if I want?
You have too much to do to prepare for college. Sorry, honey.
I ran to Max's house right away and told him I was in.
What changed? You freaked out earlier.
My mom said I couldn't.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So, you aren't too scared anymore?
You mean, what if I fall in love only to have to move again and maybe it just doesn't work out and I'm left broken and hollow and sad and crying like every other time I ever got close to anyone?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I just won't fall in love. And you? You're gonna be able to date a normal girl who doesn't look like a supermodel?
Hey, I'm not shallow like that. I just date them because it makes me feel good about myself. But I know, you don't have to tell me. That's not a good reason to be with someone.
Then why do you do it?
Because if I date a girl I actually like and she breaks up with me, it won't be because she wants to be more popular. It'll be because I really wasn't good enough for her. I don't know if I can take that.
Well, I won't do it if you won't.
You have to. You can't be scared your whole life.
And you can't be insecure your whole life and just date girls who don't even care about you.
Fine, but we both have to do it.
Okay. We shook hands and made it official. As scared as I was, at least I knew I wasn't alone. Now, all I had to do was find someone I liked, but didn't like enough to actually fall in love with. I stalked the halls trying to find the perfect guy who wouldn't be boring or too full of himself, but also wasn't very cute or smart or caring. This was a lot harder than I expected. I liked Peter, who played basketball and was very confident, but that made him way too attractive, so I kept looking. Eventually, I found Sean, my neighbor who was quiet, respectful, but he didn't play any sports or do any plays. He had only one friend, and I think he got mostly C's in class. He was perfect. Not too confident, not too smart. He was just average. Hi, Sean. Do you want to take me on a date? Cool. Come to my house tonight at 7 and pick me up. At home that night, I got dressed and ready and just paced the house waiting for him. But by 7:30, he still hadn't shown up. Hey, you were supposed to pick me up.
No, I wasn't. I never agreed to date you.
Wait, what? He didn't want to date me? My whole life, I never met a boy who didn't want to date me. Except for the bullies, of course. Are you a bully?
No, I just don't want to date anyone. I'm happy as I am.
Really? Me too.
So why do you want to date me?
I'm just trying to get over my fears.
Oh, so you're just using me.
OMG, I was using him. How could I do that? I'm so sorry. You're right. I'll go away forever now. I left thinking about what a jerk I was for doing that. I have to go to the store if you want to come. We walked and talked, and it didn't feel like a date at all. Only 2 new friends hanging out. I couldn't believe how smart he was and how comfortable he was talking to me, who he barely knew. We ended up getting dinner and ice cream, and he even paid. I guess it became more like a date than we realized. That night, I realized I had been so judgmental, thinking he wasn't confident just because he didn't play sports or act all cool. He was just being himself. And even though he was very smart, he only got C's because he wasn't that interested in school. Then I realized I really liked him. And oh no, maybe I was falling in love. Max, we have to call it off. I went on 1 date with Sean and I'm already falling for him. Okay, good, because I asked out Ariana, but then I realized I loved how she's so kind and nice and smart and caring, and I just can't handle being rejected by someone like that, so I stood her up. You did what? That's so mean. She's the nicest girl in school. I know. I feel terrible, but I just can't. I'm too scared of what it could do to me if she doesn't like me or we break up. I guess I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I really like him, and now I'm too scared to even talk to him. He could totally break my heart with only a few words. Okay, so we agree. We will end this here. Agreed. We shook hands again. After school, I tried to avoid Sean while Max avoided Ariana. We snuck out with our heads down in the halls as classes were dismissed, trying to blend in. And as we turned the corner, there they were, both Sean and Ariana. He was smiling at me, but Ariana was glaring at Max. She marched up to him, almost knocking Sean out of the way, and planted herself right in front of Max. Just because I'm nice doesn't mean you can do that to me. I was ready and waiting and deserve respect. What do you have to say, huh? Oh, so when you ask me out, you're all smooth, but when you get confronted, you're all like, I don't know. Don't talk to me again. Wait, I'm sorry. I was just scared because you're so nice and so great and everyone loves you. And if we went out and you didn't like me, I would feel so worthless. But you're right. It was so wrong, and I'm a coward for not talking to you about it and trying to avoid you. I'm so sorry, Ariana. Say more about how great I am. Everyone knows you're the nicest girl in school, and it's true. You're always doing things for other people. But you also don't take any disrespect from anyone, and I love that. The truth is, since we were little, I liked you, but I just didn't have the courage to tell you because if you didn't like me, I couldn't handle it. So I date girls who are shallow and not nice at all because they're so different from you. And when they break up with me, it doesn't hurt as much because they're not you. Wow, I had no idea he felt that way about her or about anyone. Ariana kissed him right there in front of everyone and left together. Then Sean came up to me. My turn to be honest. Hi, I'm sorry, but I was going to avoid you too. I know now I was just scared. Of me? Of myself, and how I don't think I'm strong enough to handle it if I fall in love with you and it doesn't work out. How do you think people become strong? They take risks, and when they get hurt, they learn and grow. I can't promise we'll be happy forever, but I can tell you I like you and I had fun, and I think that's enough to try. He took my hand and we left together. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe Sean and I will be together forever, or maybe I'll have to move again and lose the only guy I ever really loved. And maybe Ariana will end things with Max and break his heart. But what I do know is that just because some things end doesn't mean they weren't important and that it didn't mean anything. I can't control what happens, only how I feel and what I choose to do with it. And I will never again let fear stop me from doing what I want or being with someone I love. Because whatever happens, this is my life, and I will choose to live it. Hi guys, my name is Maya and I'm from Jordan. I have 2 sisters who are a couple of years older than me. They both have blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, while my eyes are black like my curly hair. My sisters thought they were prettier than me and they made sure I never forgot that. Once when I was in kindergarten, I came home to show everyone the family tree I'd made. My oldest sister, Layla, the meanest girl on earth, snatched the card from me and said, "Aw, you drew this? I can't deny it's beautiful, but I think you missed something." And with that, she colored my face with a black crayon. "See? Now it looks better." She threw the card at me and left laughing with my other sister, Selma. I cried, but Mom hugged me tight. Oh, Maya, ignore your sisters. They're jealous of your beauty. Mom always cheered me up, but I realized she was lying when I was 8 and some guests came to visit. One of the women said to my mom, "Your daughters are pretty, but this youngest one is quite unlucky. I doubt she'll ever get married. Oh well, she can take care of you and your husband in your old age." I think Maya is special in her own way. And then Selma spoke up.
Mom, she is ugly. Just face it. Stop being stupid and shut up already. Don't talk to Mom like that, you witch.
I pounced on her and bit her arm so hard it swelled up. She had to put on a bandage for a week. As if my sisters weren't awful enough, Dad was a jerk too. He didn't love Mom at all. He was only with her because she was rich. He thought I was ugly too and always blamed Mom for giving me her genes. Since I was Mom's favorite, she did her best to make up for the rest of my terrible family. When I was only in the 7th grade, I had a big closet full of the fanciest clothes and makeup brands. I liked that, but what I really wanted the most was to join an international school in the capital city. Mom said we'd move, but my sisters threw a huge tantrum when they found out.
Why would we leave our amazing lives and friends and go live somewhere else? It's not our fault that Mia is ugly and no one likes her here. Mom, Mia is worthless. She would be more useful if we used her as our broom. Her ugly curly hair is perfect for that.
The two witches started laughing like maniacs. Just then, Dad walked in and shouted,
"Listen, woman, if you decide to move out, you can consider yourself divorced."
Mom, that's amazing.
Mom smiled at me and decided to leave. And Dad did divorce Mom. My sisters had no choice but to come with us. And now they hated me even more. My birthday usually fell on the first day of school and Mom would always throw a huge party. But this time, I told her that I didn't want to celebrate my birthday anymore. Why would someone celebrate losing a year of their life? To celebrate getting older? That's just weird. Baby, why are you saying this? I see celebrating a birthday as being grateful for living another year. Listen, why don't we just celebrate it at school? I'll give all the kids fancy presents and they'll like you from the first day. No, Mom, I don't want to buy anyone's love. I just want people to love me for who I am. Well, the new school wasn't a lot better than home. On my first day, I met a girl named Noor. She was a redhead and her beauty was unique. When I entered the classroom, she stared at me from head to toe, then said, "Ooh, attention everyone. We have a new baby here, but we all know our classroom only has pretty girls with fair faces and light hair. What are we going to do with this ugly duckling?" The room fell silent and everyone was staring at me. Suddenly, I just snapped and started screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! You and everyone here, just shut up! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! You shallow people!" Everyone looked shocked and they started whispering. Just then, my sister showed up from behind me.
"Oh, excuse her. She's our sister, but she has some issues.
We are so sorry for her bad manners." With that, they pushed me aside and introduced themselves to Noor and started taking selfies with her. Ugh, these horrible creatures. It was obvious that this Noor ruled the school, and I knew after my outburst, she wouldn't leave me alone. But to my surprise, she did leave me alone. I was the invisible girl. No one dared to talk to me or sit next to me because they knew Noor would be mad. Things went on like that for weeks, until one day a couple of boys sat next to me at lunch. "Hey, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of all the boys in the school. We all think you're very pretty." "What? Are you making fun of me?" "Why would we? Those big black eyes, this long curly hair, and that tanned, flawless skin? God, I really wish Noor wasn't around. You're so pretty, Maya." "Oh, so you're man enough to confess your feelings, but only when Noor isn't around. You're like scared mice in front of her. Just go away and leave me alone." "Told you. She's not only pretty, she's brave too, and always speaks her mind. Man, I think I'm falling in love." Just then, Noor passed by and the boys ran off like little baby rabbits. Later that day, when I walked past the bathroom, I heard some girls scream whispering and cursing. I opened the door and found Noor and Layla pushing another small girl who was screaming in fright. I immediately pushed Noor aside. "What are you doing? Stop this." "Oh, look who's here. And what are you gonna do about it?" Touch her again and I will hurt you. Oh, really, Robin Hood? Watch this. And then she pushed the small girl again. I was about to attack her when Layla jumped in and the two pinned me against the wall. Just leave before you regret coming to this school. They let me go and I ran away, straight to the principal's office. If they thought I'd let them get away with being bullies, they were so wrong. And I was so happy when Noor and Layla got suspended for 2 weeks. Layla and I didn't talk at home, and I didn't tell Mom about anything. One day during lunch, the cute boy from the other day came to me and announced in front of everyone, I think you're right. I can't be scared forever. I like you, Maya. Can we be friends? Just then Noor came running to us screaming, heck no! Suddenly she attacked me and then she ripped my t-shirt so that everyone could see the burn scars on my stomach. I got these scars when I was 3 and I'd never told a soul about them. Everyone, just look at her. She's a freak. Why would you want to be with someone like her when you could have a perfect girl like me? The boys were staring at my stomach, speechless, and so was everyone else. I was shocked. Of course, only my sisters could have told Noor about my scars. Angry tears started rolling down my cheeks. Oh, look at this crybaby. Not only do you have an ugly face, it's just that everything is so ugly about you. Just stay home and say goodbye to high school. And you, say goodbye to your shiny, smooth, red hair. And with that, I jumped on her and started tearing her hair out. She started screaming and crying until some of the students and teachers pulled me away. The principal demanded that I come to her office, but I pushed her away and ran out of the school. Mom was furious when she heard the whole thing. She said she wanted to come to the school. I said no and tried to convince her to stay home. But the next day, Mom turned up at school. The moment she saw Noor, she started walking towards her angrily to shout at her. But just then, Layla pushed Mom away and she fell on the ground. Don't you dare touch my friend. Instead of coming to school to embarrass yourself, stay home and discipline your little Maya. She's a monster, not a sister. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped on Layla to attack her. Suddenly, Selma came running too, and I knew I was about to get my butt kicked. But to my shock, she slapped Layla and pushed her away from me. Then she helped Mom get up, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Did Selma just defend me and Mom? That's enough, Layla. I would never choose a stranger over my family, especially a jerk like Noor. She promised to keep Maya's scars a secret, and look what she did yesterday. And that's why I'm ending my stupid friendship with her and you, Layla. Layla looked furious. She took Noor's hand and they both stormed off. Later that evening, I barged into Layla and Selma's room to get something off my chest. I just came here to say, you two have mocked me and bullied me all my life, but to tell my biggest secret to someone like Noor and let her humiliate me in front of everyone? That's really low, even for you. And I'm done with you guys for good. But Maya, I'm on your side. I'm not dumb, Selma. I only know you defended me and Mom because you probably got into some dumb fight with Layla and wanted to tease her. Just then, Selma started to cry and got down on her knees. I swear I've changed. Maya, I've been a mean, jealous jerk. I've always envied you for your beauty and even more for your amazing personality. You're confident, brave, smart, funny, and kind. You're amazing, my little sister. You're amazing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Selma was jealous of my beauty? I helped her get up and hugged her tight. And for the first time, she said, I love you, Maya. I truly do. I'm sorry about all the pain I caused you. Please forgive me. It's all right now. I forgive you. And I love you too. Ew, I think I'm gonna barf. I still think you're ugly, Maya, and I don't regret telling Noor anything. I'd choose my gorgeous BFF over you two losers any day. I can't even share a room with you anymore, Selma. You disgust me. And with that, she picked up her things and moved to the attic. Some weeks later, Layla had to make a presentation on Earth Day in front of the whole school, including some important guests like the Minister of Education. When it was her turn, she went onto the stage confidently and turned on the slideshow. But to my horror, I saw pictures of me on the screen. with terrible things written about how dark and ugly I was.
Layla, what is this nonsense?
She looked as shocked as I felt. I swear, sir, I have no idea. This is not the slideshow I made. Suddenly, I spotted Noor in a corner laughing her head off. Of course it was her. Sir, I'm her sister, and I know she didn't do that. She wouldn't. It's that girl, Noor. Shut up, Maya. Who asked you to defend me? No, babe, she's right. I just hate her, and you're just so dumb and made it so easy for me to ruin your sister. I'm the queen of this school, and no one can replace me. And imagine if it was a dark, ugly girl like her.
That's enough. I will not tolerate this awful behavior anymore. Noor, Layla, you're both expelled.
Just then, the minister rose from his seat.
Not only expelled, I'll make sure that you only get enrolled in a strict Catholic school so you can learn some manners and discipline. You're such a disgrace to this school. Bullying people for how they look? Everyone is beautiful in their own way.
The whole auditorium started to applaud as the two stormed off. By the time we got home, Mom told us that Layla had packed her bags and moved back with Dad. I think Layla and Noor got what they deserved. I won't let anyone manipulate me like they did anymore. I'm beautiful and strong, just as I am. Hey friends, I'm Greta from New York. Please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll get your dream gift on your coming birthday. I was born in a small town to a single mom who always celebrated my interests and made sure I felt valued. Since I was a little girl, I've always loved singing and performing, and Mom always supported me. When I was 8, I participated in my school's talent show with a singing act. I was so excited, but when I got on stage, the nerves hit me and I started shaking like a tree in the wind. And when I looked out into the audience and saw my mom smiling up at me, I knew I could face my fears and give a great performance. Don't worry, honey, you've got this. Phew. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, I used to get some stage fright when I was younger. I loved singing more than anything in the world, but sometimes my nerves got the best of me. All of that went away after my friends told me how good I was.
You're like so talented.
Really?
Totally. I wish I could sing like you.
With my mom and friends supporting me, I felt unstoppable. So when all that was taken away, it was, well, difficult. When I was 13, I got the opportunity to audition for a prestigious performing arts high school called Cole House. I came in prepared with my very favorite song, La 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 La.
Incredible! Superbly performed!
It had been my dream ever since I was 8 to attend, so I was thrilled when they offered me a spot the following fall semester. Cole House was all the way in New York City. I'd only ever been there once to see the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway, so the idea of going there to live was intimidating. It was a boarding school, so I would be away from home for the first time in my life. My home friends wouldn't be joining me. They were all staying back to start regular high school in our hometown, but they were so excited for me.
Go get 'em, Greta. We can't wait for you to take NYC by storm.
It would also be the first time my mom and I lived apart. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I knew I needed to follow my dreams. And of course, my mom was super supportive. I'm so proud of you, honey. She dropped me off at the train station and waved goodbye. See you in a few months, my Broadway star. As soon as I stepped foot in Manhattan, all sorts of doubts started creeping in. What if I don't make any friends? I'm not a good enough singer for performing arts high school. Maybe I should just go back home. My fears just got bigger and louder when I stepped foot in my new school. It was gorgeous, with high vaulted ceilings and brightly painted classrooms. Just as I was looking up at the beautiful stained glass windows, I was suddenly shoved to the ground by a pretty girl. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. How rude. Could she tell I was out of place here? I didn't have too much time to think about it because my first class started in 2 minutes. I ran down the hallway just in time for the bell to ring and sat down in the last open chair right across from the girl who shoved me. Just my luck.
I see you've met Lena. She's a pill.
A boy sitting right next to me with curly hair and a cute smile put out his hand.
Hi, I'm Daryl.
I'm Greta. Nice to meet you.
You must be new here.
Was it so obvious? It was like I had a sign on my forehead screaming, "New girl." Daryl must have noticed my concern. I just haven't seen you around here. I would have noticed a pretty girl like you. I hoped he couldn't tell I was blushing. Yeah, I just moved here from Scaniatalis. Never heard of it. It's a tiny town. I really love it there, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to go to school here. Coal House is pretty incredible, and this is my favorite class. Mrs. Larimer is the bomb. Just then, a tall woman with a long braid and huge green glasses entered the room. Hello, class. I see some familiar faces. I see some shiny new faces. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mrs. Larimer, and this is Singing for the Stage. I looked around the classroom and saw a lot of smiling, eager faces. It seems like a lot of people really liked Mrs. Larimer. I hear we have a new student in school this year. Class, let's give a big Coal House welcome to Greta. Hi, Greta.
Nice to meet you.
Just then, Lena chimed in.
Can't wait to hear you sing.
I felt like she was taunting me, like she felt she was better than me. What was this girl's problem? Before I could think about it too much, Mrs. Larimer was addressing the class. Who's ready to present their audition cut? All of a sudden, every student reached into their backpack and pulled out binders full of sheet music. I looked down into my backpack. There was nothing but a pencil box, a notebook, and a bagged lunch in there. Did you not bring your music book? I couldn't believe Lena was calling me out in front of all these people. I just wanted to blend into the brightly colored wallpaper. Don't worry, it's your first day. No one expects you to be ready to perform. Greta, it's your first day, so we'll give you some time to settle and you can perform for us next week. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. I shot a look at Lena so she would get the picture to just leave me alone. She caught my eye and smiled. What? Why would she tease me and then smile? What kind of mind games was she playing? Still holding my gaze, Lena's hand shot up in the air. I'm ready, Mrs. Larimer. Great. Lena, you have the floor. Lena gave the pianist her sheet music and started singing. I wanted to hate it, but she had an unmistakably gorgeous voice. When she finished singing, the class applauded. Great job, Lena. I can tell you've been keeping up with your vocal exercises this summer. Mrs. Larimer gave Lena some constructive criticism, but I was distracted. I felt like screaming, yeah, she has a beautiful voice, but that doesn't give her an excuse to be rude. But I just kept it bottled up inside, sitting politely. Who would like to go next? I wondered how anyone could feel confident following such a great performance. I would certainly be intimidated singing after Lena. I was wary of her, but there was no denying that she was a beautiful singer. Before I had too long to think about it, Daryl was standing up from his chair. I'll go, Mrs. Larimer. Daryl handed his sheet music to the pianist and sang a little bit to relay the tempo of his song. Even just hearing that much, I could tell Daryl was good. Really good. The pianist nodded and Daryl took his place in the center of the classroom. He looked at me and winked. I swear I turned bright red. Did everyone see that? Lena looked back at me scowling. Daryl began his song. It was incredible. He sang with such confidence. The vibrations of his voice pulsated, making it feel like the room itself was breathing. I looked around and I could tell everyone else was enjoying themselves as well. Everyone, that is, except Lena. Well done, Daryl. That song really suits you. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. Mrs. Larimer gave Daryl some adjustments and had him sing parts of the song over again. If this is what my new school was going to be like, just listening to cute boys sing, I had nothing to be worried about. I was starting to like it here. That evening, I was settling into my new bedroom in the dorms. As I was rounding the corner with some of my favorite snacks from the corner store, I heard a familiar voice. Hi, Greta. I couldn't believe it. Lena was my next-door neighbor. I was gonna have to share a wall with her for the entire school year. I could feel my blood boiling under my skin. Hi, Lena. Is this your first time in NYC? She was smirking. What, did she think she was better than me just because she lived here longer than I did? I had to take a deep breath to control myself. No, actually, I came here to see Phantom of the Opera years ago. Oh, I love Phantom. I've seen it like 7 times. Okay, now she was bragging. Whatever, there was no reason to get worked up. I was just gonna remove myself from the situation. That's really cool for you, Lena. And then I shut my bedroom door and ate a whole bag of my favorite snack, Crispy Crisps. The following week, when I got into the Singing for the Stage class, I made sure to bring my very own music book with me. I was ready to finally perform for my new classmates. Greta, over here. I looked over to see Daryl beckoning me towards him. He had saved the seat next to him with his backpack. Wow, cute, talented, and thoughtful. This guy seemed too good to be true. Lena looked at Daryl from across the room and rolled her eyes. I plopped down in the seat Daryl saved for me and looked back at Lena. What was her problem with me?
Don't let Lena give you a hard time. This is kinda awkward, but she and I actually used to date.
I was shocked, but I tried not to let Daryl notice. How could such a lovely guy date such a cruel girl? As if he could read my mind, Daryl responded,
Yeah, I know. She was actually really nice when we started dating, and she has such a gorgeous voice. We loved singing duets together, but things didn't work out, and now it seems like she's taking it out on you. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I appreciate you telling me. I had so many more questions for Daryl, but before I got a chance to ask any of them, Mrs. Larimer came into the room.
Okay, class, let's get ready to sing. Greta, have you had time to prepare your audition cut?
I was ready. I had been practicing all weekend, but now I felt so nervous. I clutched my music binder to my chest, willing myself to disappear behind it. Break a leg, Greta. My vision blurred until all I could see was Lena's stupid, smug face smirking up at me. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 8 years old again. My voice caught in my throat, and I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I wished my mom was here to give me a reassuring smile. I longed for words of support from my home friends. I searched for Daryl among the sea of unfamiliar classmates, hoping he would provide me with some fortitude. He had been so sweet to me this past week. He was the only person who seemed interested in being my friend. But when I scanned the room, I was shocked to see Daryl whispering into another girl's ear. Oh, Daryl, you're so funny. She was giggling and looking up at me. Was I being paranoid, or were they making fun of me? Tears started building a fortress in my eyes, and my throat clamped down in a desperate attempt to keep them from tumbling down my cheeks. With all the straining to keep myself from crying, there was no way I would be able to sing a single note. I ran out of the classroom before my body betrayed me and I let anyone see me cry. I ran down the hallway and slipped into the bathroom stall. I was finally alone. Leaning against the cool door, I let the sobs escape. Greta, is that you? Lena's unmistakable lilt seeped under the stall door. What the heck was she doing here? Did she just want to rub it in? How I came all the way to NYC and couldn't even sing in a singing class? I felt like my brain was a volcano and lava was about to seep out of my ears. Lena, leave me alone. Haven't you already done enough? What are you talking about? I know, I'm a failure. You don't need to tell me. You're not a failure. You know, my first time in singing for the stage, I got so nervous I sang my whole song off key. What? Was Lena trying to console me? Why are you telling me this? Because I like you, and I don't want you to feel embarrassed. You like me? Then why have you been tormenting me all week? Tormenting you? What are you talking about? You tripped me on my first day. I didn't mean to trip you. I'm nearsighted and my glasses haven't come in yet. I didn't see you until I ran into you. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, well, what about when you talked down to me in the dorms? I just wanted to get to know you. You seemed so cool, and I was new last semester, so I know how scary it can be to make new friends. I didn't mean to make you feel belittled. I'm sorry. But Daryl said you didn't like me because you and him used to date. Ah, that's so like Daryl. He pursued me last semester when I was the new student. I was so excited to make a new friend, and then it got romantic. But as soon as another new girl started here, he broke up with me. It's like he only has eyes for new girls. I just try to ignore him, but it's difficult because he has so many friends. And I just know he's telling them his own story about why we broke up. I was remembering my first week with a whole new perspective. Suddenly, every mean thing Lena did to me was a misunderstanding or a kind gesture. I felt so foolish to have believed Daryl. I emerged from behind the bathroom stall and looked at Lena with new eyes. She looked so apologetic. I embraced her in a big hug, and before I knew it, we were both laughing at how silly the past week had been. Do you think you're ready to get back to class? Yeah, actually. When we got back to Mrs. Larimer's classroom, I could tell Daryl had been talking about me. Suddenly, his smile wasn't sweet, but a cruel smirk.
Hi, Greta. I'm glad to see you back in class. Are you ready for your song?
Seeing Daryl, I felt that familiar feeling of dread wash over me. But Lena leapt forward and gave me a bear hug. And finally, I felt at home at my new school.
Hi everyone, I'm Alina, the enchanting enigma. Want to see a magic trick? Choose a card. Ready? Hocus pocus. Is this your card? Are you sure? Well, I should keep working on that one. Let's begin. But before I continue, make sure to like and subscribe. I grew up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, Norway. I loved everything about my home. The natural beauty, the epic history, even the grumpy shopkeeper at the corner store. But the best part was the northern lights. Every year, starting around September, shimmery curtains of light appeared in the sky like a giant kaleidoscope. With my family, we went to see them every night, making bonfires, toasting marshmallows, and telling Viking stories. Those are my most cherished memories. I say memories because those times ended abruptly.
Your father and I are getting a divorce. I'm in love with my business partner Hans, and we're moving to Argentina.
That wasn't even the worst part.
Astrid, you're coming with me. You're too young to be without your mother.
But Mom, I want to stay with Alina.
It's not up for discussion. Pack your things right now.
Growing up, my little sister Astrid idolized me. She was 2 years younger and thought everything I did was amazing, especially my magic tricks. For my next trick, I'll make a piece of gold appear out of thin air. Wow. Okay, technically it was a chocolate candy with gold foil, but Astrid still loved it. She was my biggest fan, even when I didn't believe in myself. So I was devastated about her leaving, but Mom's mind was made up. And just like that, she left me with my dad and my big brother Frederick. Of course I love them, but let's just say they are...
Vikings?
Not the word I have in mind. Immature? They spent all their time playing Vikings like children.
Check out the spoils of our last hunting trip, sis.
Frederick, shut up. You bought that from a grocery store. You're not a real Viking.
Tell that to the village we just razed to the ground. Good one, son.
Still, I always had fun with them. I even went to some Viking battle reenactments. It was better than staying home alone. We still went camping under the northern lights from time to time, but it wasn't the same without Astrid. I wish Astrid was here too.
Me too.
Fast forward 9 years later. I was a senior in high school, and after a lot of training, I finally started getting magic shows. At first, I'd put on shows in backyards for my classmates' birthday parties. For my first trick, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my... Uh-oh. Bunny, where are you? Oops. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, but eventually I got really good. And every time I looked out at the audience, a part of me was hoping to see Astrid sitting there clapping and laughing like she did when we were kids. She was still all the way across the world. She grew up to be a full hippie, completely in love with nature. For the first 2 years, we talked every single day, even despite the time difference. Did you watch the last MSA video? Of course, it was amazing. She is my new favorite main character, at least until tomorrow. But then we started talking only once a week, then once a month. Over time, Astrid grew colder and colder until one day she snapped. First, I was pulling this really long handkerchief from my mouth. Suddenly, a kid from the audience grabbed the end. Before we knew it, we were both rolling up in it, turning into a giant handkerchief burrito on stage. And oh God, can you stop talking about that? There are bigger problems in this world. Who cares about stupid magic anyway? Then she hung up. Rude. I tried calling back a million times, but Astrid ghosted me. Well, she was a teenager after all. They all have mood swings, right? But when a few months passed since Astrid had gone radio silent, I started getting worried. I called my mother and Hans, but neither was helpful.
She can't come to the phone right now. She's playing football.
Isn't it like midnight there?
Yeah, I'm so late. Oh, good night.
Oh, that Elena. Right. Your sister's not home. Bye.
But with no other choice, I got a plane ticket to pay them a surprise visit. I only sent Astrid a DM so she knew I was coming, but again, there was no reply. Okay guys, see you when I get back. Try not to burn the house down.
I can't promise that. I'm still saying don't go. It's okay. Have a safe flight, kiddo.
When I got to the airport, I didn't even have time to step into the security line before I had the shock of a lifetime. Hey sis, excuse me? Who are you? Astrid? You look so different. What are you doing here? I was just about to go see you. I know. I read your text when I took back my phone in the middle of my escape. Luckily, they didn't know how to work Instagram, so they hadn't read it. Escape? Who is they? What's going on? I need you to hide me. Nobody can know I'm here, not even Dad and Frederick. Before I could ask any of the million questions I had, Astrid took us outside and put us in a cab. What's with all the secrecy? Did you rob a bank or something? Of course not, sis. Why would you ever say such a thing? Astrid kept looking nervously at the taxi driver. A few minutes later, he dropped us and Astrid pulled me into an alleyway. Tell me what you know. About why you're here? Nothing. I called you nonstop for months. Tell me what's going on before I call Mom. No, don't call her. Mom changed a lot after we moved. She does whatever Hans says, and he's a monster. Like, a real one. Months ago, he took my phone and kept me locked in my room. room. Are you for real? I can't tell you more than this for now. The first thing I did after escaping was get a ticket here. I need you. You're my last hope, sis. Astrid's story was disturbing. I had to help her. She was my baby sister. So we went to the mall to give her a makeover. New clothes, new hair color, different lenses. But I didn't know if her disguise would fool anyone. You really think Dad's not gonna recognize his own daughter? I don't think so. He hasn't seen me in person since I was 7. Plus, Dad and Frederick aren't exactly geniuses. No offense. I was a little offended, but she wasn't wrong. As we got home, I almost fainted from the smell. There was trash everywhere, food smeared on the walls.
Alina, you're back! Dad, Alina's back!
Thank Thor!
What the heck happened here? I've only been gone a few hours.
I told you we'd be lost without you. Who's your friend?
Dad looked at Astrid in confusion.
You remind me of someone.
Probably some international superstar or model. I get that a lot. Frederick, Dad, this is Ruby. Love your place.
Thanks, Ruby. You're a gem.
Good one, Dad.
I rolled my eyes and pulled Astrid upstairs. Then my phone rang. It's Mom. Please, sis, you can't tell her I'm here. I picked up the phone, and when Mom asked me if I'd heard from Astrid, I denied it. Your sister is in serious trouble. Please, tell me if you hear from her. Before I could say anything, she snatched the phone from my hand.
Dear customer, your coverage is currently out of range. Please try again later.
I felt weird, but I shrugged it off, and later I talked to my dad about Ruby staying with us for a little while. Dad was so happy I hadn't gone to Argentina that he agreed right away.
Thanks, Alina. You're a lifesaver.
Hey, I can book some magic show for tomorrow. You know, I'm a really big hit here, so you can come.
Actually, I wanted to check out this new environmental facility nearby.
Oh, okay. I guess we can do that. When we got there, it was just like a normal, boring factory site. But then Astrid broke a window, opened its latch, and started crawling in. What are you doing? Breaking in?
Hush! Either come with me or shut up and stay here quietly.
Feeling totally weirded out, I reluctantly followed her as she moved down the corridors. When she reached the office, she started going through the drawers and took several documents.
Astrid, this is illegal!
Don't worry, I know the owner. Then she grabbed some spray paint from her bag and started painting the walls. She wrote something in really big, sloppy letters. Dentures?
It says destroyers.
Oh, right. Oh, what? Just then, sirens wailed in the distance.
Run!
I thought you said you knew the owner.
I do. He's my arch nemesis.
What? I never said we were friends. We raced out of there as fast as we could and make it home without being caught. Why would you do something like that? Will you tell me what's going on? Can't.
And don't be so uptight, sis. It was just a little fun.
Thankfully, the next few days were less crazy. Astrid still avoided coming to my magic shows. She was really busy with her plan, but every time I asked about it, she would change the subject or run off who knows where. I decided to find out the truth, so I started going through her things. In her purse, there were some huge piles of cash. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe she subscribed to MSA and won their amazing weekly prize of $10,000, right? What? You haven't subscribed yet? What are you waiting for? Remember that this only works on YouTube, not on other low-end platforms such as TikTok. As soon as Astrid came back, I confronted her. Astrid, where did all this money come from?
Oh, that. I saved up a bunch from working at a restaurant in Buenos Aires.
Then she started a long and passionate speech about the environment. I was angry and confused, but also a little proud of her. She had so much passion and knowledge. She kept talking until we both fell asleep. In fact, I think she kept talking even in her sleep. The next morning, my dad was scrambling around the house searching for something.
My savings! I kept all my cash in random cereal boxes, but it's all gone now!
I told you to open a bank account. Then it hit me. Oh no, Astrid. I ran upstairs to confront her. You need to give that money back.
What are you talking about?
You stole Dad's money.
What? No, I didn't.
You're just mad because I didn't go to your stupid magic show. I'm sorry. I'm just too busy saving the world. She stormed out of the room. She was out of control. First, she'd almost gotten us arrested, and now she was stealing from our dad and even calling my magic stupid after everything I did for her. I'd had enough. Knowing she wasn't telling me the whole truth, I called Mom right away. You did the right thing calling me, sweetie. Astrid needs help before she ends up in prison. I went to school, but when I came back, all of Astrid's bags were gone. Then Frederick appeared dragging a wooden boat into the kitchen.
Check it out, sis. A real Viking boat.
That's a canoe, Frederick.
Frederick, how did you pay for that boat?
I found a bunch of money in a box of Cocoa Puffs. So cool.
Oh no, so it wasn't Astrid who'd taken the money. What if she was telling the truth all along? My sister had come home for the first time in years, and I totally betrayed her. I needed to find her. I called her over and over, but again, no response. Then I decided to tell Dad the truth. When he found out that Ruby was Astrid, his face lit up again. A part of him already knew. Still, the rest of the news wasn't that good. Just as we were about to jump into our car to look for Astrid, an all-black car with a chauffeur pulled into our driveway. Out of it came Mom, Hans, and a huge bodyguard.
Where is she?
Mom?
Mom?
We need to find your sister right away.
She stole my money from me, and she vandalized my construction project. I knew you helped her, Alina. If you don't help me find her, you are gonna end up in jail, just like your idiot sister.
Don't you dare talk to my child like that!
Dad tackled Hans, but then the huge bodyguard came for us. Frederick let out a Viking war cry and lunged at him. Soon our front yard became the scene of a fierce battle. But don't panic, we have a weapon up our sleeve, my magic. As Dad and Frederick were trying to beat the bodyguard, I decided to catch Hans. So I grabbed my magician coat and hat, and with a wave, cards flew straight at Hans's face like little arrows. Then I threw my rabbit at Hans, who is quite a fierce little biter. Then I pulled out my handkerchief, magically turned it into a rope, and then managed to tie up Hans with it. Just then, help arrived. But it wasn't the regular police, it was some kind of secret service. And they immediately arrested Hans and Mom. Turns out their new factory that Astrid had broken into was located in a zone and used certain chemicals that could lead to an environmental disaster. They had falsified the safety tests and all the permits. When Astrid found out, she tried to go public, and that's why they were keeping her locked in her room. After escaping, she came here to collect more evidence before presenting the story to the authorities, who quickly located the people responsible. Yep, my mom and Hans. However, Astrid was still nowhere to be found. She was gone. About a year later, I had my biggest magic show yet, and I nailed it. Towards the end of it, I dedicated the show to Astrid. My sister is my favorite person in the world, and I miss her. Wherever she is, I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because she grew up to be this amazing, brave person. And after the show, I went to my favorite viewing spot to see the Northern Lights, since it was the season for them. I kind of felt closer to Astrid in this spot too, because if you think about it, maybe the lights wouldn't be here if she hadn't fought for the environment. It was like I could hear her there. Alina! Alina! Like she was right there with me. Alina, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wait, Astrid? I looked around and she was really there. I leapt up and hugged her. Oh my God, you're here! I decided I should check out that magician that everybody keeps talking about. I thought magic was so stupid and not real. I used to think that till I heard that magic kicked Hans's butt. Since then, it's my second favorite thing, right after nature. We both laughed for a second, then we apologized to each other and hugged. Remember guys, siblings should stick together. That is the first rule of families. I called Dad and Frederick to join us. So after all these years, we were finally seeing the Northern Lights as a family again. And that was the most magical moment ever.